Percy Mather, The Making of a Pioneer Missionary, by Mildred Cable and Francesca French. First printed 1935, revised in 2025 by scrollreader.com. Affectionately dedicated to the pioneer's mother, Elizabeth Mather. Author's note. Most of the letters in this book were written by Percy Mather to his parents or his sister. In a life largely cut off from self-expression, he found joy in sharing everyday experiences with his loved ones in Fleetwood. The authors have edited the letters as needed. Since we are surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every hindrance and the sin that clings so closely, and run with perseverance the race set before us, keeping our eyes on Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith. For the joy set before him, he endured the cross, disregarding its shame, and is now seated at the right hand of God's throne. The Epistle to the Hebrews, Moffat's translation. Foreword. The Oxford Dictionary defines a pioneer as a foot soldier with spade and pickaxe who goes ahead to prepare the road for the advance of the army. Not only armies, but every field of conquest has its pioneers. This book tells the story of a missionary pioneer, a man called to extraordinary service. Most missionaries do not face such hardships, but Percy Mather was given a unique task. He was chosen and shaped for a life that demanded endurance. All pioneers share certain traits, some admirable, others difficult. They are not easygoing, driven by an inner force that compels them to push forward into what others call impossible situations. For the pioneer, even the greatest achievement loses its appeal once accomplished. By the time the world recognizes his work, he has already set his sights on a new challenge. He sees vast horizons where others see limits, yet despite their determination, pioneers are rarely proud. They often stand in awe of those who can take their rough paths and turn them into lasting roads. The very nature of a pioneer's calling prevents pride. He is a humble foot soldier, armed only with a spade and pickaxe, tools of labor, not glory. With bill and hook, he clears away the tangle of superstition. With a spade, he uproots hostility. With a grubbing axe, he cuts through deep-rooted prejudices. As a missionary pioneer, he makes the first connections, gives the first witness, and serves as a forerunner of those who will follow. This book tells the story of a man sent by God into Central Asia, a man who, to the surprise of his friends, proved to be a true pioneer. Undeterred by obstacles and fearless in the face of daunting tasks, he carved out a rough path, marking the way for others to reach the tribes of Central Asia. Missionary language often includes the misleading phrase, appointed to pioneer work, a term that misrepresents reality. No one is a pioneer until they have proven themselves to be one. The true missionary pioneer is ordained by God, not assigned by man, and blessed is the society that recognizes this divine calling. Geographically, most pioneering work has been completed, with little uncharted territory remaining. In missions, too, the opening of untouched lands is nearly finished. The greatest need today is not just for those who break new ground, but for a dedicated, skilled, and persevering vanguard, men and women who can transform rough trails into lasting highways for the Lord. Without such workers, the hard-won paths will be reclaimed by the wilderness. The greatest threat to the pioneer's work is not opposition, but those who follow without honor. Self-serving men who, while benefiting from the pioneer's labor, refuse to solidify his road. They use his markers and paths, but let his efforts fade into obscurity, erasing both his work and his memory. This book carries a twofold message. First, it speaks to those called to the demands of missionary pioneering, helping them grasp the sacrifices involved and consider whether they can meet the cost. Second, it speaks to those who follow, urging them to strengthen the pioneers' work with integrity and humility. Their role requires skill, patience, wisdom, and deep reverence. The vanguard must wield more precise tools than spades and pickaxes, for their task is to complete what was begun. They travel by the pioneer's marks and succeed because of his path. A true vanguard gives thanks at every well the pioneer dug and honors his memory, at every clearing where his axe has left its mark. Chapter 1. A picture to introduce Percy Mather. It was a dark, stormy night. Towering waves raced toward the Fleetwood shore, each rising high before crashing onto the beach with immense force. As they retreated, they dragged sand, stones, and anything they could seize back into the depths of Morecambe Bay. The people of Fleetwood were tied to the sea, their thoughts often more with the waters than the land. Many a woman's heart was out at sea with her husband that night, as she went about her chores, setting the kettle on the hob and stirring the fire.
"There's a terrible gale tonight,"
she murmured.
"The Lord have mercy on those caught in it."
Suddenly, a loud report, like a gunshot. She dropped the poker, and at that same moment, every man and woman in Fleetwood froze in place. One rocket. Was it just lifeboat practice? Another, the lifeboat signal. A wreck. In an instant, the streets filled with the sound of running feet. Coats were forgotten, heads uncovered. Everyone rushed toward the lifeboat house. A crowd gathered in moments. Some scrambled down onto the beach, others pressed against the boathouse door, peering through its cracks, desperate for news. A distress flare lit up the sky, and in its glow, the wreck came into view. A sailing ship stuck on the pilling sands, battered by the wild waves. The crew huddled together on the raised deck at the back, powerless against the storm. No time to lose. The lifeboat crew hurriedly pulled on their oilskins, sou'westers and cork jackets, each man climbing to his place.
"Hold on a minute, lads. There's something under my feet. No, it's not a dog, it's a lad. Why, it's that Percy Mather. If there's anything exciting happening, he's sure to be right in the middle of it."
David Ledbetter, the coxswain, barked out in his stern voice, "Turn him out!" From beneath the thwarts, a wiry boy was dragged out and dropped onto the floor of the lifeboat house.
"Home's the place for you on a night like this, lad."
"Already?"
"Yes, sir."
"Knock her off."
The great sliding doors were flung open, and the moored pickup shot down the slipway. As she moved, the crew hauled up her mast and locked it into place. The crowd cheered as she gathered speed. Then came the plunge. A towering wave crashed over her from bow to stern, drenching her completely. Like a shaggy dog shaking off water, she shed the sea from her sides. Her brown sails filled, and she disappeared into the darkness. Meanwhile, young Percy Mather raced down to the north end, where the tug was already building up steam to tow the lifeboat out faster than sails and oars could carry her. Under the cover of darkness, he slipped aboard and busied himself quietly, blending in as if he were part of the crew. They were halfway down the wide estuary before he was discovered again, but by then he didn't care. It was too late to turn back and put him ashore. Boy as he was, he knew no fear. There was a rescue underway, and the thrill of being part of it filled him with excitement. Chapter 2. The Material. When the Protestant Coast Guard, Thomas Cunningham, arrived in the small village of Enniscrone on Ireland's west coast, he quickly stirred trouble by falling in love with a beautiful Catholic girl. Despite warnings that loving him would endanger her eternal soul, she returned his affection and decided to marry him. Thomas was a good man. As he patrolled the rugged Sligo coast, where the mighty Atlantic waves crashed against the rocks, he gained a broad perspective on life. With this courage, he asked Sarah Kilcullen to leave behind her home and family to become his wife, even though their marriage would not be recognized or blessed by the priest. They had 12 children. Their eldest, a girl, was given to her maternal grandparents to be raised, perhaps as a way to ease the pain Sarah had caused her family. As a result, the child grew up almost a stranger to her own parents and barely knew her siblings. After her marriage, Sarah Cunningham was never seen entering a Catholic church, nor did the parish priest ever visit her home. The divide between her and her family was so deep that she rarely visited her parents, though they lived only a few miles away. There was no Protestant church in Enniscrone, so Thomas, following the authority of Scripture, served as the spiritual leader of his household. In their small cottage, he led daily prayers and Sunday lessons, gathering his children around the table to teach them the Bible. These boys and girls had a natural urge to move, spreading out across the world. Some settled in Australia, others in America, one in Africa, and some vanished into far-off places. Sarah and Kate, twin sisters, left home to work together as housekeepers for a Presbyterian minister in Westport. When the minister, Reverend W. Reed, moved to England to serve a church in Carlisle, his sister went with him. Her close friend was Marianne Cunningham, the eldest daughter still at home, who had grown into a mature, responsible young woman. Deeply moved by Mr. Reed's warm evangelical preaching, Marianne decided to find work in Carlisle and joined her friend there. After some time, she married John Blake Penfold of Brampton, Cumberland. When she later returned to Ireland, she was the proud mother of twin boys. After spending some time at her father's home, she returned to England, bringing her younger sister Eliza, then about 13 years old. A firm but loving disciplinarian, Marianne gave Eliza a strong religious upbringing, teaching her to measure every action by the standard of Holy Scripture. When Eliza left Marianne's home, she became a nurse at Brinscall Hall, where her work was highly valued. A few years later, she became engaged to Alexander Mather, an employee of the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Company. The marriage was built on mutual love and respect. Though Alexander and Eliza Mather were opposites in temperament, they complemented each other well. Alexander was cautious, careful, reluctant to take on responsibility, and exceptionally scrupulous in his work. Eliza, on the other hand, was warm-hearted, excitable, and adventurous. Both possessed strong moral character, a legacy they passed on to their children. Not long after their wedding, Alexander was appointed to a position at Fleetwood Station, prompting the young couple to move to the small but lively town. Fleetwood, a modest seaside settlement on the Lancashire coast, was little more than a sandy stretch with a small population. However, it had a well-established wharf from which the Belfast steamer had departed for 40 years. Due to the Irish mail service and a local garrison, the town had a few good hotels, but most of its residents were seafarers. The Mathers settled into a simple house on Poulton Street. It had 2 bedrooms, a living room, and a scullery, all furnished modestly but comfortably. Despite its simplicity, their home was filled with peace, harmony, and integrity. On their first Sunday in Fleetwood, they went to the Wesleyan Methodist Church. Alexander's family had left the Church of England to become Methodists because of strong beliefs and conscience. A few days later, a church member who had seen them at the service came to visit, welcoming them to the town and into the Christian fellowship. On December 9th, 1884, their first child, Percy Cunningham, was born. His birth provided an opportunity for Eliza to visit her husband's family. Carrying her newborn son, she went to meet her mother-in-law for the first time. The older woman gazed at her daughter-in-law, and what she saw in Eliza's face delighted her. All her doubts and questions faded. Taking the baby in her arms, she held him close.
"Eliza,"
she said,
"I'm glad to see you."
then kissed her warmly. From that moment on, a deep affection grew between Eliza Mather and her mother-in-law. Percy Mather's young eyes took in a world full of excitement and wonder. In those days, the shipping trade was thriving. Tall masted windjammers arrived at Wyre Dock, unloading rich cargoes and lively crews whose songs echoed through the streets of Fleetwood. The fishing fleet came and went with the tides, while pilots rushed down the river to guide sailing vessels safely into port. From an early age, Percy learned to keep his eyes on the sea, identifying every type of ship that appeared on the horizon. His love for the maritime world began at 2 years old when his father gifted him a jersey suit. Feeling completely at home in it, he refused to wear petticoats again. Before long, the family moved from their small house on Polton Street to one on Albert Street, where a baby girl, Edith, was born. Later they moved again, this time to Balmoral Terrace, where their youngest child, George, was born. It seemed their fortunes were improving when Alexander Mather was offered a position as station master near his old home in Brinscall. Excited, the family travelled to inspect the station and their new house. While their parents discussed how to arrange the rooms, the children eagerly planned out their own little gardens. But after returning to Fleetwood, Alexander grew uneasy. Overwhelmed by the weight of responsibility, he declined the position. Years later, in Central Asia, Percy Mather often reminisced about childhood holidays spent visiting friends and relatives in a small Lancashire village near the moors. There, he and his siblings joined a large group of children, picking blackberries and blaeberries, which their friend's mother happily baked into delicious pies. Their adventures were made even more exciting by the presence of Tiger, the old sheepdog, who followed them everywhere. Together they explored the cutting, a restricted area where they stationed a watchful child to keep lookout for anyone approaching. Even more thrilling were the visits to the haunted, abandoned country house, where the children held their breath as Tiger, the old sheepdog, pricked his ears and stood alert, sensing the approach of the ghost. Then there was Bertha, the donkey, a cunning creature. The children spent hours chasing her down, but as soon as one managed to climb onto her back, she would trot a few paces and then stop abruptly, expertly sending her rider tumbling over her head. It is said that Percy held on better than anyone else. Each autumn, the family spent a month at Brampton with the Penfold cousins, whose home was 2 miles from the nearest station. Old Joe, the bus driver, pretended not to notice when the children took turns playing conductor, riding on the step and politely opening the door for passengers. One summer holiday, Percy returned home with a great treasure, a violin gifted to him by Mrs. Basendale, the mother of his playmates. He had a deep love for music, a keen ear, and a natural musical intelligence. Years later, when he went to China, that same violin travelled with him, providing companionship during long, lonely hours. Among the boys in town, Percy was a leader. Always up for mischief, he was fearless, quick-witted, and full of energy. His slim, wiry frame gave him an edge in any physical activity. He was a natural in the water, diving and swimming with ease, and as a runner, he outpaced all his friends. One story, still told in Fleetwood, speaks of a football match in which Percy was set to play. Arriving at the station just in time to see the train pulling away, he saw his teammates waving at him from the windows. Without hesitation, he took off down the road, running all the way to the match. To the amazement of his teammates, he arrived at the field just in time to play. Much to his mother's dismay, Percy spent his evenings learning to box. When he came home boasting about his skills, she would say,
"If it's exercise you want, come and knead this dough for me."
He gladly obliged, working the bread dough with boundless energy. One night, he returned with a broken nose, and his mother decided it was time to put an end to his boxing. But his father simply said,
"Let him be. It may serve him well one day."
At Sunday school outings and other excursions, Percy was always at the centre of the action. Once, at a picnic, he caused quite a stir by climbing the flagpole to get a clear view over the high wall of the prison exercise yard. He also joined groups of boys and girls on trips to the Wire Lighthouse, 2 miles out at sea. Many nights, instead of sleeping in his bed, he was out on the water with the pilots, either in their boats or rowing the dinghy. He was so skilled at handling boats that the pilots expected him to become a sailor. One of the highlights of his childhood was the day he won an old Bone Shaker bicycle in a raffle for 3d. Within an hour, he had mastered his balance and was riding it up and down the town. The bike brought him endless joy, until the day it finally collapsed after crashing into the bicycles of 2 girls who were on the wrong side of the road. Percy was the undisputed leader of a gang of boys always ready for fun, games, or mischief. He was their captain, and they followed his lead. Yet if anyone needed help, they were the first to step up, and the shoremen, despite their pranks, held a deep fondness for them. One day, when a boat ran aground and everyone was needed to help haul it ashore, Percy's love for mischief got the better of him. With a sly grin, he discreetly nicked the rope and signaled his gang, giving them the plan. As the men pulled with all their might, the boys watched him closely, waiting for his command. "Be ready to run," he whispered. The group gave one final pull. Snap! The rope broke, sending the men tumbling to the ground. In an instant, Percy and his gang took off at full speed. It was days before they dared to show their faces again. And on that particular day, Percy was lucky he had followed his own advice. He was ready to run. By the time he was 13, Percy had completed the full board school curriculum. However, the law required him to spend an additional year in school, a tedious 3 terms spent reviewing the same material. The boy who would later compile grammars and dictionaries in Mongolian and Manchurian found himself stuck repeating old lessons. This lack of challenge frustrated him, and at 14 he announced,
"I'm not going to waste any more time. I need to start earning my own living."
A few days later, he returned home proudly wearing the uniform of a telegraph messenger, thrilled with his new job. But his excitement was not shared by his family. His father had envisioned a different path for him. He had hoped to apprentice him to a watchmaker. Years earlier, when Percy was 10, his father had even taken him to Blackpool to have his bumps told by a phrenologist, a man who examined the shape of children's heads to predict their ideal careers. The old sage studied Percy, noting his sharp eyes and quick movements. Then, after solemnly feeling the contours of the boy's skull, he turned to the father with his verdict.
"Did you say you plan to apprentice this boy to a watchmaker?"
The phrenologist asked.
"Don't do it. The walls of a watchmaker's shop could never contain him. He will need the whole world to move in. This boy will never settle for less than excellence, and whatever he undertakes, he will always strive to do it better than before."
Rarely had a phrenologist's prediction been so accurate. After some time in the telegraph service, Percy was promoted to a position with the Lancashire and Yorkshire Railway Company. He was assigned as a clerk in the left luggage office, a role perfectly suited to his curious and energetic nature. There, he often found ways to entertain himself. If a crate of live chicks arrived, he figured they would benefit from a little fresh air and exercise, only to find himself chasing them all back into their cage. When the station was quiet, he and his fellow clerk practiced trick riding on passengers' bicycles. One day, their fun ended abruptly when the platform barrier was unexpectedly closed. The leading bicycle crashed into it, bending the wheel, and Percy had to spend weeks of his pocket money to cover the damage. His responsibilities increased when he took a job as a clerk and bookkeeper for a decorating firm. Wherever he worked, he earned the respect and approval of his employers. In 1903, Percy made the most supreme decision of his life. He surrendered to Christ as his Savior and acknowledged him as Lord. This happened during a series of special meetings led by Reverend J. H. Dodrell at the Wesleyan Methodist Church in Fleetwood. His decision had a ripple effect, leading several of his companions to make the same commitment. Though Percy remained full of fun and boyish pranks, his leadership began to take on a new direction. He now guided his group of friends toward acts of real value. His parents had always known him to be reliable and conscientious, and his companions were used to his firm corrections whenever their mischief went too far. But now, both family and friends saw a deeper influence shaping his character. Stories emerged of his kindness and concern for the sick and poor. Whenever there was trouble, he would stop by to see if he could help. In homes where sickness and poverty were combined, he sometimes appeared with a basket of firewood and coal, making a fire in the invalid's room. His parents, fully aware of his quiet acts of charity, gladly supported him. For Percy Mather, Christianity was always something to be lived out in practical ways. He remained involved in the Wesleyan Sunday School, first as a student, then as a teacher, and later as a local preacher. He was the youngest preacher on the circuit, and many expected him to enter the ministry. This was his own goal as well. Before he could begin ministerial training, however, he was required to preach in every chapel of the circuit and receive a favorable report from each congregation. At the annual meeting where church reports were reviewed, every chapel spoke highly of Percy. But then an oversight was discovered. 2 chapels had not yet been visited. His application was therefore delayed by another year. Many protested this setback, but it proved to be a turning point in his life. Percy had been waiting for God's direction between 2 possible paths. With this unexpected roadblock, he saw it as a sign that another door was opening. Unknown to those around him, he had long felt an inner call to foreign missions, and this incident confirmed it. His attention turned toward China, largely through his connection with Mrs. Rhodes, whose son served with the China Inland Mission, and her daughters, Lavinia and Narcissus, who were active in the Wesleyan Sunday School. The first person Percy confided in about his desire to become a missionary was his Sunday school teacher. Taking the matter seriously, the teacher prayed with him and made a pact that they would both seek guidance on the next step. A little later, Percy spoke to the minister, telling him that he was now certain he should move forward and apply to the China Inland Mission. The minister encouraged him to speak to his parents without delay. Since Mrs. Mather was away from home at the time, Percy had to inform her by letter. Meanwhile, he shared his decision with his sister Edith, his closest confidant. Startled by the idea of her brother becoming a missionary, she could only respond,
"What will they think of an application from someone like you? What do you have to offer? You have neither the money, the education, nor the training they will require."
Worried that the letter might distress their mother, Edith quickly wrote to their uncle, in whose home Mrs. Mather was staying, urging him to hold it back.
"Percy wants to go as a missionary abroad,"
she explained.
"but it would worry Mother and undo all the good of her holiday."
The uncle, a wise man, did delay giving her the letter, but only until he had carefully introduced the topic in conversation. Leading up to it gradually, he asked, "What would you think if one of your children wanted to become a missionary?" Without hesitation, she replied,
I would be most thankful, provided he was truly in earnest and not acting on a passing whim.
Hearing this, the uncle immediately handed her Percy's letter. She responded in her usual strong, simple, and fearless way.
If you are fully convinced that you are doing the right thing, you can count on your father and me to do all in our power to help you.
And so they did. When Percy and his parents discussed his decision, his mother spoke frankly, saying she preferred he go into the ministry.
If you should fall ill,
She reasoned,
as a minister, you would be cared for, and when you are old, you would receive a pension.
Mother,
Percy replied.
do you not have faith even the size of a mustard seed? Have you ever seen one of God's children abandoned?
Before Percy could take any steps toward offering himself as a candidate for the China Inland Mission, one important matter had to be settled: his sister, Edith's future. She hoped to train as a schoolteacher, and Percy felt responsible for supporting her through her studies. This delayed his plans for 3 years. It was not until 1908 that he was finally free to write to the Secretary of the Mission.
I desire to become a candidate for examination for foreign mission work. Will you kindly forward to me the fullest information regarding the same? You may think this is a hasty decision, but it is not so. Some years ago, I purposed in my heart that if God opened the way for me, my life would be devoted to service for Him on the mission field. It would take too long to outline even the barest details of how God has led me to this point. 3 years ago, I was ready to apply, but at that time my sister was awaiting the results of a scholarship examination. We agreed that if she passed, I would wait for 2 years and support her while she was in college. She passed, and I waited. But I have not been idle. I have been teaching in Sunday school regularly for 5 years. I studied and passed the examination for local preaching. I also became a distributor of the Wesleyan Missionary magazine, and within a year I increased the circulation from 40 to over 200. I personally delivered the papers each month until recently, when my little brother and sister began helping me.
On March 10, 1908, Percy sent his first application. 3 days later, he wrote again, thanking the secretary for the prompt reply. A month later, he was invited to London for a personal interview. In response, he wrote,
I should be glad if you will let me know what will be required of me while in London, where I shall stay and whether food and so on will be provided, so that I may be prepared. I find that I shall need to take the boat and sail to London, as I cannot afford the railway fare.
The days Percy spent with Mr. and Mrs. Marshall Broomhall at the men's training home were filled with joy. Upon returning to Fleetwood, he wrote to express his gratitude for their kindness, guidance, and encouragement.
I hope someday to repay the CIM for the expenses I have caused, but I can never repay you and Mrs. Broomhall for all your loving kindness. You have no idea what help and comfort I have received. I know that at present I am untrained, but I hope to enter the Bible Training Institute in Glasgow and then offer myself again.
Percy had initially expected the mission board to require a general examination to assess his suitability. Instead, they informed him that he must first complete a formal course of training and Bible study, such as that offered by the Glasgow Bible Training Institute. A year later, he wrote cheerfully from Glasgow, sharing the results of his second session examinations.
My marks for this session are 97, 96, 98, and 95% in the different subjects. The study has been both a pleasure and a blessing to me.
His time in training was deeply fulfilling. He relished the opportunity to study and to serve as a witness for Christ, leading open-air meetings in the slums. Among his fellow students, he was well liked, both as a serious scholar and as the ringleader in fun and mischief. Missionary societies often design their application questionnaires to reveal more about a candidate than they might consciously express. Percy Mather's responses were given with his characteristic sincerity and simplicity. What is your motive in offering yourself for foreign missionary service?
The love of Christ constrains me. Ever since I was a child, I have had a deep love and respect for foreign mission work. When I read the appeals for workers, they seem to be calling to me. I've never tried to suppress or encourage the call, yet it has grown louder and louder until now I'm certain that God is calling me, and I'm perfectly willing to go.
Of the books you have read, name some which you most esteem.
Sesame and Lilies, Southey's Life of Nelson, Westward Ho. Sketches by Boz.
Are you married, single, or engaged to be married?
Single and perfectly free.
Do you propose to bear or contribute in any measure towards the cost of your support in China?
No, I have nothing to give but myself. All my earnings have gone towards keeping up our home.
Percy's travels between Fleetwood, Glasgow, and London were usually by sea, where he often earned his passage as an able-bodied seaman. During the long summer vacations, to avoid being a financial burden at home, he signed on as a crew member aboard a coasting steamer that travelled between Fleetwood and Bristol. One Sunday, when the boat was delayed in Bristol, he decided to attend the choral service at the cathedral. However, his seaman's jersey was too worn to wear, leaving him with only a clean but brightly coloured shirt. Knowing it was not the usual attire for such a service, he slipped quietly into the cathedral, finding a spot among the pillars to stay unnoticed. The beauty of the service overwhelmed him. Lost in the music and reverence of the moment, he was fully absorbed in worship when a sudden voice interrupted.
"You can't stay here in that clothing, young man,"
said the verger. The verger's tone was firm, leaving no room for argument. Percy obeyed, stepping out of the cathedral, though he lingered just long enough to catch the last fading notes of the anthem. Wandering through the town with no particular destination, he soon noticed a small mission hall. There, the warm-hearted congregation welcomed the poor sailor lad, as he later laughed about it, clasping his hands and treating him like one of their own. When they discovered he was a fellow believer, they invited him to share a word of testimony, which he gladly did. Chapter 3. The Fashioning. Time passed quickly, and by the autumn of 1910, Percy Mather was preparing to set sail for China. His passage was booked on the Namur, departing from London on September 10th. The night before he left, he wrote home. September 9th, 1910.
We are just back from our last farewell meeting, and it is nearly midnight. I am writing this in my bedroom, as I may not have time in the morning. We have had an extremely busy week, with some wonderful gatherings in large halls. One was held at the Mildred Conference Hall, and another at Spurgeon's Tabernacle, which has 2 galleries just like a large theatre. We are all about ready for a rest. I haven't even had time to look around London. I received your parcel this morning. Thank you for everything. It will all be very useful. I told you that I managed to get my boxes through despite being overweight. Later, I wondered if I had done the right thing and decided I had not. So I weighed my boxes myself, went back and paid the excess. Now I can leave England with a clear conscience. There was something I had hoped to buy that would have been useful, but after paying for the extra weight, I won't be able to afford it. No matter, the Lord will provide. Tonight, after the meeting, a man gave me a gift of 8 shillings. That will help a little.
After a long voyage, Percy arrived in Shanghai, where he spent a few days at the China Inland Mission Compound on Wusung Road. Soon after, he and other members of his group began their journey up the Yangtze River to Anqing, the next step in his great adventure.
We have now left Shanghai for the language school. On our last afternoon there, a barber came around and shaved us. He cut my hair in a straight line from ear to ear. Then we all changed into Chinese dress. The trousers have no pockets, and the top is so wide it could fit 2 people, making it reversible to wear either side in front. To secure it, you take a large fold in the front, wrap it over, and tie everything together with a broad canvas belt. Chinese shoes are made so that it doesn't matter which foot they go on. My coat is a long blue gown with a black waistcoat worn over it, and I wear a small round black hat with a bob on top, under which my queue is tucked away. When we came to supper dressed like this, I can tell you there was plenty of laughter. After supper, we packed up our belongings and made our way to the river steamer. By then, we had already learned a few Chinese phrases, such as kai shui, boiling water, and shi lian shui, wash-face water, which proved useful. The next morning, a steward came around and said chow chow. So we followed him to a table and were served a basin of rice. Afterward, we studied our Chinese primer, and some of the local passengers came over to help us. It was quite an interesting experience. At 1 o'clock on Thursday morning, we had our last meal on board and prepared to disembark. Since there is no wharf at Anqing, the boat slows down while a junk comes alongside. As soon as the junk appears, people rush to the side to be the first aboard, making it a challenge for us to get off. Mr. Bland met us, having spent the night in a small hut near the river. At around 6 a.m., the city gates opened and we entered the town. The surrounding countryside is covered with thousands upon thousands of mounds, graves stretching over 10 miles in one direction.
Not long after Percy arrived in Anqing, his skills as a handyman were needed. One of the students, a Finnish missionary, became gravely ill and required urgent surgery. Percy was chosen to escort him to the nearest hospital in Wuhu, which could only be reached by boat. The patient was carried to the riverbank in a chair slung between two poles. They waited there for 4 hours before finally boarding the steamer from a smaller boat in midstream. Percy later wrote about the difficulty of getting the sick man aboard, as crowds of Chinese passengers pushed forward, each trying to get ahead of them. The strain of sleepless nights and constant anxiety weighed heavily on Percy. The operation turned out to be extremely serious, and just a few days later, the patient passed away. The day after the funeral, Percy wrote,
"Last night I slept at the hospital, or rather tried to sleep, but found it impossible. I had no mosquito netting and was lying on the floor. I was worn out with worry, so I got up and wrote letters most of the night, killing mosquitoes by the dozen. At daybreak, when I left the hospital, it was pouring with rain, and I had only thin clothing, so I was soon drenched. The next day I visited the home of a Chinese evangelist. After supper, I went to bed, but my head was pounding, so I took some quinine. I had a terrible night, alternating between sweating and shivering. The next day, I couldn't get out of bed and could eat nothing. But the evangelist family has been extremely kind, and today I am finally able to get up and eat a little toast. Mrs. Yao made up a bed for me in a shady room and hung mosquito netting all around. It was those insects that caused my fever. The night I slept in the hospital, I counted 25 bites on one foot and 27 on the other, not to mention the rest of my body."
This was Percy's first bout with malaria. The disease never fully left his system, and even when he later moved to the healthier climate of the Northwest, he remained prone to recurring fevers. In June 1911, Percy arrived in Ningguo Fu in Anhui province, where he had been appointed to serve. From there, he wrote,
"At last, I have arrived at my station after a most delightful journey with pleasant company along the way. I travelled with a young Scotsman about 28 years old. The launch was about the size of our Fleetwood ferry boat, packed with Chinese passengers and their baggage. We left the mighty Yangtze behind and sailed up one of its main tributaries, weaving our way through thousands of Chinese boats, nearly all of them home to entire families. As we passed villages, towns, and scattered farms, it was astonishing to see just how many people live on these boats, along with their domestic animals and poultry. The hens have strings tied around their legs so that if they fall into the water, they can be hauled back again. The men and women on the boats work hard. Even when there is a fair wind, they are never satisfied. They keep sculling to help the boat along. The native sailing boats take 3 days to travel to Ningguo Fu, but we made the journey in just 8 hours. My fellow traveller says it is quite an act of faith to travel by steam launch, and I must admit, I had so little faith in the Chinese engineer that I kept a safe distance from the boiler. In mid-July, the heat here is almost unbearable, and the mosquitoes are relentless. They bite through our clothing and even pierce eggshells, turning the egg white brown and causing it to spoil. 3 things are indispensable: an umbrella with extra covers, a mosquito net, and a fan. We sleep on bamboo mats and wear thin bamboo shirts to keep our gowns from sticking to our backs. At night, we take our fans to bed and fan ourselves to sleep. I only wish we could get decent water to drink. It is full of tiny living creatures and must be boiled. Even then, a layer of sediment always settles at the bottom of our cups. I am alone at the station, but I don't find it lonely, as I've been very busy doctoring. I seem to have gained a reputation as a cure-all. People come with all sorts of ailments, and I've had great success treating sores and boils. On Saturday night, a Christian woman brought her little boy, who had a temperature of 105 degrees. He had a bad swelling, and I suspected blood poisoning. I searched through all my medical books, but none gave any advice on treating it. I was at a loss for what to do. Finally, I made a strong solution of disinfectant, washed the sore, and dressed it with ointment. By the next day, his temperature had begun to drop, and the child has been improving ever since. I had a fine time last night. After tea, I was playing my mouth organ when the evangelist heard me and came over. I suggested a meeting and said I would play if he would sing. He was quite taken with the idea, so we opened the little street chapel. About a dozen people came in while the evangelist sang hymns.
This was the first time Percy Mather wrote about what would become his lifelong habit, playing the mouth organ or fiddle to gather crowds for others to preach to. Every junior missionary leaving the language school faces a challenging transition. Behind him are the familiar supports of structured learning and companionship. Ahead lie unknown conditions and the difficult task of adjusting to life in a foreign land. By this point, Percy had successfully passed the first of 6 language examinations required by the mission. His Chinese clothing, bedding, food basket, Bible, and hymn book were all brand new, just like his carefully practiced mannerisms and speech. As Percy and his fellow students scattered to their first assignments, they were still getting used to the tickle of their cues and the restriction of the long, narrow gowns. Their use of chopsticks was still slightly awkward, and they had not yet mastered the effortless way locals brushed floating tea leaves away with the lid of their bowls. The only well-worn items in their possession were their English Bibles and the Chinese primers they had been diligently memorizing for months. These outward adjustments reflected an inner struggle as well. No longer surrounded by teachers, they now had to rely on their own language skills. Almost immediately they noticed that everyday conversation was nothing like the slow, carefully measured phrases they had practiced in class. The delicate tones they had painstakingly learned seemed to shift completely in real speech. When Percy, summoning his courage, confidently called for wash-face water and the barber. At an inn, the attendant only stared blankly. A kind bystander, adjusting Percy's pronunciation by the slightest degree, repeated the request in a way that was instantly understood. Then, turning politely to the innkeeper, he added, "This gentleman probably comes from a very distant province." Percy Mather's letters reveal how naturally, joyfully, and practically he faced both the challenges and opportunities of his early missionary years. Though his Chinese was still limited, he had a mouth organ and knew how to use it well. The most obvious solution was to partner with someone who could preach while he played to gather a crowd. In China, a young man exhorting his elders was even more of a challenge than elsewhere. Yet all over the world, the energy and sincerity of youth are irresistible. Percy, still full of boyish enthusiasm, found that when the preaching ended, he could stay behind and play on the riverbank with the local boys, his skill at throwing stones often drawing a crowd of curious adults. His mouth struggled with the Chinese language, but he could win over fellow travelers on riverboats by mimicking bird calls and animal sounds. Every day, through simple kindness and his instinctive ability to connect with people, he was finding his place. Excerpts from his letters tell the story best. January 1st, 1912.
I did not stay up to watch the new year in. I woke around 1 a.m. and quietly sang to myself, "Come, let us anew our journey pursue," then turned over and went back to sleep. In the morning, the boys' schoolteacher greeted me in English. "A Happy New Year." For breakfast, we had rice, Nestlé's milk, fried egg, brown bread, and peanut butter. For dinner, scrambled eggs, fried bread, rice, carrots, and rice pudding. For tea, brown bread, a boiled egg, and more rice pudding. After being in China for a few months, one is almost ashamed to look a hen in the face.
January 22nd, 1912.
I am sailing through beautiful country. Last night, a messenger arrived with news that a Christian man had died 20 miles from here. So the pastor and I decided to set off. Our boat is about half as big again as a pilot's dinghy. There is no wind, but we are punting along well. Writing is difficult because we are rolling about so much. I had to stop just now because the punter gave a loud shout. The man with the boat hook had spotted a fish basking near the water's edge. He caught it, and we hauled it in. Now we are making good progress. The river is full of boats with men busy catching fish. We arrived in time for the evening meal. The house here has mud walls and floors, and paper covers the windows instead of glass. There are no chairs, only a few trestles and tables. But whatever they lack in material things, the people make up for in kindness. In the middle of the room stands a large red-painted coffin, and we had our meal quite close to it. After tea, relatives and friends gathered, and we held a service around the coffin. Then the pastor and I climbed a ladder to a loft, spread out our blankets on the floor, and tried to sleep. The roof was full of gaps, and as we could see the stars, we certainly had plenty of fresh air. At daybreak, we got up, dressed, and had tea, monkey nuts, and salted melon pips. The man's family was dressed head to toe in coarse white cloth, their mourning attire, and each of us was given a piece to tie around our hats. I hesitated at first, but then I remembered that our custom of wearing black for mourning is no less heathen than their custom of wearing white. Not wanting to offend, I put it on. By 9 o'clock, everything was ready. The bearers entered, lifted the coffin, and we followed, the women weeping bitterly. We sang a hymn while the non-Christian relatives set off firecrackers, especially at road turns, to guide the spirit. The coffin was lowered into a grave barely 2 feet deep. We sang a hymn and prayed, then each person took a handful of earth and threw it onto the coffin. After the burial, we visited nearby relatives and were given more tea and more melon pips. When I suggested it was time to return home, they would not hear of it, insisting that we stay at least one more day.
February 11th, 1912.
Home again from another journey. The man who carried my load last time had promised to come again, but at the last moment he sent word that he could not. Our gatekeeper found a man from north of the river, a farmer whose land had been flooded and who was glad for any work. He was poorly dressed, and at first glance not very promising, but he turned out to be an excellent coolie. It was a bright morning as we set off on our 25-mile walk. The first 6 miles passed quickly, crossing dozens of small bridges, some of them quite shaky. At a roadside inn, we stopped for tea and peanuts. By then, the sun was high and the heat was intense. After a short rest, we continued until we reached a wide river, its water clear as crystal. On the far bank stood a typical Chinese town. There was no bridge, only a public ferry. We climbed a long flight of steps, passed through a narrow doorway, and entered the main street. I had never seen such a narrow street in my life. It was packed with people doing their New Year shopping. In the midst of the noise, we heard the pounding of drums and cymbals, followed by the most unearthly yells. Investigating, we found it was a traveling circus. We didn't stay to watch, but made our way to a quieter part of town, had dinner, and pressed on. The road ahead was rough, made worse by my thin Chinese cloth shoes. Blisters soon began to form, but we still had 10 miles to go. As we climbed over a hill, I saw a fleet of Chinese fishing boats below, each carrying cormorants, 200 to 300 in all. The birds dove into the water, returning with fish in their beaks. Further along, I saw my first water wheel in China, used for grinding corn. Past another town, we found a quiet spot in front of a temple where I gratefully sat down on a large stone to rest. I'd barely been there 2 minutes before a young man from a nearby house came running out with a chair and invited me to sit. Soon, a curious crowd gathered, so I pulled out my mouth organ and played a tune. Then I preached and handed out tracts. As we continued, the road became even rougher, and I ate some bitterness. Every step was agony, but there was no choice but to press on. Darkness falls quickly here, and this area is known for robbers. By 5 p.m., we climbed another hill, and below us, in the valley, lay the little village we had been heading toward. 15 minutes later, I was welcomed warmly into the home of a Christian Chinese family. I was tired and sore, yet happy. Perhaps you think this is a hard and rough life, and it is. It is difficult enough for us men, but the missionary women endure it all just as cheerfully, without a word of complaint. Many of them come from good homes, yet they are content to rough it.
March 11th, 1912.
I promised to tell you something about my last journey. It was a beautiful day, and the sun was blazing hot. After traveling 5 miles, we stopped for a cup of tea. I took out my fiddle and mouth organ, and before long, I had gathered a good crowd. 5 miles further on, as we passed a roadside inn, a boy came running out, shouting my name. I recognized him as one of our former schoolboys. His father followed close behind and insisted that I come in for tea, treating me to poached eggs and some pork. After a good meal, I played my instruments again, and a few Christians gathered for a hymn singing. Then I preached and spoke to the people. We continued on through hilly country. At one point, someone had been burning incense at a grave, and the dry grass caught fire. The entire hillside was in flames. With several thatched houses directly in its path, we rushed to help put it out. The next day, while walking around, I threw a stone at some wild ducks, greatly surprising the Chinese with how far I could throw. Soon a boy ran up to me with a stone in his hand and asked me to throw it. Within minutes, a crowd had gathered, all watching in amazement. Each time I threw a particularly high one, I heard their excited exclamations. When I nearly hit a large crow perched in a tree, I overheard someone say, "It's just like a gun." I woke at 6 a.m. and had breakfast, but after watching the baker at work, my appetite vanished. His hands were covered in sores. The journey home was difficult. The sun had baked the road into a rough, uneven surface, and my feet were already blistered. As I trudged along, each time I stubbed my toe against a stone or stepped on the edge of a rut, I clenched my teeth to keep from groaning. The pain was awful, but I pressed on, reminding myself that only 10 more miles lay between me and home. I longed for the refreshing sea breeze of Fleetwood. There was no wind at all. Then, as if in answer to my longing, a cool, refreshing breeze suddenly arose. I held an umbrella high to shield myself from the blazing sun. A steady wind blew from behind, filling the umbrella and practically carrying me forward. For an hour and a half, the breeze remained constant, allowing me to travel 6 miles with ease. The wind stayed favorable despite the curves in the road, strong enough to support me without making the umbrella turn inside out. Whoever is wise and observes these things will understand the loving kindness of the Lord. I arrived in Ningquofu at 4 o'clock, hungry, tired, and footsore, but happy.
July 8th, 1912.
Oh my, it is hot. Sweat pours off me in streams, but at least there isn't a single mosquito in my room. A few months ago, I decided to create a space where I could escape their maddening bites. So I bought some wire netting, like the kind used for meat safes, and hired a carpenter to make a window frame and door fitted with it. It cost me 15 shillings, but it was worth every penny. Now here I sit comfortably, while beetles, mosquitoes, and other insects throw themselves furiously against the wire. I laugh at them, feeling like a piece of toast beef inside a meat safe. I consider myself fortunate to have this refuge. Yesterday, an old shopkeeper invited us in for tea and cakes. He was an interesting man. He asked me which was my honourable country, and later we talked about the evils of opium, which he strongly condemned, blaming China's poverty on the drug. I agreed with him. Then he asked if people in my honourable country used the awful stuff. I smiled and said no. He asked why. I told him we considered it very harmful. Then, with a polite smile, he hit me with a stinging remark.
If in your honorable country the people do not take it and consider it so harmful, why do they send it to my unworthy land to harm us?
I was stunned. It was so unexpected that I didn't know what to say, and I felt ashamed. Thankfully, F stepped in and placed the blame on India and a few Englishmen there. But I tell you, I felt small. You can't imagine the curse and devastation that opium has brought to this country. So many lives have been ruined by it. May God forgive us as a nation for our part in this cursed trade.
August 8th, 1912.
Last night was unbearably hot, so at 10:30 p.m. we took a couple of doors off their hinges and laid our bedding on them. The people kindly offered us their beds, but it was cooler where we were and we didn't want to accept, lest we end up hunting in the night, since some of China's millions bedbugs were still around. Before bed, the old father came to check on us. I noticed my umbrella had fallen, so I picked it up, hung it on a nail, and jokingly said it would be handy if it rained. They all laughed and assured me the roof was fine. Then, suddenly the wind picked up and a violent storm hit. The house shook, the roof was torn apart, lightning flashed without stopping, and rain poured down like a flood. F's bed was right under a section where the roof had blown off. A stream of water came crashing down on him. He let out a howl and ran for shelter, joining the rest of the family who had also been washed out of their beds. And me? Well, I had a large piece of oilcloth that I used to wrap my bedding. I had kept it close, and as soon as the storm hit, I threw it over myself, opened my umbrella, and stayed put. Rain poured onto my bed, but not on me. They called for me to come inside, and the old farmer begged me to move to the next room. But I had more sense. I told them I wasn't budging unless I got washed out. I knew if I left my bed, even for half a minute, I'd be drenched. So I huddled under my umbrella, watching the lightning and listening to the tiles smashing down. It was dreadful, but my sides ached from laughing as I watched everyone else get driven from their beds, splashing around barefoot on the muddy floor. The rain kept up for a long time, so I had to sleep while holding my umbrella. I dozed off a few times, but each time the umbrella fell and woke me up. People said they had never seen such a storm before. One bamboo roof was blown nearly half a mile away. In the morning, they laughed when I reminded them how useful my umbrella had been. I got up early and reached the top of the mountain pass by midday, where I had a cup of tea with an old Christian man who lived there. I thought I could be back by 3 and still have time to reach our chapel in the valley. There were 2 high peaks that seemed connected, but when I climbed the first, I found a deep ravine separating them. Still, I was determined to reach the top. What a struggle it was, crawling along rocky edges, descending steep cliffs, pushing through 10-foot high grass, breaking through thick creepers and wild vines, and forcing my way through dense forests where the trees grew so closely together that some areas were nearly impassable. I had to turn back several times to find another route. I'd never made such a climb in my life, and I wouldn't do it again for a pension. Many times I called myself a fool for attempting it, but the very obstacles made me even more determined to reach the top. And I did. The view was breathtaking, range upon range of mountains stretching as far as the eye could see, but I had no time to admire it. I took out my little pocket testament, read, prayed, and set off again. The return was just as difficult, but I made it back by sunset. The coolie who had carried my luggage had gone out looking for me. He had started with me in the morning, but had turned back within half an hour, saying the road was too dangerous. He and the old man had been very anxious. The only thing I truly feared was stumbling upon a tiger's lair. As night fell and we heard the animals calling to one another, I was thankful to be safely back with the old man instead of spending the night on the mountains. The next day, the villagers held a festival. They had placed 3 idols on chairs in an open space, burning incense before them, firing crackers, bowing and knocking their heads on the ground. There the lifeless figures sat with sardonic grins and fixed, stony stares. You can't imagine how utterly demonic it all seemed. It gripped my heart, and as the incense smoke drifted through the air, it felt like the very scent of hell. I took out my fiddle, preached the gospel, and handed out some tracts.
October 15th, 1912.
Since none of the schoolboys here had ever been to the great city of Woohoo, I decided to take one along with me. I chose a bright 15-year-old boy whose name meant Golden Glory. I offered to pay his fare, but he owned a few fields and some property, so he politely declined and said he would cover his own expenses. His gown was rather shabby, so we sent him to the tailor for a new one. We set out at 9 a.m., boarding a small sailing boat with about 20 others and a mountain of baggage. 3 men rowed at first, but when a breeze picked up, we sailed along smoothly. Later, at a bend in the river, we hit a headwind, so the 3 boatmen went ashore to tow the boat from the bank. At 12:30, we spotted a steam launch and quickly climbed aboard. As we travelled, we passed the floating body of a man, but the boatman paid no attention. Other sailing boats passed by, but no one made any effort to recover the body. While passing through a narrow channel, a large fish suddenly leaped aboard. One of the crew rushed forward, grabbed it, and flung it back into the water. Surprised, I asked why he had done that. He explained that the fish must have had an evil spirit in it, as such a thing was unnatural. When we reached Woohoo, I was busy looking after our belongings when I noticed Golden Glory standing on a small, flat-bottomed boat beside the launch, holding a portmanteau. Just then, I caught sight of a man quietly pushing the boat away from the launch. Golden Glory, unaware, stood there as the bow drifted further out. The man was moving toward the stern, likely preparing to steal the boat, and with it, the boy and the bag. I realized his plan just in time. I sprang aboard, grabbed hold of another boat's stern, and hauled the drifting boat back. The man had clearly intended to slip away with Golden Glory and the luggage, then either push the boy into the water or abandon him somewhere downstream. You have to keep your eyes open here. We eventually found our way to the mission compound, but just 200 yards from the entrance, I heard a sudden splash. I turned just in time to see little Glory disappear into a large open sewer. I ran back, jumped across to the lower side, but it was too dark to see him. I could only hear him struggling. My heart sank, thinking he might have been swept underground. I was about to strip off my outer clothes to go in after him when a man arrived with a lamp. In the flickering light, we saw little Glory desperately scrambling to get out. I leaned over and pulled him onto the bank. Poor little Glory! What a transformation! His brand new gown was covered in filth from head to toe, the stench unbearable. It was his very first day wearing that coat, and even his underclothes were new. But not a single tear fell. Instead, he just kept telling the onlookers, "Pu Yao Chin." It doesn't matter. At 10 p.m., we arrived at the compound, where the gatekeeper and his wife gave us a warm welcome. She is a kind little woman who once nursed me when I was ill. She quickly prepared some hot water, and Glory took off his filthy clothes, bathed, and was soon fresh and clean again. The Chinese woman took his clothes, scrubbed and soaped them thoroughly, and by morning they were as clean as ever. The next day, we spent most of our time watching the ships. We boarded a cargo steamer and even visited a US torpedo boat. Glory was amazed at their size, his eyes wide with wonder. He had never seen anything like it. A gunner on the torpedo boat was very kind, showing us around and explaining everything. We set off again around 7 p.m., had supper on board, sardines, bread, and butter. They were delicious. I truly enjoyed the trip, and I think one of the strangest sights for Glory was an American sailor with red hair. I love studying the faces of the Chinese people. The same types appear here as at home. Some are open, generous, and friendly, while others are stingy and reserved. Some are hearty and bluff, while others are sullen or morose. Many remind me of the fishermen back home.
November 8th, 1912.
Thank you for the picture postcards of the Fleetwood docks and fishing boats. The one of the mount struck by lightning was especially interesting. I recognized every person in the picture. As for the photo of the one person, I believe he is supposed to be reading the Bible, but with a cigarette between his fingers. I dare not show it to the local Christians. They would certainly notice. Last night, F woke me up, asking if I had lodgers in my bed. He said he couldn't sleep. His bed was swarming with bugs. We killed at least 50, then made up a bed on some benches. In the morning, we found 20 more. The temperature has dropped sharply since we left. Friday and Saturday felt like the peak of summer. I was wearing only a thin cotton shirt and trousers. But this morning, I'm bundled up in pajamas, 2 pairs of trousers, 2 waistcoats, a woolen singlet, a shirt, a wadded jacket, and a thick gown. I was caught off guard by the cold on my last journey, but this time I came fully prepared. Thank you for the sweets. They were a real treat. I let some of the Chinese try them, and they really enjoyed them.
January 20th, 1913.
I spent Monday night at the top of a high, pointed mountain pass. It was extremely cold, and a strong wind began blowing during the night. It shook the small house and blew the straw roof off the pigsty. The old man's comments the next morning were quite amusing.
Honored Heavenly Ruler, this isn't right. That wind tore the roof off my pigsty after all the work I did to thatch it. How do you expect an old man like me to fix it again in this cold? If you wanted to change the weather, you could have sent some rain instead of a windstorm.
I hadn't planned to stay the night with the old man, but was aiming to reach a place called the 5-Arched Bridge. When I reached the top of the pass, I realized I'd left my shaving mirror in the village below. I suggested my porter go back and get it while I wrote a letter home, but he didn't seem eager, so I went myself. I'd walked about a quarter of a mile down a steep part of the mountain when I suddenly remembered some medicine I had promised one of the Christians. He had said he'd come by for it before I left, but something must have delayed him, and I had forgotten to leave it. I looked back up the steep path and didn't feel like climbing it again just for some medicine, but I decided to do it for the master's sake. When I got back, I found the old mountaineer had returned home. He had been out when we first arrived. When I told him where I was going, he quickly offered to go instead, happy for the chance to earn a little money. I was glad I had chosen to go back for the medicine. The old man delivered it and also brought back my mirror safely. So by walking a quarter of a mile for Christ's sake, I was saved a 6-mile journey.
February 1913.
We're just recovering from a heavy snowfall. It lasted all day Friday, and the snow piled up in huge heaps. When I went into F's room, I saw several buckets and wash basins on the floor, catching water that was pouring from the ceiling like several running taps. I climbed up into the loft to check and found 3 large piles of snow, one of them over 4 feet high. I called F up, and we quickly took off our jackets and got to work clearing it out. It took us quite a while, but the leaking stopped. If we hadn't helped it along, the water would have taken days to drain away.
April 21st, 1913.
Here we are in Wuhu once again. I left Ningguofu last Wednesday morning and had a good trip down. The boatman was very pleasant and it felt like we were one big family. Father, mother, a boy about 16 and a younger one around 9. The little one was full of mischief, lively as could be, and handled the boat like an expert. You would have laughed to see him. His head shaved in a clean circle at the back, with the rest of his hair sticking out like bristles all around. At one place, 3 goats were standing on the riverbank. I made a ba sound, imitating a goat, and they all answered back, wagging their tails. You should have seen the younger boy. He was beside himself with excitement. Every time we saw more goats, he begged me to do it again. Later I made a little noise and told him I thought there might be a kid goat under the floorboards. He bent down to peek through the cracks and said, "Oh yes, there is." Of course, he was only pretending. I asked what color it was and other details, and he gave me all sorts of imaginative answers. Suddenly, I let out a crow like a rooster, and the little fellow screamed with laughter. He bent down again and said he could see goats, roosters, pigs, and all sorts of animals. While he was still peering through the cracks, I gave his leg a little pinch and barked like a dog. He jumped, really startled, and almost believed it was real. After that, he wanted to know what other animals I could imitate. He kept me busy barking, baying, braying, neighing, lowing, and crowing until my throat was hoarse and my eyes watered. Then I took a break and showed them some of Father's string tricks, like threading the noose. I spotted a piece of thick twine that looked weak and showed them how I could break it with my hands. They thought I was incredibly strong. Then the older boy handed me the halyards, used for raising the mainsail, a sturdy rope about 1/2 an inch thick, and asked if I could break it. I said, "Let me give it a try." Since a knot would ruin the rope, he hesitated, but thinking I might just be bluffing, he passed it to me again. I wrapped it around my hands and said seriously, "If it breaks, you mustn't blame me." He immediately snatched it back, but then gave me a short piece of old tow rope, about 1 inch thick, and asked if I could break that. I said I was afraid it might be too thick, but pretended to try. The rope gave a sharp sound, and I pointed out where one of the strands had already been broken. "My word," he said, "you've broken through one of the strands." We didn't have much wind, but the current was strong, so we managed to travel 25 miles on the first day. We tied up at a small village along with many other boats. I didn't bring any food with me, but just ate with the boatman and his family. By the time we finished tea, it was already dark. I decided to go ashore and look around, so I took my little Chinese friend to carry the lantern. The village was small, but I went into one of the tea shops and soon had a group of curious boatmen around me, asking all kinds of questions. I took the opportunity to share the gospel with them. That night, the boatman and his wife hung a curtain in the back of the boat and slept there. My friends and I slept in the middle of the boat without any curtains. The boat was no bigger than a small pleasure craft, and if you sat up in bed, you'd bump your head on the ceiling. Still, there were no bed bugs, no bad smells, nothing unpleasant. The boat was very clean, and I slept well.
Chapter 4. The Call. While Percy Mather was walking from village to village around Ningquofu, he had many chances for quiet reflection and deep thought. The long mountain walks gave him time to think carefully about certain ideas that had recently taken hold in his mind. One major challenge to the mission world had come in the form of a book called Missionary Methods, St. Paul's or Ours, written by the Reverend Roland Allen, a missionary in China with the SPG. That book caused Percy to consider things he had never thought about before. Following the usual practice of his mission, he was assigned to a mission station that was already well organized and efficiently run by a team of dedicated co-workers. He recognized that working with such men and women had provided the best training he could have received in his early years. There was plenty of work for everyone, and more than enough for him to do. But the goal was the evangelization of the entire country. This book, though radical in what it implied, offered solid biblical principles and suggested a practical approach that made such an ambitious goal seem genuinely possible within a reasonable time. The book reached him at a key moment, and he immediately began to apply some of its smaller suggestions. From that point on, he firmly refused to be called mushi or pastor, the title most male missionaries of the China Inland Mission used, and insisted on being called simply Mr. Ma, without any title to suggest a leadership role. Though a small change, it showed his conviction that the title of pastor should be reserved for someone officially chosen by the Chinese church for that position. It also clarified the kind of relationship he intended to have with his Chinese co-workers. For the rest of his missionary life, he held to this conviction, and shortly before his death, the authors heard him kindly but firmly correct a member of the preaching team, saying,
"I'm not a pastor and must not be called one."
One of his fellow workers in Ningquofu wrote,
He shared fully in all the work at the station, both in the city and the countryside, near and far, but he always made it a point to give leadership roles to the Chinese believers, especially in leading meetings and similar tasks. At that time, Paul's Methods or Ours by Roland Allen was being widely read and discussed. I first heard of it from Mr. Mather. As we reflected on its ideas and our own convictions, we examined the way we were doing things locally. We didn't always agree, but our discussions were respectful and never bitter.
His personality demanded that, once he was convinced of something, he had to act on it right away and stay consistent. He only valued discussions if they helped bring clarity to his thoughts. At the same time, he was eagerly reading every journal written by pioneer missionary George Hunter, another China inland mission worker, laboring alone in far-off Chinese Turkestan. Suddenly, the evangelism methods of Paul that he had read about in Allen's book connected in his mind with the wide-ranging missionary journeys of George Hunter. A thought took hold of his mind, leading him to write 2 letters, one to Mr. Hunter and the other to Mr. Host, the General Director of the China Inland Mission. George Hunter, a cautious Scotsman, was naturally concerned that a young man, possibly driven by temporary enthusiasm or a thirst for adventure, might offer to join him in his demanding work, only to become a burden rather than a help. What if the newcomer, for instance, hoped to bring into such a hard life the comfort of a family? Mr. Hunter, fully aware of the harsh realities of pioneer work, wrote an honest, straightforward reply, as a veteran should to a newcomer, holding nothing back about how tough the task really was. 20 years later, Mather himself would confirm every word Mr. Hunter had written, and when, during his only furlough, some well-meaning friend suggested that marriage might ease his loneliness, he told his mother,
"Mother, I would never do any woman the wrong of taking her as a wife into the kind of conditions that exist in Central Asia."
The second letter, addressed to Mr. Host, offered himself for service in Turkestan and asked for permission to join Mr. Hunter in his pioneer work, declaring his belief that God had called him to it. Meanwhile, he said nothing to his fellow missionaries, but continued quietly and faithfully walking the villages as though that was the work he would be doing for the rest of his life. No one should think that a decision like the one Percy Mather was considering could be made without deep inner struggle. He was truly counting the cost and understanding what he would have to give up. His life in Anhui was already hard. It would be even harder in Turkestan. In Anhui he had limited fellowship. In Turkestan he would have only one fellow countryman. And what if they didn't get along? No matter what happened, there would be no turning back. What if he wasn't suited to pioneer work and became a burden to the man he hoped to help? For months he had been quietly testing himself with voluntary hardships, taking long walks, eating simple food, and denying himself even basic comforts. The need for God's guidance was so critical that he didn't dare talk to anyone about it at first. But later, he admitted that he went through long, exhausting, sleepless nights, wrestling with what the future might hold. 3 days before Christmas, he was out visiting villages and wrote this to his sister. December 22nd, 1913.
We're getting close to Christmas, and I still have a long way to go. The weather has been good so far, but I don't know what it will be like when I reach the mountains. The range is already covered in snow, so the rivers may be high. If I can't get through, I'll just turn back to the village and spend some quiet time there. Somehow, that feels like the better choice. I want to be alone with God for a while and look ahead to what's coming. I have no doubts or fears. I just want to be sure everything is in line with His will. When I left home, I hadn't yet received a reply from Mr. Host to my letter.
He was still out on that Christmas journey when the reply arrived. A telegram from headquarters giving him permission to go to Turkestan as soon as he could make arrangements. Since the telegram was decoded and read by others, his fellow workers learned of his plans for the first time through it. One of them later wrote,
"The telegram was the first we knew of his offer to join Mr. Hunter in Turkestan, and it came as a real shock. He was away in the mountains south of Ningguo Fu when it reached us."
Meanwhile, unaware of Mr. Host's decision, Percy was writing from that same mountainous region to his sister. December 29th, 1913.
On the road again. I spent Christmas Eve with a Christian family. They all went to bed early, but I stayed up thinking about home and friends. I sang a few carols to myself and wished myself a Merry Christmas. Christmas Day was clear and bright. After breakfast, I said goodbye and started off toward the mountains. Around midday, I passed a small village and thought I'd stop for dinner among the beautiful scenery. But the only food I could find was some Chinese toffee made from oil seeds and sugar, so I bought some and munched it as I walked. The scenery was stunning beyond words, but it didn't fill my stomach. The coolie was hungry too, so we said grace and sat down to eat more toffee. It didn't take much to fill me up, and even made me wish I'd eaten less. We rested on a narrow path, only about 18 inches wide, with the rocks dropping straight down to the river below. Suddenly, the valley echoed with the sound of Chinese bagpipes. A wedding procession came toward us, all dressed in their finest clothes, waving silk banners and setting off firecrackers. Later, we scrambled down a steep pass into a dark valley, the kind where sunlight barely reaches. We arrived at the home of a Christian, a simple bamboo hut with a straw roof, but the welcome was warm. They had just hunted a wild boar, so we enjoyed quite a feast. Wild boar with turnips and cabbage, all boiled together over a little charcoal fire. We sat around the pot with bowls of rice, reaching in with our chopsticks to pull out bits of half-cooked cabbage and turnip, nice and crisp. Now and then I would fish up a bit of fatty pork and, with a bow, pass it to someone else. It was both polite and practical. That evening, some of the Christians gathered and we had a joyful time around the Word of God. I've walked over 100 miles in the past few days and expect to cover 150 before I get back. The next day, we had more of the same toffee for dinner, with a bit of dough fried in oil. By then, we were deep in what I call our Switzerland. Grand, majestic, lonely, and awe-inspiring.
His fellow worker continues,
"It took a little time to find him, but a day or two after the message arrived, he was back in the city, and the very next day he was ready to leave. Only then did we realize that he had already made nearly all his preparations. His room was cleared out, and his belongings were packed. He took only a light load with him. The rest of his things were in 2 trunks, and just before he left, he handed me the keys along with instructions about what was inside. When I followed those instructions, I found that the trunk he had packed with furlough in mind was almost empty. The other one, meant for his fellow workers, was filled with useful items. He would have preferred to slip quietly out through the back gate, but we persuaded him to let the Chinese believers show him a bit of the honor they were eager to give. He agreed to a farewell cup of tea, but firmly refused any kind of farewell feast. He left in pouring rain on that long journey which took 5 months from city to city. He passed through the Jade Gate and kept us updated with faithful letters along the way. He was as consistent in writing as he was in everything else.
Hankow, January 18th, 1914.
I've told you little about my departure from Ningquofu. It was quite a surprise to the Christians. Since I hadn't said anything to them about it, I thought it would be at least 3 months before anything was settled. They wanted to hold a feast for me, but I declined. I've reduced my belongings to just 1 cabin trunk, 2 small tin boxes, and a bundle of bedding. Of course, I brought my violin. I left Ningquofu around 10 a.m., with a 25-mile walk ahead. I sent a man ahead with my things on a barrow. Soon, it began to rain. The roads were in terrible shape, so I took off my cloth shoes, bought a pair of straw sandals, tucked up my gown, and set off to catch up with the barrow man. 3 miles later, I found him sheltering in a small roadside inn. He said he couldn't go on unless I hired someone else to help pull the barrow, but no one was available, no matter the price. A cold northwest wind was blowing, with snow in the air, so I had to help pull the barrow myself. Sometimes the barrow man slipped in the mud, sometimes I did, often both of us at once, as the barrow kept tipping over. It was a mercy it didn't roll off the embankment into the ditch. After dragging it for 3 miles, we reached a busy village. Just as we got there, the barrow wheel failed to clear a stone step on the bridge. I was jerked to a stop, twisted around, and my umbrella turned inside out, completely ruined. I had to throw it away. After a short rest, we managed to find another man to help, but the wind was still so strong I had to keep helping. By 6 p.m., it was dark and we had to sit in our wet clothes and wait for the moon to rise. The final 3 miles were the worst. Steep, muddy paths like trenches. I wore out 3 pairs of straw sandals. We arrived at 8 p.m., soaked, filthy and exhausted. But it was all for the best, because that night, I was asleep the moment my head hit the pillow. I hadn't slept well for nights before. My mind had been too full. At 3:15 a.m., we began sailing west up the Great Yangtze River. It felt like old times to see the ships again. The steamer was crowded with Chinese passengers. I saw 3 foreigners on the upper deck, but I don't know if they noticed me. Every cabin was taken, so I placed my box in the saloon, among the Chinese passengers' luggage. Soon, a crowd gathered around me. Thinking I didn't understand Chinese, they started speaking in pidgin English. They were shocked when I replied in their own language. One evening, a Chinese man brought out a gramophone and played records of animal imitations, cows, sheep, dogs, birds. I was silently hoping he'd stop, when suddenly a young man put on a piece by an English brass band. Oh, it was wonderful, the first time I'd heard such music in 3 years. Everyone looked at me, and when they saw me smile, they all burst into laughter. I stood, gave a bow, and thanked them for the honor. We were supposed to pass Anqing around midnight, and since some passengers were getting off and might accidentally take my boxes, I had to sleep like the British lion in the song. He sleeps with but one eyelid shut. When we reached Kewkiang, I saw smoke in the distance that looked like it came from a train engine. Sure enough, one came up with about 6 carriages. The first I'd seen in 3 years. I forgot to mention how I cleaned my trousers after the muddy trek. I tied them to the back of the boat as we travelled down to Wuhu and let the water do the washing. I expect to leave for Honan tomorrow, a 2-day train ride. From Honan, I'll take a cart to Xi'an, which is just over a week's journey. There I hope to catch up with Kay, and together we'll go on to Lanchao. From there I expect to travel with Mshu to Urumqi. How long that part of the journey will take, I have no idea.
Xianfu, February 2nd, 1914.
I'm now traveling in a small covered cart, something like a miniature laundry cart, pulled by 2 mules. The first 3 days were through gullies ranging from 10 to 70 feet deep. The countryside is completely different from the south. Everything a kind of cement brown color, with barely any greenery. Dust covers the road up to a foot deep, so as we trot along, we get completely coated in it. And if a breeze picks up, the conditions are miserable. But the air is crisp and invigorating, and the sky is a clear, cloudless blue. It's much healthier here than in the south. I'm as hungry as a hunter and can eat like a horse. There's not much rice grown here. One of the main foods is steamed wheat bread, which I enjoy very much. The inns are beyond description. The beds are made of mud heated from within and are sometimes lively. But since the women missionaries endure it, I won't complain. The roads are incredibly rough. We're tossed up and down and thrown about in the cart constantly. We pack plenty of bedding to soften the bumps. The driver likes to start early, anywhere between 4 a.m. and 6 a.m., depending on the distance for the day. I got off easy because our cart was traveling alone, and the driver was afraid of robbers, so our earliest start was 4 a.m. and the latest 6:30. When we first entered a gully, the jolting and shaking was so violent I wondered why the cart didn't tip over. I looked out and realized it couldn't. The gully was just as wide as the cart itself.
February 15th, 1914.
We're spending Sunday at a mission station, and even though it took a 36-mile walk to get here, it was worth it. If we had ridden, it would have taken 2 days, and we wouldn't have made it in time for Sunday. But the drivers said that if we walked, the mules could handle a double stage. So yesterday, they woke us at 12:20 a.m. Daylight didn't come until 6:30, so we traveled 5 hours by moonlight over rough mountain roads. I was exhausted, struggling to keep my eyes open as I walked, but the mules didn't seem to need any sleep.
February 22nd.
We've made slow progress this week because of snow and frost. Our longest trip was 27 miles and the shortest was 10, but that 10 miles was in the middle of a snowstorm. I had on strong boots with big Chinese nails for grip. Kay had already sent his boots ahead and only had cotton shoes, so he had a hard time staying on the road. One of the mules was carrying Kay's bedding and 2 cases of paraffin. While crossing a bridge, it slipped and fell into the water. The load shifted around its neck and held its head under until, with great effort, it made it to the bank, leaving the load behind in the river. One of the men pulled out the bedding, which was soaking wet and very heavy. We wrung it out as best we could and have been trying to dry it every day since.
Lancho, March the 1st, 1914.
I'm having one of the happiest weekends I've ever known, staying with Mr. and Mrs. A. True Lancashire folks, full of warmth, joy, and strong Christian faith. Their married son George came out to meet us with a note of welcome from his father. That welcome alone made the trip worthwhile, and the singing has been wonderful, like a glimpse of heaven. I've received a telegram from Mr. Hunter in Urumqi, hearty welcome. Now it's goodbye to all foreigners until I meet Mr. Hunter in August. The journey ahead is long, hard, and dangerous, but from what I hear, Urumqi is a wonderful place once you arrive. We're taking 5,000 Gospels with us.
Kanchao, March 22nd, 1914.
I feel more and more certain that I did the right thing in leaving Anhui. As great as the need is in what people call dark Anhui, it doesn't compare to the need in Kansu and Turkestan. I believe I must be where the need is greatest and the work is hardest. It's not just what I want, though I do desire it, but I'm completely sure that God has called me and that I'm following His will.
Get back to your luck in Suchao, April the 5th, 1914.
The last place I wrote from was Kautai, where we were delayed by a heavy dust storm. On Saturday afternoon, it cleared a bit, so we headed for the main street. I took out my fiddle, and within 5 minutes, a crowd of 200 or 300 had gathered. People came running from every direction, and they really enjoyed it. While I played, they stood quietly, smiling with delight. When I stopped, they shouted, "Fine, fine, play again, play again." Then we preached the gospel. After 2 hours, we began selling gospels and spent an hour doing our best to keep up with the demand. Later, we decided to visit the Catholic priest. He was Belgian and didn't speak English, so we all spoke in Chinese. He invited us for tea on Sunday afternoon and served a Chinese feast with about 20 dishes, plus some chocolate-marked Army and Navy stores. It was delicious. When we got ready to return to our inn, he noticed my fiddle and asked to hear a tune. We had a hymn book with us, and even though he couldn't speak English, he could read it and sang in a soft baritone voice. We all enjoyed it so much.
Ansikow, April 19th, 1914.
We're enjoying a quiet weekend here in the City of Peace. I've just finished checking over all my belongings after one of our carts had an accident while crossing a river about 2 miles outside the East Gate. Instead of heading straight across, the animals turned downstream and got swept into a deep, muddy hole. The wheels sank, and if one of the men hadn't quickly jumped into the water and cut the animals free, the shaft horse would likely have drowned. While I looked after the animals, the others got to work recovering the cart. They took the cart body off the axle and carried it ashore. The wheels were still stuck fast, so they had to take one wheel off and use the axle as a lever to get the other wheel out. 2 of the mules had swallowed a lot of water and looked quite weak, but they've since recovered. We took the damaged cart to the blacksmith, who reinforced the strained shafts with iron bands, so we're ready to move on again. We've also had an unexpected treat. We met the famous explorer, Sir Aurel Stein. He's staying in a temple just outside the West Gate, and when he heard 2 foreigners were in town, he sent his servant to invite us. He welcomed us in his tent, where an Indian servant brought us tea and little currant cakes. Then he invited us to dinner. At 7:00 p.m., we all sat down at his table, Sir Aurel looking very smart while we were in our Chinese clothes. The menu: carrot soup, fried potatoes, meatballs, custard pudding, stewed apricots, and currant buns. We drank soda water made with sparklets. Just before dinner, his man came over to borrow what few knives, forks, spoons, and enamel plates we had. It was fascinating to listen to Sir Aurel. He has surveyed the mountains in this area, some of which are over 20,000 feet high.
After one more week of travel, Percy Mather and his companion reached the border between Kansu and Sinkiang. Here they entered the province that had so deeply captured Mather's heart, the place he knew God had called him to. With every step, his certainty grew that he was walking in God's will. In a moment of deep joy, the kind only known by those who fully surrender to God's leading, he wrote,
"The Lord plucked me out of Anhui and brought me to the far northwest."
He fully understood that the work ahead would be difficult and demanding, and that it would take every bit of strength he had. If Percy Mather had ever believed that any 2 missionaries could live happily together simply because they shared the same calling, he would have learned through years of mission life that this was not always true. Now he was traveling to join a man he had volunteered to work with, George Hunter, though Hunter had never asked for a companion. Along the way, Mather became aware that he might have to face something harder than loneliness. He was a sensitive man, and he would quickly notice if his efforts to help were falling short. Hunter, by contrast, had all the marks of a true pioneer, able to endure solitude, hardened to a rugged, comfortless life, and driven by a passion to reach the most remote and unreached people with the gospel. His journals showed him to be a tireless traveler in the service of Christ. Such men rarely have easygoing personalities or a natural gift for adapting to others. Friendships do not come easily, and personal space is often fiercely guarded. 2 strong men were about to meet, and no one could say how it would turn out. Hunter was deep in his work, and any companion would have to bring real help, offered quietly and without adding any extra weight to the burden already being carried. If it went well, the 2 could achieve far more together than either alone. If not, Hunter might be worse off than before, for friction wears more than work. That is why, in his first letter, Hunter had clearly warned Mather, Any missionary coming to Sinkiang must give up all thought of comfort and home. Martha had read that carefully and accepted it deliberately. But all turned out well, for Percy Mather knew that God had truly plucked him out of Anhui and brought him to this appointed place. And when the two men met, they fit together as only those can who have been prepared by God for each other. More than that, the pioneer spirit in Mather grew sharper. As he looked out over the vast, open land, he realized this was untouched soil, where he could go freely, preach openly, and work without stepping on another's ground or being held back by established boundaries. When Mr. Hunter in Urumqi heard that the two travelers were nearing the final leg of their journey, he decided to go out and meet them, planning to connect in Kami, a large oasis town in the Gobi Desert. As they traveled back together, Hunter and Mather came to know and appreciate one another deeply. In the years that followed, Percy felt toward Hunter like a son to a father, while Hunter came to rely on him for every kind of help. They shared their challenges, discussed all their plans freely, and trusted one another's judgment completely. An observer could only admire the unity between them, not just in purpose, but in mind. It was no small thing, considering neither man had a naturally yielding spirit. Both needed space and freedom to move. Life at mission stations, with its rules and routines, had always felt restricting to them. But now they rejoiced in a wide field of work, where the focus was on the task itself, not on formalities or custom. After they met, Percy wrote, Cartwheel Oasis, May 13th, 1914.
I haven't had time until now to tell you about Mr. Hunter. The more I see of him, the more I like him. His home is in Scotland, just outside Aberdeen. He belonged to the Scotch Kirk, but later moved to Canada and joined the Canadian Methodists. He's been in China about 25 years, and now, like me, doesn't belong to any particular denomination. He's tall and solidly built, with dark grey whiskers. He hadn't had a furlough in over 13 years. When we first met, he looked tired and worn, but he's brightened up so much since. He keeps saying, "Oh, it's grand to have you young folks here. It does my heart good just to see you and hear you talking." Dear old man, I've taken him to my heart. I feel like I have two fathers now. It's a great privilege, joy, and honor to be with him. He's a great traveler and has been all over Sinkiang, and even down into northern India near the Karakoram Pass. On one of his trips, he reached the Siberian Railway, getting to within 4 days' train ride of London. So don't be surprised if one day I turn up at your door on horseback.
Chi Kyo Ching, May 15th, 1914.
We arrived here a few hours ago, just in time to avoid a heavy dust storm. The dust swept in like a thick fog, followed by strong wind. Our inn has neither windows nor doors, so everything inside is thick with sand. We're still in the Gobi Desert. I had thought we'd left it behind after Hami, but we still have a few more days before we're through. We left Hami last Monday morning under a glorious sky. On our left stretched the vast Gobi Desert, on our right rose the high range of the heavenly mountains. The road was mostly gravel, sand and stones, but every 20 miles or so we came to a beautiful little oasis, a stream of melted snow channeled by some farmer to water a small plot of land. In the middle of the desert, the green grass and trees looked wonderfully refreshing. Scattered along the way were wild irises, small yellow flowers like double daisies with a sweet pineapple scent, heliotrope-coloured blossoms with a delicate fragrance, and various kinds of cactus and thorns. On Tuesday night, we stayed at an inn run by a family of Chantu, as the Chinese call the Turkey people. It was beautifully clean and tidy. After unloading the carts, they brought us tea and some hot, homemade bread. One of their cows had just calved, so they milked her and gave us warm, fresh milk. Oh, how we enjoyed it! After tea, the father of the family came in, a dignified old man of about 70. He wore a long white beard, a blue gown with a white pattern, and a skull cap embroidered with gold thread. Bent with age, he leaned heavily on a stick. He entered, bowed, and welcomed us warmly. Then came his wife. Her jet black hair hung down over her shoulders beneath a little skull cap embroidered in green, red, gold, and yellow. She wore a long, colourful gown, loosely tied at the waist with wide, baggy trousers showing beneath. It was quite a picturesque sight.
Tu Shui, Muddy Water, May 17th, 1914.
We're spending Sunday in a place called Muddy Water, and if you saw the water coming out of the kettle, you'd understand why. It's nearly the colour of milk. Best not to drink the last bit in the teacup, where a thick layer of mud settles. Still, the water is sweet, not like the bitter stuff we had in the desert. We're high in the mountains again, around 9,000 feet above sea level, and it's bitterly cold. We arrived yesterday afternoon around 3 p.m., right in the middle of a strong northeasterly gale and heavy snowstorm. Back in Hami, it had been hot, almost like summer in the south. I had thought of packing away my sheepskin coat, but Mr. Hunter advised against it, warning that blizzards are not uncommon in these mountains. I was grateful for that advice. Yesterday, the sheepskin kept me warm and comfortable. The road here was wonderfully wild, twisting through rough mountain passes with steep, rocky cliffs. No trees, not even grass. But the variety of colours in the rocks almost made up for the lack of greenery. As we neared this oasis, we saw some Tibetan yak. They have long, shaggy hair and give excellent milk. After unloading the carts, Emsha went scouting and came back with a good bunch of wild garlic, which grows abundantly in these parts. We brought out our bread, now 9 days old, but still fairly soft thanks to the linseed oil the baker used in the dough. I do all the cooking, and I must say I'm getting rather good at it. When we left the last stop, 2 Chinese musicians followed us. One had a Chinese fiddle, the other a kind of dulcimer. I got out my own fiddle, tuned up with them, and we played some Chinese tunes together. They were excellent musicians, especially the dulcimer player. Before leaving, the elder of the 2 came up with a proposal. Since we were all going to Urumqi, why not travel together, perform music and singing along the way, earn good money, and split the profits 3 ways to cover expenses and more? I thanked him kindly for the offer, but declined. I told him I had my companions to consider. We'd travelled this far together, and I couldn't leave them now. As for them joining us, that wouldn't work either, since they had no instruments of their own and wouldn't be able to perform, so they couldn't expect a share of the earnings.
Chapter 5. The Job. It was midsummer when the 3 travellers arrived in the strange city that serves as the capital of Chinese Turkestan. The local Turkey people call it Urumqi, but the Chinese name is Tihuafu, though they often refer to it casually as Red Temple. It was a large, busy, noisy, and diverse city, and bringing the gospel to such a place must have struck Percy Mather as a very different challenge compared to visiting the village outposts around Ningquofu. On his first walk through the streets, he brushed past people of more races than he had ever imagined, and the air was full of many different languages. The crowd was loud and full of confidence, but Mather came from strong roots too, and he didn't shy away from life's challenges. He listened, watched, and felt deeply within that he had arrived exactly where God wanted him to be. Still, he quickly realized, and often said, that without the experience he'd gained in regular Chinese life, and without knowing the language and the people from his time in Ningquofu, he would have been completely unprepared for Turkestan. This was no place for a beginner. His friendly escort, M, soon returned to his own work in another province of China, leaving Percy Mather alone to begin the task and adjust to the new and unfamiliar setting. Urumqi, June 5th, 1914.
The Chinese in Urumqi come from every part of China. Very few settle here permanently. Most come hoping to make money quickly, and if they fail within a few years, they fall into the worst kinds of sin, becoming thieves and vagabonds, wasting their lives on gambling, drinking, and fighting. Few of them bring their wives, so there is much immorality. Many seem to have left all their manners behind and act more like rough Westerners. In the South, even troublemakers knew how to be polite. Here there are all kinds of people. Mongols, Tibetans, Turkeys, Russians, Chantus, Hassas. Sometimes we even see Hindus. I met an Indian quack doctor the other day. He was tall, strong, and well-built. He shook hands and greeted me with a salam, but he couldn't speak Chinese. Yesterday, 2 Russian soldiers came into the chapel during the service. They were fresh-looking young men, clear-skinned, blue-eyed, and fair-haired, just like the sailor boys back home. I really wanted to talk to them, but they didn't know Chinese or English, and I couldn't speak Russian. The people here speak many different dialects, but they soften their accents so much that there's a kind of shared way of speaking, with many Turkey words mixed in. It's easy to get used to, and I can make myself understood just fine. When preaching takes place, the people listen very well. I don't need to bring out my fiddle to draw a crowd. Some will stand and listen for 2 or 3 hours. Mr. Hunter is well respected in town. He is known and honored by everyone. It's very difficult to keep a church together here, since most people don't stay in one place for long. With so few Chinese women around, there's little family life. However, there are many beautifully dressed Turkey girls in brightly colored silk who walk freely among the Chinese. All kinds of sin are everywhere. I never saw even one drunk man while I was in Ningquofu, but here there are many. I visited a Turkey watchmaker's shop the other day, and he had 2 gramophones for sale. His family originally came from Constantinople and had been watchmakers for 7 generations. Mr. Hunter told me that a few years ago, some Russians opened a cinema. The people went every night, and it got so popular that regular business began to suffer. So the shopkeepers from Tientsin united and had it shut down. There are many young men here wearing Western-style clothes. Some of them look very sharp. Most work in military or government offices. The very challenges of this work make me praise God for calling me here. Truly, He brought me out of Anhui and placed me far up here in the northwest. Surely He has a special purpose in all this. Oh, that I might have the grace to be worthy of it. Whenever the governor enters or leaves his office, 3 cannon shots are fired. He rides out with an escort of 200 cavalry in traditional dress, carrying silk flags of red, yellow, and blue, while others blow trumpets. The military official travels in a 4-wheeled carriage with his bodyguard. When his wife goes out, she is also escorted by 200 mounted men, but she rides in a Chinese cart. The driver walks beside the horses, and a little slave girl, dressed in bright clothes with heavily painted and powdered cheeks, sits in front.
Urumqi, June 29th, 1914.
I had an accident yesterday and ruined my nice clothing. Mr. Hunter and I were out walking when a little boy passed by, leading a horse. Suddenly the horse knocked him down and ran off. I managed to stop it and gave it back to the boy, but as he led it away, it bolted again. When it ran past me, I grabbed the halter. It dragged me across a small stream and along the riverbank. I held on, but it kept going faster until I couldn't keep up. Eventually, it pulled me off my feet, and I tumbled into a gravel bank. My hand and elbow were scratched, but I didn't care about that. I was upset about my only good dress. It was torn in one spot and worn through at the elbow. I'll be smarter next time, since the horse stopped on its own about half a mile away, and I could have avoided all that trouble. Mr. Hunter was more worried about me, but I was mostly worried about my new clothes.
August 17th, 1914.
A few days ago, one of the post office clerks mentioned that 2 or 3 cartloads of parcels were coming up from Lankow. As soon as I heard that, hope sprang up again, and I started to wonder if my parcel might still arrive. Yesterday, Sunday, just as Mr. Hunter and I were finishing dinner, a messenger from the post office came with the parcel, safe and sound. I didn't bother untying the knots, I just slipped off the string, and Mr. Hunter and I eagerly looked through it. 2 woolen undershirts, 2 pairs of pants, 2 woolen caps, and some of my favorite sweets. As soon as I picked it up, I could already smell the sweets. They were very strong and very good. Mr. Hunter and I spent all afternoon munching on them. It gave me that old familiar Sunday afternoon feeling. It's been so long since you told me about the parcel that I've forgotten who sent the sweets. The woolen underclothes are absolutely wonderful. You couldn't have sent anything better, and the material is so good it will last me for years. I've never had such a fine set before. Thank you all very, very much. I think I told you how my old ones were falling apart and how Mrs. M tried to mend them when I was in Langchow, but they were too far gone and came apart on the journey. Still, they served me well, and it was time to retire them. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Hunter and I went to check on the Russian consulate doctor, as we had heard he had typhoid. He takes care of the Russian consul, his family, the Cossacks, and the Russian community, but doesn't see anyone outside that group. We went to the Russian concession and found the house. A Cossack opened the door, but he didn't speak English, Chinese, or Turkey. We couldn't speak Russian either, but there happened to be a Shantu man whitewashing the wall outside, and he spoke Russian, so he acted as our interpreter.
August the 24th, 1914.
We've been busy tearing down some old, filthy buildings and putting up a small 2-story house for me to live in. Mr. Hunter and I work from early morning until late at night, hauling bricks, mixing mortar and mud, planing wood, and more. By the end of the day, we're worn out, but we sleep soundly and eat heartily, so it's doing us no harm. Before we started building, the heat had made both of us lose our appetite, but now we can eat anything. Our cook left to return to his home in Shantung. It'll take him more than 6 months to walk there. So now we have no servant, and I'm doing the cooking, cleaning, and even looking after the animals. The other day, while working, I stepped on a plank that didn't quite reach the rafter. It gave way, and I fell, but as I was falling, I grabbed onto a beam. By God's grace, and thanks to some gymnastic training, I pulled myself up without injury. The Chinese workers saw me fall and shouted, thinking I'd be killed. But when I saved myself, they all laughed with relief. It became the main subject of talk that afternoon. One of them came up with a big grin, held up his right thumb and smiled as if to say, "Wow, that was amazing. You must be some kind of wonder."
Urumqi, September 21st, 1914.
I've been busy cutting glass and putting in windows these last few days. The glass cutter has been very useful. It works well, though I don't think it cuts as neatly as my old one. I've glazed 11 windows, using about 80 panes of glass. Our windows are made in the foreign style and open inward. Glass is much better than paper. It keeps the room warmer and lets in more light, but it's very expensive here, about 2 shillings for a small square. All of it is brought in by cart from Russia. The other day I had an idea and said to Mr. Hunter, "I wonder if the photographer has any old plates for sale." Mr. Hunter asked what good they would be. I said, "Wash off the film and they could be used for our windows." Mr. Hunter said he'd look into it, and soon he came back smiling, carrying several boxes of plates. We tried them in the windows, and they were just the right width. 2 of them, with a narrow strip added, filled a full pane. I sealed the joints tightly so almost no wind can get through. Before washing off the film, we had fun looking at the portraits. There were mandarins dressed in all their official robes, soldiers, civilians, Muslims, Chinese, Chantus, Manchus, men, women, and children. Some looked very proud, others fierce, and a few looked frightened as if they thought the camera might be a gun and could go off. The big problem was how to get the film off the plates. I said, "Get a bath of hot water, soak the plates, and the film will come off easily." Mr. Hunter soaked them for a few minutes, but when he tried to take them out, the plates were all stuck tightly together. He quickly grabbed a bucket of cold water and poured it over them, but that only made them stick more. It was quite a task. The film had melted and created a vacuum between the plates, making it seem almost impossible to pull them apart. In the end, we used a knife blade to gently work under one corner and carefully ran it around the edges until we got them apart. It was tense at first, and we thought the whole thing might end up being a waste of money. But once we got the plates into the windows, they looked excellent. The glass was top quality, clear and flawless, and best of all, it was very cheap and saved us a lot of money. Our front doorbell always amuses visitors. It's just a rusty iron tube with a wooden clapper, fastened to a spring we made from an iron band taken off a packing case. But it works well. The spring is nailed to the door and the wooden clapper makes a loud noise whenever the door is opened. Friends joke that we should take it down before an archaeologist sees it and wants it for his collection.
September 28th, 1914.
Did I tell you that another faithful has come and gone? He stayed about 10 days, then packed up and left. Mr. Hunter and I had been out, and when we came back, our faithful had all his things gathered, ready to go. He said a friend had offered him a job with better pay. We paid him, said goodbye, and he left with only 5 minutes' notice. Honestly, I was glad to see him go. He caused more trouble than he was worth. Finding good help is a real problem. Wages here are 5 times higher than in the south. This man was the 4th since I arrived. Now we're just waiting to see what number 5 will be like.
Urumqi, November 2nd, 1914.
I've just lit a fire for myself, the first one since I came to China. There's plenty of coal in the nearby mountains. It used to cost only 6pence for about £130, but now it's gone up to £1 for the same amount. Still, we can't go without fires here. The nights get very cold, especially when the wind picks up. The Chinese even sleep with a fire built into their beds. Fleetwood seems very patriotic, judging by how many are volunteering. Imagine Cliff, Fred, and the others you mentioned now in the army. It doesn't seem that long ago they were just little lads in my Sunday school class. I suppose it feels exciting to leave with crowds cheering and bands playing, though that's not really my sort of thing. But it'll be a different story when they have to start roughing it. Some will find it hard at first, like I did, but if you grit your teeth and keep going, it's surprising what you can get through. I would never have believed I could endure all that I've faced. But if I hadn't been absolutely certain it was God's will, I wouldn't even have tried. If he command thee, thou shalt be able. All praise be to him.
Urumqi, October 12th, 1914.
I've just bought a picture for you, and it has quite a story. The other day, a man from Shanxi came to visit. He's a scholar, but I could tell by his teeth that he uses opium. They were almost black from what they call foreign dirt. Being a scholar, he was very polished and polite, full of formal compliments. Still, he looked too sly for my liking. But we must be polite to everyone. He asked all sorts of questions, clearly trying to feel me out. After chatting for a while, he stood up, thanked me for the honor of receiving him, and said he hoped to come again and bask in my presence. He quoted some Chinese proverbs too. All within the 4 C's are brethren, and first time raw, second time ripe. That second one refers to how we begin as strangers but become familiar with time. It's also used in work or trade, meaning that at first we're unskilled raw hands, but with time we become ripe hands. A few days later, my raw acquaintance returned, now quite ripe. His words of friendship were many and grand. He even said he hoped to come often and perhaps I could help him break his opium habit. His little sly eyes sparkled, but I was watching closely, wondering what his real aim was. Then he began to unwrap a parcel wrapped in cloth. I smiled and thought, now it's coming. Inside was a copybook filled with characters, beautifully written by a famous scholar from Hunan. He began,
"The other day, when I visited your honored home, I was greatly pleased to see that you recognized and could read the writing of my humble country. Your wisdom must be of the highest level. As a mark of my deep admiration and respect, I offer you this small copybook. Please accept it."
As he grinned, showing his black-stained opium teeth, his eyes gleaming, I thought him the perfect example of a smooth-talking Chinese trickster. I politely refused his honorable gift. He insisted I accept, but I kept declining until at last he used a word that means to give freely without expecting anything. Then I gave in and accepted it. His face lit up, and I thought, now I've done it. I could have kicked myself. Just as he was leaving, he again mentioned the book and said he hoped my learning would grow and that the little volume would be of great help. Then came the twist.
"Surely the foreign teacher knows the custom of our poor country, which I believe is also practiced in your honorable land, that, when a gift is given, it is proper to offer another in return. But I will not trouble your honorable self to search for a return gift. If you could simply give me 2 shillings, we'll consider it even."
So I had a choice. Either return the gift and insult him and lose face, or pay the 2 shillings. I went to my drawer and handed him a paper note for the amount. Since Chinese use red paper when giving presents, and the characters on the note were printed in red, I smiled as I gave it to him and said, "We won't count this as money, just a piece of red paper. You gave me a book, and I've given you a piece of red paper." He sat for a while longer, repeating over and over,
This is not buying and selling. It is all friendship. All friendship.
Then he took his leave, once again repeating his favorite saying, "First time raw, second time ripe." I whispered to myself, yes, once bitten, twice shy. Truth be told, I was raw in more ways than one, and the more I thought about it, the more foolish I felt, that the man had the nerve to come here and swindle me. Sometimes I was, as we'd say in Fleetwood, proper mad, and other times quite amused. Still, I thought, he'll come again, and I'll be ripe enough for him next time. The book was only worth 6pence. It wasn't the 2 shillings that bothered me, but the feeling that I'd been tricked. A few days passed, and sure enough, my friend came again. I welcomed him warmly and gave him a cup of tea while he once more went on about our friendship. I won't repeat all the polite phrases, it would take too long. He said a friend of his was selling off some belongings, and among them was a picture that he thought would be perfect for me. Then he unrolled before me a fairly good black and white picture of an old Chinese man. Of course, he said, he wasn't looking to profit from a friend, so he'd let me have it at the same price he paid, 6 shillings. It was a decent picture, worth the price, and it might lead to more bargains later, so I decided to go along with it, and maybe even get a bit of my own back. I told him I'd gladly take the picture, then stepped into another room to fetch the money, but took the picture with me just to be safe. I smiled to myself as I thought of a plan. From my drawer, I took out 3 shillings and 6pence, and also the Chinese copybook. I returned and spoke about the beauty of the writing, then said I was truly sorry that my limited knowledge of Chinese made me unworthy of such a book. I asked him to kindly take it back and give it to someone more suitable. Before he could even respond, I added, "Let me see. You charged me 2 shillings for the book, and now you're asking 6 for the picture. That leaves a balance of 4 shillings. Here's 3 and 6pence. Come another day, and I'll give you the other 6pence. He was really taken aback, and this time it was my turn to talk about our friendship. He left looking rather downcast, and as he went, I called out, "First time raw, second time ripe." I tell you, I felt as pleased as if I'd captured a whole regiment of Germans. I still owed him 6pence, a serious matter to a Chinese, and knowing he was a scamp, I was sure he'd come back to ask for it. I decided I wouldn't be so polite next time. Sure enough, he showed up again. But this time, there was no tea, and I kept a formal tone. He brought up our friendship again, but I didn't give him much in return. He sensed things weren't going his way and looked uncomfortable. Then he pulled out more parcels and said he had more presents for me. I replied, "Thank you, but I don't want to buy any more of your presents." He tried to keep up a cheerful chat, but it was hard work. Eventually, he packed up his things and got ready to leave. Then, smiling, he said,
"Oh, could you give me that balance of 6pence you owe me?"
I laughed and said, "That's a small matter. Friendship. What's a few coins between friends?" And I quickly changed the subject. He realized I wasn't going to be easy to deal with and that I was using his words against him. Then he tried again.
"I'm afraid you didn't quite understand what I said just now."
"Oh yes," I replied. "I understood every word you said."
Urumqi, Christmas 1914.
Another Christmas in China, my 5th, and each one has been spent in completely different circumstances. This year, we had the honor of hosting Sir Aurel Stein. On Tuesday morning, Mr. Hunter set out on horseback to meet him. It was snowing steadily and bitterly cold. I stayed behind to finish preparations for their arrival. Around 3 p.m., Sir Aurel's advance courier arrived with a letter. He had started out early to let us know that the full party, 7 people in all, was on its way. Sir Aurel, his table boy and valet, a cook, the cook's helper, 2 ponymen and a Chinese secretary. The cook is Indian, the rest are Turkey. They brought 7 or 8 ponies, 1 cart and several mules for luggage. A group of Indian surveyors and many diggers with 15 camels had remained behind in Turfan. I gave the courier something to eat, then sent him to the city gate to watch for his master. Around 4:45 p.m., I began to worry, as no one had arrived and the city gates usually closed at 5. I hurried to the south gate and asked the sentry to keep it open a little longer because we were expecting an important visitor. He agreed, and I turned to go home, but then decided I'd better stay and make sure they didn't lock up too soon. When I returned, the gate was already shut, though not locked. A man from the Yarman had arrived to take charge of the key, which is kept at the magistrate's office, and he needed to ensure the gate was secured. I persuaded him to wait a bit longer, though he was nervous about getting into trouble. I had to be diplomatic to convince him to delay. Just as I was thinking I shouldn't press him anymore, we heard the sound of galloping hooves, and up came Sir Aurel, Mr. Hunter, and the rest. The gate was closed, and at first they thought they were locked out, but I pushed hard against the great wooden gate, studded and iron-plated, and swung it open just in time to get them safely inside. It was a very narrow escape, and they were thankful. I took a shortcut through the back lanes to reach the house before them. When they arrived, they and the ponies were covered in ice and snow. Mr. Hunter was freezing cold after riding nearly 30 miles, half of it into snow and headwind. I had hot soup ready, and it soon warmed them up. The cart with Sir Aurel's bedding didn't arrive that night. It had stopped at an inn outside the city, so Mr. Hunter and I shared some of our bedding with him. Mr. Hunter has now moved in with me, giving Sir Aurel the full use of his house. On Wednesday and Thursday, several local officials came to pay their respects, and we also had a visit from the governor. Around 10 a.m. this morning, we heard 3 gun salutes and knew he was leaving his yarman. Soon after, we heard trumpets and the gallop of horses, and then the governor arrived in a 4-wheeled carriage. He brought his little boy with him and was accompanied by a crowd of civil and military officials. We went out to receive him, and he entered the house, followed by around 80 officials and soldiers who spread out all over the place, while many more crowded around the windows trying to see what was happening.
Urumqi, January 18th, 1915.
The extra cold snap is finally over, though we're still getting plenty of snow. The other day, we had a heavy fall that took most of the morning to clear. In the afternoon, I spent a couple of hours doing laundry, then went out to preach and sell books. That evening, I spent about 3.5 hours helping Mr. Hunter with translation work. And after that, I kept reading and writing until around 1 a.m. I got up the next morning still feeling a bit tired, but comforted myself with the thought that at least there was no snow to shovel. Imagine my disappointment when I looked out of the window and saw it snowing heavily again, already 6 inches deep on the ground. Snow here always means work. I believe I told you about the Mongolians who had come around recently. I've seen them in the city often and have tried to find out where they live, but they couldn't speak Chinese, and even when I offered them a gospel in their own language, they were too afraid to take it. But the other day, I met one who could speak Chinese. When I asked where they lived, he offered to show me and led me to a quiet area in the eastern suburb. There, beside the city wall, was a large house and courtyard that they had rented. I thanked him and promised to return the next day. So I gathered a few Mongolian Gospels and some in Tibetan, since Mongolian priests all read Tibetan. It's the language their religious books are written in. The next day, Mr. Hunter and I set out for the place, about a half-hour walk from here. We found a Mongol attendant at the door and spoke to him in Chinese, but he didn't understand, so we went to fetch someone. In the courtyard, we noticed a Mongol tent set up in one corner. Though the house had many empty rooms, the Mongols still preferred their familiar tent. Suddenly, the flap opened and a woman stepped out with a bright little boy, about 10 years old. He couldn't speak Chinese but was very friendly and curious about the books. Just then, the attendant returned with the man who had shown me the way before and who spoke Chinese. He recognized me at once, greeted us warmly, and invited us inside the house. Others gathered around, and they all wanted to buy Gospels. Soon, a Mongol lady came out, beautifully dressed and adorned with all kinds of ornaments. She gave each of us a cup of tea, with butter, salt, and ginger. Needless to say, I didn't ask for a second cup. She was very kind and spoke freely through the interpreter. The people seemed more open and relaxed, more like Westerners in custom than the Chinese. No Chinese lady would have stayed in the same room with us. She would have hidden behind a curtain. We sold quite a number of Mongolian and Tibetan Gospels. Just before we left, the prince sent his card to excuse his absence. He was expecting a visit from the governor. We invited them to visit us, and they in turn asked us to come again soon.
Urumqi, February 8th, 1915.
The other day, I saw a crowd gathered on the main street and was told that a man had just been shot for forging tail notes. Nearby, another crowd was looking at something posted on the wall. It was a proclamation listing the man's name and his crime, and there were 1,600 forged one-tail notes hung up as evidence. They were tied in bundles of 100, with 2 soldiers standing guard, bayonets fixed. I went over to look at the notes. They were excellent forgeries. The only differences were that one character had an extra stroke and the ink wasn't fast. It could be rubbed off with a damp finger. These notes had been turning up everywhere, and notices had been posted offering a large reward for information leading to the forger's arrest. Apparently, the hardest part wasn't printing the notes, it was getting them into circulation. A few days ago, at an inn near our place, the man bought 100 taels worth of opium and paid using the fake notes. The seller, not realizing they were false, went to a shop later and tried to pay with one. The shopkeeper spotted the forgery, questioned him, and detained him while the police and soldiers were sent for. The man led them back to the forger, and in his box they found nearly 2,000 fake notes. He was taken to the Yarman, confessed, and was sentenced to death. It was bitterly cold and snowing, but he was made to march through the streets stripped to the waist. At the busiest intersection in the city, he was forced to kneel, shot once in the back, then 4 more times in different parts of his body. This was all done in public, but the people barely reacted. Most were more interested in the fake notes than in the man. His body lay exposed in the street for 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, while life went on around it. Finally, on Wednesday night, members of the Shensi Guild sent a coffin and had the body removed. For 3 days it lay in the snow, with people passing by, hardly giving it a glance.
Urumqi, March 1st, 1915.
Expenses here are more than double what they were in Anhui. However, we found a way to manage. By asking the mission treasurer in Shanghai to exchange our silver for paper rubles and post them to us, we could exchange them here at a good profit. We knew it was risky. The post office couldn't insure such letters, but we decided to try. One remittance got through safely. Last Sunday morning, a registered letter arrived for me. The seals were unbroken, and since it was just time for service, I didn't open it right away and let the postman go. Later, I checked inside and found the rubles had been stolen. The envelope hadn't been unsealed, but I saw how it had been carefully opened and resealed without breaking the official stamp. The letter inside stated that my remittance was 80 taels, about 7 pounds, which had bought 107 rubles. At the current exchange rate, those rubles would have been worth over 200 taels here. It was time for the service, so I had to go in and preach, though you can imagine I wasn't feeling very uplifted. Now you'll understand why the £2 I just received from you means so much. Whoever sent it, the Lord was behind it. It came at just the right time. A few days later, I got a postcard from S, saying he was sending me $5 Mexican, about 10 shillings. I also heard that Miss W had sold some of my things in Ningquofu and sent another £1. I still have 30 taels in silver that I brought with me as a reserve, so I can manage until the next remittance comes. Still, I was really disappointed to lose those rubles. I had hoped to buy a new set of Chinese clothes. My current ones are nearly worn through. But the Lord knows what we need, and when the time is right, He'll provide.
Urumqi, March 22nd, 1915.
The streets are in a terrible state. As Mr. Hunter says, they're not streets, they're sewers. All the filth and smells from the winter seem to be rising at once. The other day, I went out to preach and sell books. The bottom of our street was almost impossible to cross. I saw a small bank at the side and decided to go over it, climbing across a rubbish heap to avoid the mud. But it turned out to be ice, covered with a thin layer of mud. The moment I stepped on it, my feet slipped and I went down, rolling in the filth. A Chinese gentleman came over, picked up my books, and showed great kindness. I was grateful for his help. I went back, changed into clean clothes, grabbed more books, and set out again, this time managing to stay upright. I'd been wearing my leather boots, which have large nails in them, and I couldn't keep my footing on the ice. Ironically, those same boots once saved me. I don't remember if I told you about it. There used to be an old man from Shenxi who came regularly to worship, but I hadn't seen him for a while. I heard he was very poor, had no one to care for him, and had gone to live in the free quarters of a temple. I decided to visit him and took some bread, cakes, tea, and meat as a gift. I asked at several temples, but no one knew him. Finally, I went to the Dragon Emperor's temple. As the old priest came out to meet me, a large dog ran up behind me and suddenly sank its teeth into my ankle with a terrible grip, just like a steel trap. It held on for a moment, then let go and ran off. Thankfully, I was wearing those same strong leather boots. The teeth left marks on the leather and my ankle felt sprained, but the skin wasn't broken. If I'd been wearing soft Chinese shoes, or if the dog had bitten just an inch higher, it would have been a serious injury.
Urumqi, April 19th, 1915.
This week I've been trying my hand at cooking. Broths, soups, custards, and even a beefsteak pie with a real crust. You might be hesitant to try my pies, but Mr. Hunter gave it a go, and he seems no worse for it. As for the weather, last week was beautiful and spring-like, but this weekend has been terrible, with a blizzard blowing most of the time. Saturday morning at 5 a.m. it started raining. By 6, heavy hailstones came, followed by snow. At 11, the sun came out, then at noon, more snow. The afternoon brought sleet, snow, wind, and more hail. Yesterday was cold and windy, freezing most of the day. Another blizzard came last night, but today is clear and sunny. The sun is strong, so the snow will melt quickly, though it's still freezing in the shade. The mountains are stunning in their white covering, and the air is wonderfully crisp. Sadly, several men were frozen to death in the mountains during this storm. Yesterday, a Turkey man called me over to his shop and wanted to see some of my books. He bought 2 tracts and immediately handed them to a mullah, who pulled out a box of matches and burned the tracts in the middle of the street. The young merchant laughed and tried to get me to react, but I ignored it. Meanwhile, a large crowd gathered to hear me preach. I sat on the counter and the shop front filled with people. The merchant began to worry and wanted me to leave so he could close up. I told him, "No, you invited me here, and now that the people want to listen, I'll stay and finish preaching, and then I'll go." So the Muslim had no choice but to let me use his shop to preach the gospel.
Urumqi, May 4th, 1915.
How time flies. By the time this letter reaches you, I'll have been here 12 months. It feels more like 12 weeks. At this rate, furlough will come quickly. I do pray we'll all be spared to meet again. A few days ago, I was preaching in the south suburb, the stronghold of the Muslims. They were listening well when a Chinese Mohammedan walked up. He hadn't listened more than 2 minutes when he interrupted. "Oh, it's Jesus you're preaching about, is it?" "Yes," I replied. "You say that Jesus is the Son of God, do you not?" "How do you know what I say? You've only just arrived and haven't heard anything yet." "But yes, I do say that Jesus is the Son of God. And what's more, all who have repented of their sins and whose hearts have been cleansed are sons of God. But those who curse, swear, drink, gamble, and do all kinds of wickedness, those are the sons of Satan. As for you, I don't know anything about you, so I can't say whose son you are." The crowd laughed, and one man started scolding him for interrupting. Soon the two were shouting and nearly came to blows. Their friends had to step in to separate them. I pointed at the interrupter and said, "You see what kind of man this is, coming in and causing trouble? Whose son do you think he is?" An old Muslim in the crowd said, "Truly, he is a son of Satan." "Maybe," I said, "but even so, the gospel can change his heart and make him a son of God." Then I called out, "Come on, my friend, and listen. This gospel is for you." He came over, listened to the rest of the message, and did not interrupt again. Urumqi, June 14th, 1915. Last night, around 10 p.m., I was walking home in the dark. There was no moon and I had no lantern. Everything was fine until I neared our street. Suddenly a dog rushed out, barking and snapping at my heels. I foolishly shouted, something that might be fine during the day. But at night, it only stirred up all the neighborhood dogs. In no time, I had a swarm of them around me, barking, growling, and biting at my legs. I could barely see them and had nothing but a fan to defend myself. I honestly thought they'd tear my clothes right off. I edged my way along the wall until I found some high railings and quickly climbed to the top. The dogs below kept barking and snapping like a pack of wolves. I wondered if I'd have to spend the night up there, but after 10 minutes they began to wander off. Once they'd scattered, I climbed down and made it home. The flies have become a real nuisance now. I've bought some netting to try to keep them away. They bite hard and won't give up. Even the mules have started wearing trousers for protection, and soon they'll be wearing sunbonnets and mosquito veils over their faces.
Urumqi, July 7th, 1915.
Rain at last, the first since May 4th. The people had grown anxious, and all sorts of idolatrous practices were being carried out to stir up the Dragon King to send rain. Proclamations were issued forbidding the killing of pigs, cows, and sheep. 2 men from Tientsin who broke the rule were sentenced to wear kangs and kneel before the Dragon King idol until the rain came. Last Saturday, I went to East Street, where the Hupe people were parading their dragon idols, spinning them around at high speed. There were fireworks, and people were pouring water from rooftops to mimic rainfall, to let the dragon know what they wanted. Almost every evening we could see rain falling in the mountain valleys, but the plains stayed dry. Sometimes clouds would gather, and a few drops would fall, only to be chased away by a sudden wind, leaving the people disappointed again. Finally, the governor grew desperate. Last Saturday, he took a bold step. He actually put a kang on the Dragon King idol itself and threatened to leave it there and shame the idol until it brought rain. Early Monday, the rain started, light at first, then heavier. By afternoon, the streets were running like rivers. By evening, people were hoping it would stop, but it kept pouring all through the night and the next day. The river rose to an enormous height. Mr. Hunter said he had never seen it so full. The bridge was badly damaged, and repairs will take months. Houses all along the street started leaking, and people could be seen everywhere bailing out water. Mr. Hunter and I, sitting dry in our quarters, couldn't help but laugh and say, "The old dragon idol is surely getting his revenge for the disgrace." This morning the weather cleared up, but the streets are in a dreadful mess. Mr. Hunter and I went to see the river and the bridge. The water was surging, along with great force, carrying trees and all kinds of debris. Men, women, and children crowded along the riverbanks, fishing out firewood. Part of the bridge has sunk as one set of support pillars was washed out. People can still cross on foot, but carts now have to ford the river. I saw a carter trying to ford the river, but he must have been mad or drunk. I called out, "Look at that man trying to cross." Mr. Hunter said, "He will surely be drowned." I couldn't take my eyes off him. Then I cried, "Oh, he's going, he's gone." Horse and cart were flipped over and swept downstream with incredible force. The wheels came off, and we could sometimes see the horse's head, and then just its hooves. We shouted to some men working at a watermill nearby, men used to walking in floodwaters while repairing their dams and dikes. About 8 of them jumped in. It was something to see, half running, half being swept along, and sometimes swimming. By then, the man had been thrown onto one bank, the wheels had drifted to another, and the horse and cart had floated farther downstream. The horse was on its back, head underwater, legs thrashing, trying to keep its nose above the surface. Once they saw the carter was safe, the men went after the horse. They got it unharnessed and back on its feet, then turned to salvaging the cart and wheels. It was fascinating to watch. Sometimes they carried the cart without the wheels. Other times, cart and men floated down together. But gradually they pushed everything toward shore until it was safely out of the water.
Sweet Valley, 50 miles southwest of Urumqi, July 15th, 1915.
I wonder what you'd give to see what I'm seeing now. A beautiful little Mongol girl, about 12 years old, galloping up and down on horseback, driving her cattle to pasture just above where I'm sitting. She rides like a young princess, confident and graceful, herding 30 cows, several calves, a couple of horses, and a foal. The cows lag behind, but she dashes from one side to the other, keeping them together. Now she rides under some trees and breaks off a long, thin branch. Then she races forward at full speed, swinging the branch and shouting at the cattle to get them moving. She's dressed in a gown of deep chocolate red, gathered at the waist with a yellow sash, the skirt pleated below. There's black trimming around the neck, and the dress reaches just below her knees. She wears yellow trousers beneath, with bare feet, no stockings, no hat. Her long hair is braided in a single plait down her back. She has jet black hair and eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes, and a beautiful golden complexion. We left Urumqi last Tuesday morning. We were up before daylight, gathered our things, and set out about 6 a.m. There are 3 of us, Mr. Hunter, a turkey servant, and myself. We have 3 animals with us, Mr. Hunter's horse and 2 mules. We brought a tent, bedding, pots, pans, kettles, flour, rice, oil, tea, bread, and dried fruit. So it's something like a picnic. Mr. Hunter has gone off to look for mushrooms. Our man is tending the animals, and I'm sitting in the tent with my fiddle case on my knee writing this letter. It's not much of a desk, so the writing may be a bit shaky. We covered 30 miles on the first day. We left by the west gate and forded the river, which had dropped quite a bit since last week and had split into 12 fast-flowing channels. The morning air was wonderfully cool and fresh, and the Bogdo Mountains looked magnificent with their snowy peaks rising high above us. We travelled on, sometimes through desert, sometimes through green, fertile plains, until we reached the foothills, beautiful and scattered with small farms. We chose a camping spot on a small hill near the ruins of a temple once dedicated to the god of wealth. When setting up camp, you need 3 things: water, grass, and fuel. The ground should also be high to avoid flooding. It was the sight of a Mongol tent near the temple that helped us decide, as we hoped to get fresh milk. Once we unloaded the mules, we pitched the tent. Our man went to look for fuel. There wasn't much around, but dry cow dung burns excellently, hot and steady, almost like coal. We soon had water boiling and made tea. Then I sent our man to the Mongol tent to ask for milk. He returned with a quart of sheep's milk. It was a bit strong, but Mr. Hunter and I drank it all. After tea, the sons of a Mohammedan farmer named Ma, along with some farm labourers, gathered around us. He seems to be a wealthy man with many horses, cows, and sheep. I took out my fiddle, Mr. Hunter brought out his concertina, and we played and sang for the crowd. Then we preached and handed out gospels and tracts. Before bed, the farmers brought us firewood and bread and invited us to dine with them. The next morning, the Ma family came to see us off and gave us a gift of 4 loaves of bread and 12 eggs.
July 19th, 1915.
This morning, I walked out to visit some Mongol tents. The people invited me in, and after offering me buttermilk, bread, and tea flavoured with butter and salt, they asked if I would play my fiddle. They thoroughly enjoyed it. Then I asked them to sing, saying I would accompany them. The men said they couldn't sing, but pointed to the lady and said she had a lovely voice. With a little coaxing, she shyly agreed. She sang a strange and beautiful tune, full of minor intervals, not at all like a Chinese melody. It was hard to follow, but I managed to accompany her without too much discord, and they enjoyed it as much as I did. In the center of the tent, a big fire was burning. The smoke rose straight up through a hole in the roof, while the heat filled the whole space. Over the fire was a large iron stand, and on it sat a metal pot, something like a wash boiler, with a wooden lid sealed tight with clay. A wooden tube, also sealed with clay, ran from the pot to a smaller vessel sitting in a bowl of water. I guessed right away what they were doing, distilling spirits. And sure enough, they told me they were making liquor from milk. Have you ever heard of such a thing? Drinking is a major vice among the Mongols. They urged me to stay, saying the wine was almost ready and that they'd kill a lamb for a feast. But I kindly excused myself and returned to Mr. Hunter. who had a feast of his own waiting for me. What do you think it was? Strawberry jam. Yum, yum. The dear man had spent the whole afternoon picking wild strawberries while I was visiting the Mongols, and he had made the jam while I was away. It was excellent. Wild strawberries grow in abundance in some parts of the woods. They're very small and take time to gather, but they make wonderful jam.
Head of Sweet Valley, on the spur of a hill near a large patch of snow. July 26th, 1915.
We've pitched our tent in a new spot, 20 miles farther up the valley and about 2,000 feet higher in the mountains. We arrived last Saturday, and now our supplies are nearly gone, so we'll soon need to pack up again. You might be interested to hear that I rode to the city and back. Let me tell you what happened. Last Friday night, we went to bed early because we were tired from riding over the mountains to a valley in the east. Our horses and 2 mules were tied near the tent, and the turkey man was sleeping among them. Around midnight, the Mongol dog started barking fiercely. We thought it might be a wolf, but since our man was with the animals, we didn't worry much. At about 2 a.m., the turkey driver shouted, "The horse is gone!" I jumped up and ran outside. Sure enough, one horse was missing. I checked the rope. It looked like it had been cut. I got dressed, and the turkey and I went down the valley where wheat was growing, thinking the horse might have broken loose to feed. We searched all night but found nothing and returned at dawn. Mr. Hunter searched one side of the valley while I searched the other, looking for tracks. We didn't see any. Then I started thinking, if I were the thief, how would I escape? I figured I'd hide under a bank, sneak up quietly, take the horse, and instead of using the usual path, I'd cross the river and take a longer route along the edge of the woods. It had rained earlier that night, washing away old tracks. So, if the thief had gone the way I guessed, there should be fresh tracks on the far side of the river. I crossed over to check, and just as I suspected, there were fresh prints. Mr. Hunter confirmed they matched his horse's tracks. Just then, the young Mongol named Heavenly Candle arrived, and I told him what had happened. He immediately followed the tracks and soon returned saying, "The thief has taken the main road toward the city." Heavenly Candle quickly saddled his 2 big grey horses, and we set off to track the thief. As he was getting ready, a group of hussars rode by toward the city. We asked them to let us go ahead so they wouldn't trample the horses' tracks. They were excited at the thought of catching a thief, and off we galloped. About half a mile along, I heard a colt calling behind us. It belonged to the mare I was riding. I asked Heavenly Candle if we should turn it back, but he said, "Never mind, let it follow." We rode on, keeping our eyes on the clear hoofprints. At one point, we noticed the thief had led the horse off the main road to avoid passing houses, but farther along we found the tracks again. We rode about 15 miles, sometimes losing the trail, sometimes finding it, but soon it became harder to follow as other animals' tracks covered it. At the God of Wealth temple, we reported the theft to the head farmer. I asked Heavenly Candle, "What should we do now?" He replied, "Do what you think best. If you want me to go to the city, I will. I'll do anything to help." I chose to head for the city, so we mounted up and galloped off again. Though small and slender, Heavenly Candle set a fast pace, and I had to keep up. I had never ridden so far or so fast in my life. The poor colt often fell behind, crying out sadly, but it had to manage on its own. It was a hot, dusty day, and we were parched with thirst. About 6 miles from Urumqi, we reached an inn and were grateful for tea and hard-boiled eggs. We drank 6 bowls of tea and ate 4 eggs each before setting off again. When we reached the river, the water was high, but Heavenly Candle rode straight in and I followed. His horse soon lost its footing and nearly got swept away, but he managed to turn it towards shallow water. We found a better crossing and reached the city safely. When we arrived, I realized I had no key, having left with only the clothes I was wearing and a Macintosh. So I climbed a wall, forced a window, and let Heavenly Candle in. We took the horses and the colt to the stable, fed them, and then ate something ourselves. I changed into clean clothes, bought a new hat, hired a cart, and went to the Yarman to report the theft to the governor. He received me kindly and promised to do his best to recover the horse. After that, we went home and prepared for bed. We were utterly exhausted. We had ridden over 50 miles without food or drink. and I had been awake all night, starting the journey without even breakfast. The next morning, around 6 a.m., the governor issued a proclamation and sent us a copy to deliver to the village elders, ordering them to search for the horse. Heavenly Candle decided to leave immediately with the mare and colt, while I chose to stay over Sunday to lead the service. I gave Heavenly Candle 4 shillings to buy some supplies, along with some of my old clothes, a shirt, a pair of Chinese boots, and that old Trilby hat Mother bought me when I was at the Bible Training Institute. Though the hat was quite worn out, he was thrilled with it, and it suited him well. He's a fine young man, and I like him a lot. I wonder how many people back home would ride over 100 miles to help someone find a horse. He looked very striking, especially with a silver earring of a unique shape in one ear. I asked him for it as a keepsake, and he gave it to me, though I could tell he was a little reluctant. After asking him about it, I learned it was a charm. He had lost 2 children, and this was meant to protect the life of his next child. Of course, I gave it back, and he promised to get me another one. On Monday morning, I set out early to return to the mountains. Mr. Hunter was so glad to see me back.
August the 2nd, 1915.
Yesterday, a Hassa came to visit, riding an ox. Mr. Hunter asked if we could borrow it to carry some of our supplies farther up the valley. The man agreed, so we quickly packed up and struck our tent. Heavenly Candle came by and helped us, and the others gathered around to say goodbye. We were truly sorry to leave them. We travelled about half a mile up the valley, then climbed a hill and reached a vast tableland that gently rose toward the high mountains. It was a breathtaking sight. So grand and clear, it's hard to describe. I've never seen anything like it. We could see Urumqi clearly, though it was 60 miles away, nestled at the foot of a mountain. Even the Bogdo Peak, more than 100 miles off, stood out sharply, perhaps more impressive from a distance as its massive size became even more apparent. We were now on a tableland covered in lush grass, with pine-filled hollows scattered here and there. The surrounding valleys were full of pine trees too. The land rose gently toward the mountains and looked like a giant park, green and open, dotted with Hassa tents and herds of sheep, cows, and camels. As we passed the tent of the man who lent us the ox, his wife and children came out, gave us thick buttermilk to drink, and invited us to rest. We drank it, imagine me drinking buttermilk, and continued on. The road became steeper, and the ox, a very heavy one, kept trying to lie down. With some tail twisting and a few smacks on the back, it would get up and move on. Every now and then it hesitated again, but a quick tug on the tail made it think better of stopping. After 5 miles, we came to a small rise, surrounded on 3 sides by pine trees, open on the side facing Urumqi. We were about 8,000 feet high, with a stunning view. We unpacked our things and pitched the tent. Just then, a young Hassa boy came by, herding sheep and goats. He stopped to watch us, so we handed him our enamel wash basin and asked him to fill it with milk in exchange for some coins. Watching him try to catch the animals was like a circus act. He'd act like he was running past one, then suddenly dive and grab it by the tail or leg. The sheep would take off, dragging him until he could stop it, or sometimes escape altogether. He came back with the basin less than half full and said he couldn't get more, so I went with him to help. We picked out a strong ewe, nearly the size of a donkey. I grabbed its hind leg and the boy caught it by the neck, but it bolted and pulled us both off our feet. We clung on until it finally stopped, all 3 of us out of breath. I held the sheep's head while the boy fetched the basin and soon had it filled with fresh, sweet milk. We gave him some coins, and better still for him, some dried grapes. We put rice on to boil, added dried grapes and milk, and soon had a delicious pudding.
August the 23rd, 1915.
We didn't stay long at our last camp. Our provisions were finished, and we had no choice but to retreat. There's no use trying to fight hunger on the mountaintops. I took our last measure of flour and baked a cake, then used the last of our wheatmeal to make porridge while Mr. Hunter went scouting and found 2 enormous mushrooms. We sent our man to ask the young shepherd boy to milk his sheep. Meanwhile, I cooked the mushrooms with a piece of mutton fat we got from the Hassa, and we ended up with quite a tasty breakfast. The turkey man enjoyed the mushrooms and didn't complain about the fat. After breakfast, we packed up, took down the tent, loaded the mules, and set off toward Urumqi. The first part of the journey was mostly downhill, and by evening we reached the mouth of Sweet Valley. I suggested staying near Heavenly Candle, but when we were about a mile from the tents, Mr. Hunter, who was very tired, said we should stop as it was getting dark. However, the Mongols had already spotted us. The elder brother and little Beta came out to welcome us and insisted we stay near their tent, so we did. Their welcome was incredible. Some helped unload the mules. Others pitched the tent. Heavenly Candle ran to the river and carried stones to build a fireplace, while others brought firewood and made a big fire. Some fetched water and set it to boil. The women were busy baking in their tent, and soon they brought us fresh bread, tea, milk, and butter. They even slaughtered a lamb and gave us plenty of fresh mutton. I've never received such a warm and practical welcome. That night, around midnight, we were woken by a loud rumbling noise, like an earthquake or landslide. We heard the Mongols shouting, so I got up to see what was happening. They told me a wolf had scared the sheep, and the noise was the sound of thousands of hooves stampeding. The dogs were barking everywhere, and the wolf left without catching anything. Later, we heard that it had attacked flocks higher up, killing one sheep and injuring another. The Mongols also saw the wolf sniffing around our tent, drawn by the smell of the mutton inside. We spent the next day in Sweet Valley, hoping to find a timber cart to carry some of our things to the city, but we were disappointed. Heavenly Candle invited us to his tent for dinner and served mutton with dough strips, prepared in Chinese style. I brought my fiddle along and they thoroughly enjoyed it. They sang while I played along. Little Betta wasn't shy at all. We played hide and seek, and now and then she'd throw her arms around my neck and kiss me, just like a little English child. She's a lovely, chubby, rosy-faced little thing. You would adore her. Afterward, I showed them some pictures and shared the gospel, with Heavenly Candle interpreting for those who didn't understand Chinese. We had a wonderful time, and the Mongols made us feel completely at home. Later, Mr. Hunter and I went out, gathered strawberries, and made some jam to take back with us. The next day, we packed up and said goodbye to our Mongol friends. The weather was dull, which made walking easier, but around 4 p.m. it began to rain. We pushed on, trying to get as close to the city as we could. By 7 p.m. it was getting dark and we were exhausted, so we looked for a good place to pitch our tent. Travel here is nothing like in Anhui. There we could rest at an inn every few miles, drink tea and get something to eat. Here, once you start, you have to keep going for 20 or 30 miles until you finish the stage. In Anhui, an innkeeper would look after you. Here, in the wilderness, you must do everything yourself. We pitched our tent in the rain, and by the time we managed to get a fire going, no easy task with wet wood, and baked a loaf of bread, it was completely dark. Still, we enjoyed our simple meal of bread and homemade strawberry jam. Then I kneaded more flour and baked extra bread for breakfast. After walking all day without food, covering about 20 miles of rough mountain roads, unloading the mules, setting up the tent and preparing a meal, it didn't take long to fall asleep. I don't even have a pillow. I left mine behind when I left Ningguo Fu. A bundle of clothes under my head works just fine and saves the trouble of washing pillowcases.
Urumqi, September 1st, 1915.
And so begins the final chapter of our trip to the mountains. We got up at daybreak, hoping for an early start. The morning was fine and clear, and the mountains looked beautiful after the rain. Our tent was still wet and too heavy to pack, so we waited for it to dry. We had breakfast, and once the sun rose, the tent dried quickly. We struck it for the last time and began the 20-mile journey. There wasn't much to note on the way. The road was mostly desert. About 6 miles from the city, we stopped at an inn and bought a large melon, which we enjoyed very much. We asked if the river was high and were told, yes, very high. Just as we neared the riverbank, one of the loads fell from a mule, so we had to unpack and repack everything. It was a blessing it happened before we reached the river. Had it happened mid-crossing, the mule might have drowned. When we got there, the river was roaring, waist-deep and fast-moving. Mr. Hunter thought it couldn't be crossed safely, so we turned toward the bridge. But soon we met a man who told us the bridge had been washed out. 2 spans were gone. We had no choice but to ford the river. 2 young Mohammedan riders appeared, who knew the safe paths through the river. One of them recognized us and offered to guide us across, and we gladly accepted. Mr. Hunter rode, and I walked. It was quite an adventure. Our man was too afraid to cross at first and came over later in a tall cart. But we got our mules, goods, and everything safely across, and we were deeply thankful to God. It was truly dangerous. Half an hour later, we were home, sweet home, and with that, our journey ended. Tomorrow is September the 2nd, 5 years since I left Bonnie, England. East or west, home is best. How time flies. God willing, it won't be long before we see each other again. And what a time we'll have then.
Percy Mather had given his heart to the Mongols. From the moment he first met them in an inn at Urumqi, he felt drawn to them. He loved their openness, their hospitality, their simplicity, and the childlike spirit they carried. While camping in the mountains, he found joy in watching the boys display their riding skills, or little better, skillfully herding cattle. Their playful nature captured his heart. They quickly grew fond of him too, sharing in games and laughter and forming strong bonds of friendship. Percy had a natural way of connecting with people. When he walked into a Mongol camp with his fiddle under his arm, he was instantly welcomed. He met them on their level and became like one of them. He was deeply interested in every part of their lives, how they set up tents, managed horses, trained dogs, and built fires. His letters were full of notes and sketches of these things. In return for their kindness, he used his basic medical skills to help with their illnesses. It was largely for the Mongols' sake that he used his only furlough to study eye care at a hospital. That the Mongols felt the same affection for him is clear from his letters. He wrote,
"The head man is a hearty old fellow, fond of a joke. He lives in one tent with his married son, daughter-in-law, and grandchild. They are incredibly kind to me and happy to have me in their camp. The old man's eyes have improved so much that he believes I worked a miracle, and news of it has spread far and wide. Recently I treated the princess for indigestion, lanced a boil for one of her servants, and set a broken leg for another. I'm making slow progress with the language, but it's hard without a dictionary or grammar."
To the Mongols, Percy Mather was always a friend, helpful, capable, approachable, and sincere. From the start, they saw he was someone who would never take advantage of their simplicity. In the countryside, he was their guest. In town, he became their guide, helping them shop, welcoming them into his home, and, to their delight, taking them to photographers for portraits. He truly lived out the words of the Lord. "You are the light. You are the salt." At the mention of his name, Mongols would raise both thumbs, their highest sign of praise. His love for these simple people took him often to their quarters in Urumqi, through the mountain camps, to Karashar, the Altai Mountains, and among the scattered Kalmucks. From one camp he wrote,
"Each Sunday evening I hold a service and preach through a Mongol interpreter. I long for the day when I can speak their language freely. I'm not fluent yet, but I count it a great honor to preach, even through an interpreter, to these poor, lost souls. Light has come to those sitting in darkness and the shadow of death."
Later, back in town, he wrote,
"I visited a poor Mongol dying of consumption in jail. He didn't speak Chinese, but I did my best with broken Mongolian, sharing the words from the gospel, 'Lord, be merciful to me, a sinner.' When I visited again, I asked if he remembered. He nodded but couldn't speak. Then he pointed to his heart and gasped, 'I have them here. You ask when I'll be coming home. I would love to see you all again, but I believe the Lord wants me to serve these poor Mongols.'"
His prison visits also led him to a well-educated Mongol who spoke fluent Chinese but was imprisoned for a crime. Mather got permission from the governor to have the cage opened so he could sit with him. There, in that unusual place, the prisoner taught Mather Mongolian, while Mather shared the gospel in return. When a man is eager to make use of every opportunity, those opportunities often come to him. Later, while traveling among the Kalmucks, a living Buddha who was friendly with Mr. Hunter and his companion gave them a Mongol boy to serve as their personal attendant. This boy was Nimgir, a simple but faithful youth who became deeply devoted to his masters. For Percy Mather, This was the perfect chance to master the Mongolian language and gain natural access among the nomadic tribes. When the tribespeople saw Nimgir riding ahead, they would say, "He is one of us." And that one word from him would break down suspicion, ease fears, and open hearts to the missionary who followed. Because he had to work through various tribal dialects without any language books, Mather took it upon himself to start compiling dictionaries and grammars to help future workers. Once again, an opportunity came to him. After the Russian Revolution, a rare Russo-Mongol dictionary appeared in Urumqi. The owner needed money and was willing to sell it. Mather invested all he had to buy the book. With help from a Russian friend and a Mongolian scribe, he began the work of translation. But to take on such a task in an already full life, he developed the habit of working late into the night, often into the early morning hours. In doing so, he pushed his body beyond its limits and seriously overworked himself. Toksun, S.E. of Urumqi, September 9th, 1915.
Mr. Hunter, a Chinese boy, and I left the city last Thursday, taking our full camping gear and supplies of rice, flour, wheatmeal, and dried fruit. Once we were clear of the city, the ground turned stony and hard, practically desert. It was our first time using Mr. Hunter's new horse, a willing little creature, though a bit timid, but that will pass. Around 2 p.m., we reached a ruined city, its walls still standing but completely deserted. We debated whether to camp there or continue, but one of the mules started limping, so we decided to stop. We unloaded the animals and began boiling rice. Then the horse broke loose, and I had a hard time catching it. I feared it might run off to the mountains, being a mountain pony by birth, and if it had, we'd likely never have seen it again. After supper, we shackled the horses and settled in for the night. The province is now full of horse thieves. Where people once grew opium, now banned, they've turned to stealing horses instead. Around 11 p.m., one of the mules got loose and wandered off looking for grass. I could hear the shackles dragging, so I ran out barefoot and brought it back. Not long after, the other mule did the same, and I had another chase. Just as I had settled down again, Mr. Hunter shouted, "Thieves!" I jumped up at once, but our boy called out, "It's nothing, I'm just checking the animals." The animals were cold, hungry, and restless, so Mr. Hunter sent the boy to cut grass for them. When he returned with a large bundle on his back, it startled the animals, and they all bolted. We had yet another chase, but thankfully they were shackled, or we would have lost them. My mule was shaking all over. Soon after, dawn broke, and we cooked breakfast, packed up, and set off again. The next day we came across 8 Mongols who had been out hunting. They were sitting in a circle eating, and in the middle stood a huge eagle, taller than the seated men. They clearly used it for hunting. We came upon them suddenly around a bend. It was a striking sight to see them calmly sitting there with the great bird standing solemnly among them. I've often seen Turkish hunt with falcons and hawks, but never with a bird so large. Later, we caught up with a Turkey man and his boy driving about 20 donkeys loaded with flour to sell to the Mongols. We travelled with them, and when we reached a place with plenty of grass, water, and firewood, we decided to camp together for safety. The weather was mild, so we didn't pitch the tent, but slept in the open to make an early start easier. The boy built a fire while I washed some rice and set it to boil. I then walked up the valley to a Hassa tent to buy milk. While the woman milked the cow, the man showed me his Russian army rifle and some cartridges, asking if we had any. I pretended not to understand and simply said, "Yes, they are good guns." You never know what these fellows might be planning, and I suspected he was trying to find out if we were armed. 2 rough-looking men had been in the tent when I arrived, but they soon left. I didn't like the look of them. I took the milk back to camp, and before long we were enjoying a good supper. Just before dark, the Hassa returned with his gun and asked Mr. Hunter if we had any cartridges. Mr. Hunter said, "No," and the man left, now knowing we were completely unarmed. After supper, I kneaded some dough and baked 8 or 9 lovely scones in the ashes. The valley was narrow and steep, covered in thick fir forests, and with no moon it was very dark. Jagged rocks jutted out above us. We decided to keep fires burning through the night and take turns watching. The Chinese boy took the first watch from 9 to midnight. He gathered plenty of firewood and soon had a huge fire blazing, lighting the area around our camp while the trees beyond remained in deep darkness. We went to sleep, tired from the night before. Around midnight, Mr. Hunter shouted, "Thieves! Thieves!" I leapt up instantly. He was already running toward the woods, but I passed him and ran ahead. Seeing and hearing nothing, I had to stop. Mr. Hunter said that as he slept, he felt something near his pillow, like a wolf or someone crawling, but before he could see clearly, it was gone. Our animals were still tied, and the boy insisted he had been watching, saying it must have been a wolf. Then Mr. Hunter checked for his ruble notes and cried out, "They're gone, all gone. They've taken my rubles." But I saw he was searching the wrong bag and told him, "That's the boy's bag." He checked his own and found the money safe. The boy repeated, "It was only a wolf." And since the animals and money were safe, I lay back down, hoping for a little sleep before my watch. Mr. Hunter wasn't so sure about sleeping again with thieves or wolves nearby. As we lay in the open, using our clothes as pillows, he pointed out that a wolf could easily sneak up and bite off part of our ears. Still, I decided to take the risk. 10 minutes later, Mr. Hunter asked where the bread was. I said, "In the bag over there." "Where's the bag?" he asked. "With the other bags beside the tent." "I don't see the tent," he replied. At that, I jumped up, and sure enough, the tent, bags, and provisions were all gone. We had been so focused on protecting the horses and money that we hadn't noticed the rest was missing. I got dressed quickly, and the Chinese boy and I armed ourselves with stout sticks, ready to search the woods in the dark. We called the turkey and his boy. They were sympathetic, but wouldn't risk entering the forest without knowing how many thieves there were or whether they were armed. But for us, nearly everything was gone. Without at least the tent, we couldn't continue the journey. I had lost almost everything, except my bedding and a few Chinese clothes I had been using as a pillow. My good foreign boots, worn for hundreds of miles, were gone, along with one of the thick singlets you gave me, the hug me tight you made, the razor H gave me, my strop, brush, and soap. Even my little square toffee box, which had accompanied me on all my journeys and held useful odds and ends, was gone. Inside it were scissors, a Chinese pocket dictionary, a pair of smoked glasses, medicine bottles, 2 pairs of warm socks, notepaper, stamps, envelopes, my passport, and a small Chinese New Testament. Thankfully, I'd been reading my pocket Bible and hadn't put it back, so I still had that. I also lost 2 pairs of Chinese socks, a shirt, and 2 handkerchiefs. That was about everything I had brought, and it was all gone. We also lost all our flour, rice, dried fruit, salt, sugar, and almost worst of all, the beautiful scones I had stayed up late to bake. That was the last straw. I was determined to do something, if only to get back the tent and a scone. We figured there had been at least 2 thieves. One probably stayed at the edge of the forest while the other sneaked in and passed items to his partner, returning for more. He must have made 3 trips, 2 successful, the third interrupted when he woke Mr. Hunter and had to flee. We also knew they had knives. Some strong rope had been cleanly cut. Happily, Mr. Hunter's foreign saddle, all our harness, and a bag containing his spare clothes and some Chinese gospels were untouched. Mr. Hunter tried to talk me out of going after the thieves, but when I promised not to go far, he agreed. So the Chinese boy and I set off together. He was small, but not afraid, and we entered the woods side by side. The trees were thick, there was no moon, and the darkness was complete. Fallen trees and thick brush made walking hard. After a while, we stumbled upon a narrow path leading up the mountain to a small plateau. There we found a clearing where many trees had been cut down. As we searched the area, we found a clue: some old newspapers that had been used to wrap our belongings.
September 27th, 1915.
You'll be glad to hear we recovered nearly all of our stolen goods. Once we found the newspapers, I was sure the thieves weren't far. The boy and I darted around, shouting from different directions and throwing stones to give the impression a whole group was searching. I wanted to rush deeper into the woods, but Mr. Hunter held me back, refusing to let me go in the dark. I was so furious at the thought of losing everything, especially the tent and my freshly baked scones. I could hardly wait for daylight. At first light, we went out again. I soon found a wicked-looking knife. The boy discovered a cap snagged on a tree and then more newspaper. At last, in a grassy clearing among the trees, we found everything, bags, clothes, and provisions, all there. We gathered it all up and brought it back to camp. Still, I was determined to catch the thief if I could. Later, I went a little farther up the valley to see if the Hassa tent was still there. It was, and so were the three men. As soon as one of them saw me, he tried to duck behind some bushes and sneak away, but I circled around and cut him off. He stepped out and greeted me with a salam, peace be to you, which I returned politely, though under my breath I muttered, "You scoundrel." I said in Chinese, "Come with me, I have something to say to you." He didn't understand, but he sensed something was wrong. I grabbed his arm and said, "Come on, none of your tricks, we've got you this time." He turned pale with fear and rage and began to resist. With all three men nearby, I knew I couldn't handle it alone, so I shouted for Mr. Hunter. As soon as I yelled, another Hassa jumped on his horse and galloped away. I kept calling, but Mr. Hunter was too far down the valley. With no backup, I had no choice but to let the man go. Later, Mr. Hunter and the turkey went to confront the Hassa while I stayed behind to guard our belongings. When Mr. Hunter approached the tent, 2 Hassas were still there. As soon as they saw him, one ran inside, came out with a gun, and threatened to shoot anyone who touched him. Mr. Hunter calmly said, "There's no need for shooting. Come and talk this over." The man claimed he knew nothing about the theft. With no direct proof against them, there was nothing we could do. Not long after, a Hassa elder passed by, and we reported the incident to him. He said, "I'll go investigate and return shortly." We waited for an hour, but he never came back. With nothing more to be done, we packed our things and prepared to move on. As we passed the Hassa tent, we saw they had already taken it down and were leaving as quickly as possible. We continued up the valley for several miles until it opened into a magnificent amphitheatre. A wide circular valley several miles across, ringed by high mountains. A stream flowed through the center, and scattered all around were hundreds of tents. Thousands of Hussars moved back and forth, visiting one another or tending their herds of cattle, sheep, horses, and camels. We considered stopping for the weekend, but decided to keep going. After crossing the valley, we began a steep climb up a mountain pass. The climb was hard, and by the time we reached the top, we were breathless. Mr. Hunter's pony had to lie down and rest. From the summit, we could see the Bogdo Peak rising into the clouds behind us. To our right was another range, the further mountains, already white with fresh snow, even at the base. Now we understood why there were so many Hussars gathered in the valley. The snow had driven them out of the highlands. We had planned to go to a town in the further mountains called Karasha, but had gone too far west, so we decided to head for Turfan, which lies below sea level. We started downhill and soon met some Hassa herdsmen, who milked a couple of sheep for us. We drank the fresh milk gratefully. We descended from the mountains into a broad, stony valley. Across it, we saw some shepherds' tents and decided to head over and camp nearby, where there was water and grazing land. Before long, we were busy choosing a good spot and setting up our tent. Some turkey shepherds came by, and Mr. Hunter entertained them while I organized our things. He asked if they had any mutton for sale, and one man brought over some sheep shanks. There wasn't much meat on them, but we put them in the pot and made a tasty mutton broth. We enjoyed it greatly, having had nothing for dinner but dry bread which we had eaten while riding. As night fell, we shackled and secured our animals. The shepherds warned us to stay alert as theft was common. I overheard them asking our boy if we had a gun. Of course, we had none, but I heard him reply that we had a very big one, so large from his description they must have thought it was a cannon.
Urumqi, January 6th, 1916.
Did I tell you how our new year began? I was sitting up reading my diary when, exactly at midnight, the walls began to sway, the ceiling cracked, doors flew open, and pots rattled. It was an earthquake. Mr. Hunter, who was sleeping upstairs, came rushing down and called out, "Did you feel that?" "Yes," I answered. "What time is it?" "Exactly 12 o'clock," he replied. Strange, wasn't it? The next morning, we checked our clock by the sun and found the quake had struck at 2 minutes past midnight. Quite a way to welcome the new year. You may notice the stamps I use now have 5 Chinese characters printed down the center. They mean limited to the use of Xinjiang province. People have been buying large amounts of stamps to send to the coast as a way to transfer money because silver exchange rates were so high. It sounds odd, but stamps are very cheap here, and there was good profit in buying them locally and selling them elsewhere. To stop this trade, the government restricted their use within the province.
Urumqi, February 6th, 1916.
Our governor is from Yunnan. He supports Yuan Shikai now, but he isn't a man of principle. When the Republicans held power, he was Republican. Now that Yuan is in control, he's a monarchist. When the monarchy movement began, he spoke with a young man from Hubei who held strong Republican views. Thinking the governor trusted him, the young man openly shared his belief that restoring the monarchy would harm the country. The governor asked him to put his thoughts in writing, which he foolishly did. The governor immediately sent a telegram to Peking with the letter. The reply was simple: shoot him. The governor invited the young man to his garden, where they drank wine together. The poor fellow, thinking he was in favor, was quite pleased. Then the governor excused himself, gave a command to the soldiers waiting outside, and they went in and shot him in cold blood. It was murder. I will never go near that man again. Elections were held recently, and of course every vote was for Yuan Shikai. I asked one voter what would have happened if someone had voted otherwise, and he replied he would have been shot. 2 weeks ago, an official reported a plot for a rebellion to break out at Chinese New Year. When nothing happened, the man was executed for giving a false report. Since then, the governor has been censoring all letters and claims to have uncovered a plot against his own life, involving many Yunnan officials. He has recruited many new soldiers, and strict precautions are being taken, as the plot was said to be planned for the 15th day of the first moon, a festival day. On the 14th, the governor hosted a feast in honor of a newly arrived inspector and invited 2 men suspected of being involved in the plot. While the guests were enjoying the meal, the governor left the table and gave a prearranged signal. Soldiers entered the dining hall and cut down one of the men in cold blood. The governor returned and said, "Do not disturb yourselves, gentlemen. Let us continue the feast." They did so with the bleeding corpse lying beside them. Later he gave another signal, and soldiers attacked the second man. This one was more prepared and fought back fiercely, overturning the table. But 20 soldiers slashed at him until he was killed. When it was over, the governor apologized to his guests, saying he had no choice but to act this way, as these were dangerous men and he could not take risks. Meanwhile, soldiers arrested 6 minor officials and threw them into the Black Dungeon, a cold, dark underground cell with no sanitation. That ended all celebrations. The other day, Mr. Hunter and I were out walking and saw a strange sight. 6 men packed into 2 large wooden kangs, 3 men in each. Just then, the governor's wife drove by in her carriage, and the soldiers forced the men to kneel until she had passed.
Urumqi, April 12th, 1916.
Today we had our first rain shower in 6 months, though we've had plenty of snow to make up for it. The rain only lasted an hour before turning into heavy snow, leaving the streets a dreadful mess of slush and mud. People walk in single file, each stepping exactly where the person ahead has walked. It's amazing how quickly a narrow path is worn down this way. The Chinese are skilled at navigating the mud, and it's remarkable how clean they manage to keep their cloth shoes and white socks. We can't cross the streets wherever we like. We have to walk until we find a spot where a shopkeeper has laid down stepping stones, not out of kindness, but to attract customers to his door. The poor horses suffer terribly when carts get stuck in the mud. It's common to see 3 or 4 horses straining to pull a cart free, while men use long poles, picks and shovels to lift carts out of holes several feet deep. Sometimes donkeys drown right in the streets, trapped under heavy loads when they fall into deep mud. Carter drivers often beat the animals cruelly. The other day, I saw one using a stick nearly as thick as your arm, hitting a horse with all his strength. I quietly came up behind him, and just as he raised the stick again, I grabbed it and pulled it from his hand before he realized what had happened. I wanted to strike him with it, but instead I scolded him and walked away with the stick. He was a big Coleman, strong enough to overpower me, but he accepted it quietly. Later he came to apologize and ask for the stick back. Since it was used to prop up the cart and relieve the horse's back while unloading coal, I knew that keeping it would only cause the animal more pain. After he promised not to beat the horse again, I returned it to him. Yesterday I saw a man being taken through the streets in a large wooden cage set on a four-wheeled cart. He wore heavy iron shackles and had travelled 14 days. He was being brought to the magistrate's yamen and was clearly an important prisoner, likely political. The cage was about 3 feet high and 4 feet long. At the yamen gate, I saw another cage about 6 feet tall but only 2 feet square. If that was meant for him, he would have to stand day and night. A terrible punishment. Lately, many people have been walking the streets wearing large wooden collars weighing 50 or 60 pounds. This is harsh enough, but still mild compared to being locked in a standing cage.
Urumqi, May 12, 1916.
We had a visit from a thief recently. It's not often they outsmart me, but this one did. We had just finished Sunday service when our boy called me outside. I heard a man saying, "It's all right, I know Mr. Ma." I recognized him. He'd been here twice before. Once he tried to sell me a watch, which I suspected was stolen, so I refused it. Our boy said he was sitting quietly in his room when this man climbed along the roof and dropped into our yard. I questioned him, and he claimed that he and some others had been gambling next door when the police arrived, so they scattered. Thinking it best to get rid of him quickly, I opened the door and let him go. When Mr. Hunter heard, he said, "That man was a thief. You should have kept him." Soon after, we heard shouting from the Tientsin man who lives on the other side of us. He and his family had been at a wedding, and while they were away, someone had broken in and ransacked their house. To think I had the thief in my hands and let him escape. I spent hours walking around town looking for him, and if I'd found him, he wouldn't have had an easy time.
Urumqi, August 21st, 1916.
Our chapel was badly in need of repairs. The front wall was just a wooden partition with paper windows, and during services we could hardly hear ourselves preach because of the street vendors shouting as they sold their goods. They would pile their baskets near our door and call out loudly about the quality of their wares. With only a thin layer of paper between us and them, it wasn't pleasant. Sometimes someone from the congregation would get up, step outside to buy something, and we'd hear a full negotiation before they returned, chewing on their purchase while listening to the sermon. We removed the wooden partition and paper windows and built a mud brick wall with windows facing our yard. It's a great improvement. Crowds gathered to watch the work and asked endless questions. One of the workers, tired of explaining, told people we were opening a pawn shop. Later, someone came to ask if it was true. Another person was told we were opening a watchmaker's shop. Eventually, a Yamen official sent word that he heard we were returning to England and offered to send men to seal up the property, and so the story spread.
Urumqi, October 10th, 1916.
A living Buddha visited us recently. He is a wealthy man, riding through the city in a four-wheeled carriage dressed in fine furs. He seems intelligent and is quite friendly. He's staying in a private house nearby, and last Sunday afternoon, Mr. Hunter and I returned his visit. He welcomed us graciously. While we were there, a Chinese gentleman arrived with a little boy. He apologized for interrupting, but explained that the child was often sick and asked if the living Buddha would kindly stroke the boy's head. The Buddha glanced at us, seeming a bit embarrassed. Mr. Hunter suggested we leave, but I said, "No, let's stay and watch." The Buddha asked, "What Buddha do you worship?" The Chinese man replied, "Oh, any Buddha at all." "Do you have a Buddha in your home?" "No," was the answer. "Then you must get one and entrust your child to him." As he spoke, the living Buddha nibbled on dried fruit. The Chinese man asked if he would give the child a piece as a charm. He agreed, and before leaving, the man told the child to bow to the Buddha. Please ask friends to pray for the Mongols of Xinjiang, thousands of souls without hope, without God, and without a preacher.
Urumqi, December 18th, 1916.
Another week until Christmas, but here there's nothing to remind us of the season. There's little chance of a turkey. In fact, we're living very simply now. Though we have funds in Tientsin, the exchange rate is terrible, so we're stretching what we have, hoping it improves. We're on short rations, but our joy doesn't depend on food and drink. Otherwise, we'd be miserable. The Lord is our portion, and we remain happy and content. Yesterday, I saw an old Muslim man dying in the street from weakness. His friends were caring for him. I offered money to buy him some kind of stimulant, but they refused. A Mohammedan must not enter his Maker's presence with the smell of wine on his lips. His friend said, "It does not matter if he dies, so long as he does not drink wine. But if he drinks wine and dies, the consequences would be too terrible to imagine."
Urumqi, January 22nd, 1917.
We've been especially busy these past 2 days. There's been a fairly heavy snowfall, and it's taken us 2 full days to clear it. I had hoped to write last night, but after spending the whole day sweeping snow and the whole evening washing clothes, I was too tired. This is bath night, and while the water is heating, I'm scribbling down a few lines. The Mongols have brought me several gifts lately: milk, butter, eggs, a pet lamb, and most recently a young golden eagle. It's just getting its feathers, but it's already very large, and its claws are as sharp as needles. One must be very cautious when handling it. Unfortunately, it eats more meat in a week than I do in a year, so I can't afford to keep it. I've passed it on to a friend who's better off than I am. The Kazakhs use these eagles to hunt hares, foxes, and gazelles. The other day, a Sart came seeking treatment. He'd been out gathering firewood not far from the city when a wolf attacked. But this time, it went after a Tatar. The man must have been strong. He grabbed the wolf by both ears and held on until a friend arrived with an axe and killed it. Still, the poor Sart's forearms were badly bitten.
Urumqi, February 18th, 1917.
On the boat coming to China, a fellow passenger let me use his prismatic glasses, and ever since then, I've longed for a pair of my own. A postal commissioner here had a pair, but when I asked the price, I found they had cost him 20 guineas, well out of my reach. Recently, I noticed a pair hanging for sale in a Russian shop. They were excellent prismatics, a modern French make, and even the leather case was nearly unmarked. They had been sold by a Russian refugee, and the price was only 40 paper taels. About 30 shillings in English money at the current rate. Extremely cheap. But we didn't have the money to spare, so I had to walk away. A month later, an idea struck me. A traveller had left some clothes with me. Among them a swallowtail coat and a few white evening waistcoats, none of which I could ever use. I had once tried to sell them, but neither the Turkish nor the Chinese wear anything like them. I thought this Russian shop, which deals with Russians and Tatars, might accept them in exchange for the glasses. I told Mr. Hunter my plan, but he laughed and doubted it would work. Still, I went off with the bundle slung over my shoulder and was delighted to find the glasses still unsold. I laid the clothes out on the counter and made my offer. The merchants examined them closely, pointing out every flaw and criticizing them. I said simply, "One word, do you buy or don't you?" They replied, "We buy. What do you want for them?" There's nothing like aiming high, so I said, "Give me those glasses and 20 taels in cash, and you can take the clothes." We bargained for a while, and in the end, they agreed to give me the prismatics and 2 pairs of blue spectacles in exchange for the suit. I left feeling like the happiest man in Urumqi and hurried back to show Mr. Hunter. Naturally, he asked how much I had to pay on top of the clothes, and was shocked when I showed him the 2 pairs of blue spectacles that were thrown in for good measure.
Urumqi, March 29th, 1917.
Today, the weather is beautifully mild, almost like summer by noon. This morning, I saw both a spider and a butterfly, the first of the year. The butterfly was red and yellow, like the French drummers we used to call them at home. Even the flies are beginning to show themselves again. Last Wednesday, I saw a kite circling overhead in search of food. These birds are common here, and some grow quite large, almost eagle-sized. They don't stay through the winter as it's too cold, but now they're returning. They soar effortlessly, spiraling higher and higher until they vanish from sight. Walking along the road, I noticed the bread sellers place thorny branches around their stalls to stop the kites from swooping in and stealing their loaves. If you throw a crust into the air, a kite will dive and catch it before it touches the ground. When a man carries meat home for dinner, he must be cautious or the kite will snatch it right out of his hand. One day I actually saw a man eating bread when, all at once, a kite swooped down from behind and snatched it away, right between his hand and mouth. I could hardly have believed it had I not seen it with my own eyes.
The years of the Great European War brought changes even to Central Asia. The Russian Revolution led to a flood of refugees crossing the Siberian frontier into Turkestan, many arriving in Urumqi in complete destitution. These White Russians formed large colonies across the region, though most continued on toward China proper. The Chinese authorities showed great kindness, offering travel assistance to these suffering people on their long, difficult journeys that often lasted months. For the missionaries, the turmoil of the world brought challenges of a different kind, stricter border controls and endless passport and travel restrictions. Mr. Hunter could no longer make excursions into the Ural Mountains, and soon Outer Mongolia was closed to him as well. A strict censorship was imposed on all correspondence due to fears of political plots among the province's mixed population. This weighed heavily on the missionaries. From that point on, Percy Mather's letters became cautious and guarded. The censorship never eased. He once told friends,
"I've just torn up, for the third time, a letter home. All freedom is gone. I can write nothing personal. I simply say I'm well and then talk about the weather. Even a family joke could be misunderstood."
He often urged friends in England to avoid any mention of politics in their letters, knowing that even innocent comments could put missionaries in real danger. Every restaurant, tea house, and public place in Urumqi displayed notices forbidding political discussion. Mr. Hunter, ever practical, used this to avoid awkward conversations. When asked, "What is your nationality?" he would simply point to the sign, "Discussion of national matters is forbidden." From then until 1926, the two men dedicated themselves to long missionary journeys, balanced with intense language study and translation work. The harsh northern winters, too severe for travel, became seasons of focused book work. The daylight hours were filled with people seeking help, but at sunset, when the city gates closed with the firing of a gun, peace returned. At 5 o'clock, they shared a simple meal of rice, sorghum syrup, tea, and bread. Afterward, they settled into long nights of work, studying, translating scripture, copying manuscripts, and using a mimeograph to duplicate pages. These sheets were sorted, assembled, stitched, and stacked for distribution in the summer. The manual labor was exhausting, so it was a great relief when the British and Foreign Bible Society stepped in to handle the printing and binding. Few missionaries have been more thankful than Hunter and Mather when the first parcels of printed books arrived, knowing they now had an unlimited supply ready for their work. Among the remnants of the war that found their way into Central Asia was a small, unusual cart. Designed for battlefield use, it was meant to carry small amounts of ammunition quickly to the front lines. Light yet finely built, this little British cart eventually appeared for sale in Urumqi. George Hunter bought it and transformed it into a one-man travel cart. Harnessing his strong Russian horses to it, he used it to cover and recover the vast distances from Kashgar to Kobdo and from Hami to Chuguchak. Each spring, as soon as the weather allowed, Hunter and Mather set out on long journeys. They always knew their destination, but never bound themselves to strict plans. As seasoned pioneers, they understood that true progress didn't require published itineraries. They simply pressed forward with their work, quietly and steadily. One summer took them to the Altai, another to Ili, and yet another to Chuguchak. They also made trips to Karashar, Turfan, along the South Road, or eastward to Kucheng and Muhleho. These courageous journeys opened the way across Dzungaria, making it easier for those who would follow. Like men clearing a path through dense forest, they cut through the obstacles. Though challenges would always arise, the trail was marked. Santa June 10th, 1918.
I've been traveling eastward, visiting Christians and preaching the gospel in the towns and villages along the way. I've been away for over a month now. While passing through a small stage, a Mongol came to the inn asking for eye medicine. I gave it to him, and he told us he was an officer in the guard of a Mongol prince whose camp was 15 miles away. He invited us to his home and said he would take us to visit the prince if we came. I promised to try and stop by on our return. We found the Christians bright, cheerful, clean, and orderly, and spent 3 joyful days with them. Then we moved on to Kuching, ancient city, where we spent 3 busy days preaching, selling books, and visiting every shop. It would take too long to describe all the different receptions we received. Some merchants were friendly, others suspicious and scowling, and some were downright rude. On our return journey, we met a Mongol who asked if we were the ones who had given eye medicine to his friend. We said yes, and he told us the man was feeling much better and wanted to see us. So, last Thursday, we set off toward the mountains, deciding to call on the prince first. We followed a stream through stony ravines for about 20 miles, but then met 2 Mongols who said we had passed the camp. They directed us back to where the streams divided. There we caught up with a young lama who guided us to the prince's encampment, set on a flat plain in the riverbed. The riverbed was rich and wooded, though surrounded by bare sandstone mountains. The prince had a 2-storied mud palace, and we pitched our tents in his court. To the north stood another small 2-story mud building for the living Buddha. Further out were 2 shrine tents for idols and 1 tent for worship, surrounded by a cluster of 20 to 30 tents used by priests. It's a kind of lamasery, and aside from 1 elderly lady, a relative of the prince and princess, no women are allowed, making it a remarkably quiet and peaceful place. The priests had planted oats around their tents, and a few yards away flowed a stream fed by eternal snows. Trees lined its banks, filled with the songs of birds nesting among the branches. The young lama led us to the tent of the man we had helped before. He welcomed us warmly and offered us tea, though I'm afraid you wouldn't enjoy it, as it's flavored with butter and salt. Another lama went to inform the prince of our arrival, and he sent word that he would receive us in the morning. The priests were very kind. Several invited me to meals and gave me silk scarves as a mark of respect. I must end here. The lady of the tent has just brought us butter scones, some cheese, and a bowl of hot milk, thankfully without salt. By the way, the women of this tribe are called Buskwa, meaning the one without a belt, because they wear loose flowing robes, while the men wear belted garments. I suppose all this sounds very bright and cheerful, but now let me change the scene. The sun is setting. There is the deep blowing of 12-foot-long trumpets, the ringing of bells, the beating of drums, and the chanting of prayers. As I lie awake, I begin to feel something of the spiritual grip these priests have over the people, and I realize more clearly the depth of what the gospel must overcome. I do not doubt its power, but the weight of the task becomes very real when preaching among such priest-ridden, superstitious, yet deeply lovable people. While thinking on these things, my heart was suddenly lifted by a burst of beautiful sound. Nightingales singing in the bushes just a few yards from where I lay. They sang sweetly and cheerfully, even in the dark. And as they sang, a song of gratitude and praise rose in my heart. And I took courage again, reminded that the gospel is the power of God unto salvation for everyone who believes, Mongols included. With the song of the nightingale still in my ears, I drifted off to sleep. And through the night, each time I woke, I heard it again. The clear, comforting song of the nightingale.
Urumqi, June 25th, 1918.
While travelling home, I nearly left my boy behind in ancient city. He's not very trustworthy, and I've often suspected him of gambling. One night he came in late, looking quite pleased with himself, saying he had met an old friend who gave him 8 shillings as a gift. I said nothing, but I was sure he had won at gambling. Soon enough, his luck must have turned because he came asking to borrow money for clothes. I paid him what I owed, but refused to give him anything extra. He begged for 2 shillings, then 1 shilling, then just 6 pence. But I wouldn't give him a single coin. Next, I noticed he had pawned some of his clothes and bedding. Then I caught him having a quiet word with the stable boy who handled the feed, and I suspected at once he was trying to cheat me by inflating the bill. That night, as I went to bed, I saw my boy wake the stable boy, urging him to settle the account early since we were leaving in the morning. But the stable boy was simple, and when he entered the room, loudly announced the full amount of the bill. I said, "All right, I'll settle with you in the morning." The real reason for the rush was clear. My boy needed money for gambling or to redeem his pawned bedding, and planned to get it by charging me for feed the horses never received. The next morning, I confronted the stable boy in front of his master and asked, "Now, what have you two been plotting?" He confessed immediately, saying, "Oh, teacher, forgive me and I'll tell you everything." He admitted my boy had convinced him to overcharge me while secretly putting the horses on half rations. Just as he was confessing, my boy came running up, calling, "Don't give me away!" But it was too late. I gave him a thorough talking to. Not only was I angry about his attempt to cheat me, but even more upset that the animals had been deprived of food. I paid him off on the spot. Of course, soon enough people came pleading for him, saying he'd be stranded if I dismissed him. So I relented, and you can imagine how humble and quiet he was when he returned. One morning, feeling a bit tired, I stayed in bed hoping for some extra rest. But a crowd of children, Chinese, Turkey, and Tungan, came hammering at my door, wanting to buy books. I called out, "Go away and play, come back later and I'll give you some." But they insisted, wanting them immediately. They shouted all sorts of names at me, from foreign devil upwards. They climbed up to my window, peering through the wooden bars, and began narrating everything I did. There he is. Now he's getting up. He's turning over. He's getting dressed. He'll be here soon. Sometimes the older ones would lift a smaller child up to the window, then run away and leave him hanging there, screaming in fear that the foreigner might catch him and eat him. I was furious at them, but I couldn't help laughing too. Roads have been busy and inns crowded, leaving little chance for rest. Only once did we manage to enjoy a quiet night. The cart horses usually have bells tied to their halters, so there's constant ringing throughout the night. On top of that, the carters don't tie up their horses properly. Once they finish eating, the animals wander the inn yard, trying to steal feed from others, kicking and squealing all night long. That one peaceful night, as I was heading to bed, I noticed only one horse had a bell, though it was a large, loud one. I told my boy, "Slip out and stuff that bell with paper." He was afraid the owner might see him and think he was trying to steal it. I said, "No matter what he thinks, I'll do it myself." So I took a piece of soft Chinese paper and packed the bell tight. Silence followed for the rest of the night. When I got up early in the morning, I looked around and saw every horse in the inn stretched out, sleeping peacefully. Later that day, we passed the same horse on the road, its bell still perfectly silent. My boy and I had a good laugh about it. The next night, however, I didn't sleep at all. The room was swarming with B-flats. Now I've spread all my things out in the yard for a good airing. It's a relief to be back in clean rooms again. I'm still longing for a letter from you. Your last one was dated 7 months ago.
Altai, June 30th, 1920.
We are about 600 miles north of Urumqi, near the small town of Altai. Altai is a Mongol word meaning gold, as much of the province's gold is found and washed here. There's also a large region in Russia called Altai, which once belonged to the Mongols. They also call this town Shara Sumi, Yellow Temple, though on some maps it's marked as Tulta. I haven't yet visited the town, but Mr. Hunter went yesterday to report our presence to the authorities. We had to check in at 3 different places along the way. Regulations are very strict now because of the Bolshevik threat. Altai lies on the east bank of the river Kran, which joins the Irtish about 30 miles from here. We camped by the Irtish last weekend, a broad, majestic river, but thick with mosquitoes and horseflies. As I watched it flowing towards Siberia and the Arctic Ocean, I couldn't help but think, if only we had a boat and George as skipper, we could sail straight home to dear old Fleetwood. Some Kazakhs ferried us across, but they didn't know much about handling a boat. With a stiff breeze and strong current, we began to drift, so I stepped in to help, much to the amazement of the Kazakhs and our Turkey servant, who thought I must be a professional. When fording rivers, we always look for a wide stretch. One of us crosses first with a rope to steady the animals. It's nerve-wracking, especially watching the mule carrying 3 weeks' worth of flour and rice. You feel like rewarding him if he makes it safely. We're now camping in a hollow surrounded by high mountains, enjoying the cool air and good grass for the horses. On the way here, we passed 2 large lakes, each about 100 miles around. Though full of fish, the water was salty and brackish, making us thirstier the more we drank. We rode for 8 hours along one lake's shore. The northern end was beautiful, with rocky bays and mountains, but for me, something was missing. Not a single sail in sight. Still, the lakes were alive with waterbirds, ducks, herons, storks, geese, and we even saw an eagle preening itself. We've moved on to Kobdo, a town in Outer Mongolia, and are camped by the Bajunti River about a mile from town. Though we're 4,500 feet above sea level, it's very hot at midday, and the mosquitoes are unbearable at night. This province is a vast land of mountains, rivers, and lakes, which have thankfully provided us with many good fish meals. The town is small but busy, with Mongols and Kazakhs constantly riding in with wool and hides, leaving with tea and cloth. There are about 150 Chinese here and 200 to 300 Russians. Yesterday was Sunday, and seeing the fair-haired children playing, couples strolling, and young Russian men lounging about reminded me of Fleetwood Esplanade on a Sunday afternoon. We've had a wonderful time among the Mongols. They bought the Gospels so eagerly that we've completely sold out. We've travelled over 1,000 miles so far. But we must return soon before the mountain passes become snowbound. There are no trees here except a few near the town, carefully protected, so we use dried horse and cow dung for fuel. It burns well and gives good heat. I recommend it during the next coal shortage. The Mongols raise large herds of yaks, strange shaggy creatures like cows draped in curtains, with huge woolly tails they swish constantly. They don't moo like cows, but grunt like pigs. The road between Altai and Kobdo was very good, with only one stage lacking water. As we neared Kobdo, the river grew too deep to cross, forcing us to make a wide detour through the mountains. In 2 days, we advanced only about 5 miles. On the first day, we reached the top of a high snow-covered mountain beyond the grass line, so the poor horses had to graze on moss. We went without supper that night and had no breakfast the next morning. There was no fuel to cook with. But that afternoon, we met some Kazakhs and exchanged a few Gospels for a large leg of mutton. We also found a patch of fine mushrooms, wild onions, and splendid wild rhubarb. The next day was Sunday, and you can imagine the feast we enjoyed. Such is our life. One day famine, the next day plenty.
Urumqi, September 29th, 1920.
Home letters are rare and precious these days, but we remind ourselves that no news is good news and trust that you are all well and happy. We've been back about 10 days now. During this journey, we travelled over 2,000 miles, passing through areas where, as far as we know, no missionary has ever been before. We scattered Gospels among various tribes of Mongols and Kazakhs. I wonder if you can pronounce that word yet. Q is like a guttural K. This being the first time many have ever received the Gospel, I like to picture them this winter, sitting in their tents, reading and pondering the strange message that has come to them. Pray that God, by His Spirit, will enlighten their dark hearts and bring them to the knowledge of Himself through Jesus Christ our Lord. It may still be years before I take a furlough, though it is now due. The greatest sacrifice is not seeing you, my dear ones. But the time is short, the days are evil, and thousands perish without ever hearing the name of Jesus. Any sacrifice seems small compared to what our boys have done in France.
Urumqi, May 31st, 1922.
I am back again after being away for 3 weeks, travelling northeast. The journey out was difficult. Heavy rain delayed our start. I took a young Christian boy with me, a convert from Mohammedanism. Though he knew nothing about horses, he was a great help in selling books and preaching. On the first day, we managed only 14 miles because of the muddy roads. As soon as we arrived, the boy asked to help sell Gospels. Soon he was facing the full contempt and scorn of the local Muslims, many of whom knew him. Yet he showed no fear or shame, going out among them boldly. The next morning, we were up at 3 a.m. and left by 5:30 for a 30-mile stage. The following day, we set off early again for another 30 miles to a place called Soft Mud Spring. The road was terrible, covered in sticky mud. We arrived at 4:30 p.m. to find every inn filled with soldiers. We tried to get lodging at a farm, but the farmers were too afraid to take in strangers. So I decided to push on another 14 miles to the next stop. We were fortunate to find a patch of grass where the horses could feed, while we made do with dry bread. We reached the next place by 9:30 p.m., only to find the inn had burned down. We had no choice but to continue another 16 miles. By then it was raining and windy, but we finally arrived at 1 a.m. on Sunday morning. My boy had been dozing on his horse, leaning forward on the saddle, which had rubbed the horse's back raw. We were glad to rest until Monday. I had no chance to sleep, as I was leading and had to focus on finding the way. On Sunday morning, the innkeeper's little boy came to watch me shave. I was using Colgate's shaving soap, and when he picked up the paper where I wiped my razor, he exclaimed, "Why, your whiskers smell sweet." At Merleau, we were warmly welcomed by 2 Christian brothers and a Christian soldier who had recently secured his discharge. It was encouraging to see them faithfully witnessing for God. They closed their shop on Sunday, and I noticed they had decorated the shutters with hymns and scripture texts instead of the usual quotes from Chinese classics. We found a fresh supply of Gospels at the post office and spent several busy days preaching and selling books. My boy had lived here for several years. It was actually in this town that I first met him 6 years ago. He was just a child then, but he eagerly bought Gospels and tracts from me, constantly returning to have them explained. When we arrived, he said, "I must visit the old mosque, where I was once a student, and bear witness for God there." He did so, though he faced much scorn and ridicule. One man insulted him using an Arabic word meaning forgotten of God, but he answered boldly, "No, I am not forgotten. God remembers even the sparrows. He will not forget me."
Tacheng, August 4th, 1922.
You may wonder where this place with the 4-barreled name is. It lies 20 days' journey northwest of Urumqi, right on the Siberian border. The Chinese post office calls it Tacheng, the Mongols say Tarbagatai. The Russians call it Chuguchak, and in colloquial Chinese it's known as Bechya, meaning seagull. There are 2 cities and 2 suburbs, all close together. The old Manchu city holds the governor's yamen, the telegraph office, and the barracks, but it's falling into ruin as the Chinese no longer maintain it. The Chinese city has many official residences and a few shops, but it's the suburbs that are bustling, filled with a mix of people. Chinese from every province, Sarts, Tatars, Nogais, Manchus, both Solons and Shibas, Tungans, Russians of every kind, Cossacks, Kazakhs, a few Poles and Finns, and, strangest of all, one British subject. This man was born to English parents in St. Petersburg and spent most of his life in Russia. He lost everything during the revolution. His wife, a Russian lady, was killed and he was imprisoned. He was overjoyed to see us and receive an English newspaper. He hadn't seen one in 4 years. Among the Russians here are Tsarists, Bolsheviks, and refugees. Some are in a pitiable state, reduced to begging, while others seem well off and dress smartly. The women mostly wear short skirts, light blouses, and colourful silk kerchiefs tied over their heads. The men wear knee boots, baggy riding breeches, and belted smocks. Some of the dandies even tie their belts tight to give themselves wasp waists. Cloth is so expensive that many garments, hats, caps, waistcoats, coats, and breeches are made from dyed leather. They look fine but must be terribly hot in summer. Many Siberian women and children go barefoot. On the way here, we rescued a donkey and a sack containing 150 pounds of flour. The poor beast had fallen under its load and couldn't get up. Its turkey owner, driving a herd of about 50 animals, hadn't even noticed it was missing. We loaded the flour onto our cart and tied the donkey behind us. A few miles later, we camped by the river and found the owners. We left it to them to decide on a reward. But the next morning they left without a word of thanks. And worse still, they stole 2 iron pegs we used to tether our horses.
Urumqi, May 12th, 1923.
I've been wanting all week to write you a few lines, but I've hardly had a moment to spare. Mr. Hunter is planning a journey, so most of my time has been spent helping him with everything from darning socks and settling accounts to fixing the cart brake, repairing harness, and handling correspondence. Alongside this, there's been the usual stream of patients and dispensing medicines. I also prepared a medical kit for Mr. Hunter with about 20 useful drugs. A few days ago, just as we were about to sit down for breakfast, a call came about an opium case. A young woman, after a quarrel, had swallowed a large amount of opium and tried to poison her 3 children as well, but thankfully, they had more sense and spat it out. I gave her an emetic, and the opium came up straight away. I followed with several basins of weak emetic to ensure her stomach was clear, then left, pleased to have dealt with it quickly. After breakfast and attending to more patients, I was about to take a walk when a man arrived, asking me to check if the woman was truly out of danger. I didn't like the sound of it, so I returned home to gather mustard, permanganate, coffee, and other supplies. I gave her another emetic, and to my dismay, a large amount of opium came up again. It turned out she had swallowed some still wrapped in paper. The first emetic hadn't brought it up, and being wrapped, there was no sign of it. By now, it had dissolved and been in her system for hours. I knew I had a serious fight on my hands to save her. It took 8 hours before I finally got her stable and out of danger. By then, I was completely exhausted, hungry but unable to eat, tired but unable to rest. I tried going to bed, but my head was spinning too much to sleep, so I saddled my pony and went for a gallop, which helped somewhat. You can't imagine how trying these opium cases are. The house is always packed with friends and neighbors, shouting, arguing, weeping. The noise is overwhelming. You might ask, why not clear them out? But that would take several people and precious time. Besides, the commotion actually helps to keep the patient awake, especially when she overhears some sharp remark about herself. That rouses her at once, and whether she starts quarreling or weeping, both reactions are useful in keeping her conscious.
Chapter 6. Respite. As the years passed, Percy Mather longed more and more deeply to see his family again. Though the circle at home was no longer complete, his father had passed. His mother, sister, and brother remained, and the memory of Fleetwood and all its associations held a tender place in his heart. It had been nearly 16 years since he left England, and 12 since he had arrived in Turkestan. Yet no one else had followed to do what he had done. Seen the need, heard the call, answered it, packed up his belongings, and gone forward into an unknown field. He would not consider taking a furlough as long as the man he had come to view as a second father, Mr. Hunter, would be left alone in Turkestan. Yet he felt his mother also had a rightful claim on his presence, and his desire to see her once more was a just one. He weighed these things in prayer and committed his path to God. And in time, doors began to open. An old friend and contemporary of Mr. Hunter's, who was serving in Kansu, found himself able to pass his responsibilities on to a younger man. This freed him to offer his help, to step in and take Mather's place while he returned to England. Mr. Ridley's offer was gratefully accepted, and he set out on the long and difficult journey from Saining to Urumqi. Around the same time, a letter arrived from 3 women missionaries who had been traveling through northwest Kansu. They planned to pass through Urumqi on their way to Europe. It had been 12 years since the 2 men had seen another fellow countrywoman, and they began preparing a warm welcome. Mr. Hunter journeyed 18 stages to Kami to meet them and personally escort them home. If he and Martha were excited at the thought of receiving 3 compatriots, the women were no less eager to meet the 2 pioneer missionaries whose courage and dedication had so deeply impressed them. As the women neared Hami, they heard from other travelers that Mr. Hunter was in the area. A few days later, a small ammunition cart came into view. A tall, dignified, white-haired man dismounted and stepped forward. It was George Hunter. But they still had another 3 weeks of travel before reaching Urumqi. Almost in sight of the city, Percy Mather rode out to greet them. The first impression of him was of a small, slender man, prematurely bald and grey, with the lined, disciplined face of an ascetic. Yet there was a sharpness to him, an alertness that seemed almost beyond the ordinary. His quick eye missed nothing. He was fully alive to everything around him. His kindness and thoughtfulness showed immediately. Before even greeting the travellers, he handed one of them a letter, saying,
"I know your father is ill, and this looks like a letter from home. You'll want to read it right away."
After a brief exchange of words, he and Nimgir, the Mongolian who rode with him, sprang into their saddles and raced ahead to the city gate, arranging with the guards to make the passport checks as smooth as possible. The missionary base in Urumqi was simple, far from luxurious. The compound contained 3 small houses. The oldest was Mr. Hunter's home. The second belonged to Mather, whose sitting room also served as the shared dining area. The third house, not yet occupied, became the lodging for the 3 women during their stay. The days that followed were filled with intense activity, especially for Percy Mather. There were passports, visas, photographs, local travel permits, arranging funds, official visits, farewell calls, household preparations for his absence, and endless requests for medical help. All this filled his days completely. Yet even after such long hours, he spent part of every night working on his English-Mongolian dictionary, which was nearly complete but needed to be copied 3 times to ensure its survival in case of loss during his journey. As his departure drew near, the old doorbell clattered constantly. Christian friends, Chinese officials, Turkey merchants, and grateful patients came at all hours, bringing farewell gifts. The guest room began to resemble an Eastern market, piled high with red parcels, cakes, raisins, apricots, sugar, tea, and berried eggs, along with platted melon strips, candles, and tins of fruit. In the final hours, friends arrived carrying roast fowls, ripe melons, grapes, peaches, and other perishable treats. At last the carts were packed, and, just as quietly and humbly as he had first arrived in Urumqi, Percy Mather slipped through the city gate and began his journey home. Joy at the thought of seeing his loved ones, his home, and his beloved Fleetwood again was deeply mixed with the sorrow of parting from the companion he had grown to love and respect so profoundly. Mr. Hunter travelled with the group all the way to the Russian border, but at last the morning came when they had to say goodbye. Those who witnessed the quiet, controlled, yet deeply emotional farewell between these 2 pioneer comrades would never forget it. The 3 others present understood why, when asked back home about his chief, Mather would sometimes have to turn away to hide the tears in his eyes. While Mr. Hunter and the heavy-hearted Nimgir began their sad return journey to Urumqi, the 4 travellers continued by Tarantas to Lake Zyson, where they boarded a river steamer to travel down the Irtish. At last, Mather was free from constant demands for help, able to rest and sleep as he wished. Life aboard the river steamer suited him perfectly. For hours he sat on the upper deck, watching the sailors take soundings and steer the boat through tricky bends. For the first time since arriving in China, he enjoyed a full week of complete rest. By the time they reached the comfort of a hotel in Omsk, all 4 missionaries were refreshed and ready to enjoy the novelties around them. It had been 12 years since Percy Mather had seen a train, a tram, an omnibus, or a taxi. It was through a railway carriage window that he first glimpsed an aeroplane. The endless hot water from the bathhouse taps, the bright hotel dining room with its table decorations, electric lights, and gleaming samovars overwhelmed these travellers from Central Asia with a sense of ease and luxury. On Sunday morning, Drawn by the sound of distant bells, they visited the Orthodox Church. There, for the first time, Mather heard a Russian choir sing sacred music and listened as the congregation chanted its creed in that uniquely Russian way. He had never imagined such artistic beauty, and his artist's soul responded with pure delight. A few days later, he was in Moscow, then Warsaw, Berlin, Brussels, and finally London. He had been so cautious, fearful that something might prevent him from reaching home, that he had only hinted at the possibility of furlough in his letters from Urumqi. He arrived in London before his family even knew he had left. His playful spirit then took over. He decided to give his mother the surprise of her life by arriving unannounced. Just as he had always dreamed, he returned to Fleetwood quietly, stepping out of the station unnoticed. He paused for a moment, taking in the familiar streets. Then a voice beside him said,
"Why, if it isn't Percy Mather."
A young woman, whom he remembered as a little girl with a long plait, was staring at him. 3 minutes later, he was standing in Balmoral Terrace, back in his old room, surrounded by his dear ones, as he always called them. Percy Mather was blessedly free from any sense of responsibility for the home church. He believed that its members had the same Lord, the same Spirit, the same guidance, and the same book as he did, and were individually accountable to God for their service. He had given himself fully to his work, and now he intended to enjoy his holiday. But the only holiday he desired was to be in Fleetwood. He regretted the town's changes, especially the municipal project that had turned the old foreshore into gardens and tennis courts. Yet from the bow window of Balmoral Terrace he still had a clear view of the sea, and the sea had not changed. The ships still came and went, and the joy of naming each vessel never faded. At home, he always took the seat where he could watch every boat entering or leaving the harbour. Many of his old schoolmates now worked there as harbour officials or pilots, and it was pure delight for him to talk with them and reconnect with the life of the seafaring community. But he showed little interest in social recognition, often causing his mother quiet distress by leaving gatherings early when he was expected to stay, or declining invitations he was thought obliged to accept. He openly told friends that sightseeing and excursions held no appeal for him compared to the simple pleasure of sitting by the fireside with his family. It was in that atmosphere of closeness that he could truly relax. Domestic life was pure joy to him. Every day he walked his sister to the school where she taught and met her again when she finished. His brother's training in electrical engineering also fascinated him and became a constant source of conversation. He accepted the deputation work required by his mission, but he was no platform speaker. Firm in his belief that missionary service was a personal calling, one that should only be undertaken in obedience to God's direct command, he never used the spiritual need of Central Asia to pressure others into volunteering. Many times he said,
"I will never do anything to help a man or woman go to the mission field. It is far too heavy a burden for me to place on anyone. If they go, the Lord must call them and open the way just as he did for me."
He saw missionary life as a single, great sacrifice, one he had made willingly and one he was prepared to make again, fully aware of its cost. But he never believed it was his place to urge such a path on others. While speaking in Bombay during his return journey to Turkestan, from the pulpit of an Anglican church, he said,
"I am not going back because I want to go. I am not even going back because of the need of the people. Travel and adventure no longer hold any fascination for me. My desire would be to remain in my own country. I'm going back because I believe it is the will of God for me, and I delight to do thy will, O my God."
There was only one thing strong enough to draw him away from the joys of Fleetwood for any length of time, his love for the Mongol people. For their sake, he resolved to become as skilled as possible in treating eye diseases. He applied for permission to attend the Manchester Royal Eye Hospital, and the authorities, understanding his unique situation as a missionary in a land without doctors, granted him full access and support to gain practical knowledge in ophthalmology. He left home and found a modest furnished room in a working-class neighborhood, arranging to prepare his own meals and keep his room in order. All he needed was a quiet place to study. Throughout his stay, his simple diet consisted of brown bread, milk, and fruit. Though he could have spent time visiting friends around the city, he was determined to make the most of this opportunity, allowing nothing to distract him from his studies. In that plain room, he kept to his old habit of reading late into the night. The hours spent at the hospital, watching surgeries or attending lectures, brought him real joy. As a student, he earned the respect and approval of his teachers. He attended regularly at both the outpatient and inpatient departments, becoming well acquainted with the symptoms and treatment, medical and surgical, of various eye diseases. He also thoroughly learned how to test vision and gained a practical understanding of the work done in the optical department. In gratitude for the kindness shown to him, he offered clerical assistance to the secretary, which gave him valuable insight into modern hospital administration. True to his nature, he was the all-around helper, ready to assist in any way needed. He even took care of babies while their mothers were receiving treatment. One staff member summed him up by saying,
"He would do any blessed thing for anyone."
Through the kindness of an honorary surgeon who gave him letters of introduction, he was also welcomed to observe at the dental hospital and the orthopedic department of the Ann Coates Hospital. There, he watched a well-known surgeon who specialized in orthopedics and learned the most current methods of treating fractures. Each weekend he returned to Fleetwood, where he taught a boys' class at the Wesleyan Sunday School. The course was brief, just a few months, but Mather had already treated a wide range of eye conditions in Turkestan. He was a quick learner with an excellent memory, absorbing all his instructors could teach him. When he returned to Central Asia, equipped with proper ophthalmic instruments, he proved so skilled that his reputation grew rapidly and patients came to him from far and wide. Another of the great joys of his furlough was visiting the headquarters of the British and Foreign Bible Society and meeting several of the scholarly men on staff. They quickly recognized the depth of his knowledge. When the committee responsible for Asian translations began to question him, they found a man who could answer every inquiry with precision and clarity. One of the secretaries said,
"He was a man of no pretensions, but one who knew his subject through and through, and was able to supply all the detailed information that we required."
Mather, in turn, was deeply grateful for the Society's support. He often expressed his appreciation when speaking to audiences, describing the nearly impossible difficulties faced by pioneer missionaries before the scriptures had been translated into the languages they needed. He also testified to the generous and unfailing help the British and Foreign Bible Society had provided to both him and Mr. Hunter. The time he spent now and then at the headquarters of the China Inland Mission in London also brought him a particular pleasure. It's not uncommon for a pioneer to be little known in his own mission, his life having been so isolated. Apart from the 3 women already mentioned, and Mr. Ridley, who had taken his place in Urumqi, Mather had not seen a fellow missionary for 12 years. In the 16 years since he left England, the staff at home had changed so much that most of them were strangers to him. He attended the annual CIM summer school in Derbyshire, enjoyed the fellowship of young people there, and took part in the meetings. Still, he never felt completely confident in public speaking. His view remained shaped by Central Asia, and he worried that he might unknowingly breach British social customs and give offence. One such instance left a deep impression on him. At the Swanwick Conference, where Dr. Stuart Holden chaired a session, Mather, in his simplicity, referred to him as Mr. Holden. Stepping down from the platform, he was filled with horror. He rushed to his Central Asian colleagues and confessed his blunder, asking what to do. They assured him it was minor, but seeing how earnestly he felt it, encouraged him to speak to Dr. Holden directly. He did, and returned glowing.
"What a humble man he is,"
he said.
I apologized to him and he just threw back his head and laughed. Then he took my arm and said, "My dear brother, if you could know how little such things mean to me, you would not give it a second thought."
Though shy at the podium, Mather was completely at ease in casual conversation, and people everywhere found him sharp and engaging. Once he sat in a railway carriage, listening to men on their way to the races. Their talk was all of betting, wagers, losses, and wins.
"That's nothing,"
he suddenly said, breaking into their conversation.
"I can tell you about higher stakes than that."
The men stared, perhaps thinking this quiet fellow might be some unknown jockey.
"What do you mean?"
one of them asked.
"Well,"
he replied,
"what about gaining the whole world and losing your own soul?"
With that, he spoke earnestly to a now sobered group about sin, righteousness, and judgment. Children were always drawn to him. In every home where he stayed, youngsters remembered him fondly. 16 years of hard pioneering had done nothing to dull his love of a good-natured prank, and his friends had to stay sharp if they didn't want to be caught off guard. At one picnic, he cheerfully volunteered to clean up the rubbish. He gathered empty tins, fruit peels, and scraps of paper into a large parcel. On his way to bury it in the sand, he passed a group of young boys. As he walked by, he began to make soft, mewing sounds and patted the parcel, saying,
"Be quiet."
The boys, instantly curious, followed him. He continued to mew pitifully as he walked, then glanced around suspiciously before digging a deep hole. He placed the still mewing parcel into it and covered it with sand. The sounds grew fainter and fainter until they stopped altogether. The boys were outraged, convinced they had just witnessed someone burying live kittens. As soon as his back was turned, they rushed to dig up the parcel, only to discover the truth. Mather watched from a distance, thoroughly enjoying their realization that they had been tricked. In May 1928, Percy Mather prepared himself once again to leave home and loved ones, returning to a harsh and barren life that held none of the comforts his heart longed for. Some encouraged him to ease his path by seeking companionship in marriage, but on that matter he stood firm. He believed deeply that the work to which God had called him required a celibate life. Throughout his furlough, his disciplined, ascetic spirit never faltered. His mother, ever watchful, could see that he deliberately denied himself comforts, fearing that indulgence might weaken his resolve, what he called letting himself down. Often, her carefully prepared dishes would go untouched while he chose instead to eat plain boiled rice and black treacle, the closest Fleetwood could offer to the simple fare of Central Asia. His close friends understood that he returned to Central Asia carrying a heavy burden without any sense of excitement or anticipation. As the day of parting from his family approached, they all faced it with courage, refusing to say or do anything that might weaken his resolve or make his departure more painful. Many times, both in conversations and in letters, he repeated the words he lived by.
"I am not going back because I long to go. It would have been much easier to remain with my dear ones at home. I'm not going back because I love the Chinese and Central Asian peoples. You may wonder then why I do it. Simply this: I believe it to be the will of God for me, and I delight to do thy will, O my God."
Chapter 7. Persistence. The divine will, which had become the guiding force of Percy Mather's life, now required of him the ultimate sacrifice, his return to Central Asia. At Liverpool Street Station, he and his dear ones looked into each other's faces for the last time, though none of them knew it would be the final farewell. There was no hesitation, no weakening, and no one, by word or gesture, made the parting harder. "Mother was splendid," he wrote to a friend. But so were they all. He was grateful not to be part of a group on board a crowded ship, but instead had the privacy he longed for. Before reaching Gibraltar, his first chance to send letters, he wrote,
"My furlough seems just like a dream, and it might be ages since I left home. I am off to practice my new tin whistle. Jesus, Still Lead On is my favorite tune just now. Today we passed the SS Korea, homeward bound. How I would love to be with you all again, but every day carries me farther away. I do thank you for giving me such a happy furlough, and I trust we shall see each other again before long. I enclose a letter from Dr. Stuart Holden. Was it not kind of him to find time to write to me?"
From Marseille, he wrote again,
"I received your letters before the ship reached her berth and soon settled in a quiet corner of the music room to devour them. I've been feeling so homesick, it took all my strength not to cry. My eyes are swollen from holding back the tears, but I'm not going to cry. I wish I could see you again, but the hard part is, I can see you so clearly in my mind. Photographs and little keepsakes make everything so vivid and remind me of all I'm leaving behind. Still, I am beginning to feel more like myself. With all the hurry and commotion, my mind had gone numb. I could hardly believe I was leaving home again. It felt like a bad dream, with little happy flashes when I thought of you and Mother."
In Marseille, the 3 women missionaries who had travelled with him from Central Asia boarded the boat, and together they continued to Bombay. All of them were experienced and had faced many hardships, so they accepted that a difficult journey lay ahead without pretending otherwise. China was, as usual, in the midst of civil war, and passports were so hard to get that they all expected to travel by way of the Karakoram to reach Kashgar and Urumqi. They stopped in Bombay and again in Kashmir, where, in Srinagar, they had to handle the complicated process of getting travel permits. There they parted ways, as the 3 women received a last-minute telegraphic permit and chose to continue to China by sea, while Mather joined Captain Mann, who was also heading to Kashgar. The time in Srinagar revealed that, although Percy Mather had been cleared by the doctor, he was actually far from well. A mild bout of malaria caused a severe collapse that couldn't be explained by the illness alone. He knew, and didn't hide from his friends, that his heart was overstrained, and they all understood it would likely be strained again. However, any advice to take care only troubled him, so little was said. After leaving Srinagar, he wrote, "Kargil, July 8th, 1928.
Here I am, more than halfway to Lear. I've been doubling the stages, so I've made very fast progress. Twice I travelled until 8:40 p.m., setting up camp in the dark. My Ladakhi boy says he's never known anyone to travel this route so quickly. Still, I'm ready for a rest today. The post leaves tonight, and I hope this reaches Srinagar by Tuesday to catch the home mail. The road is amazing, and the way it's maintained is a credit to the government. We've crossed several avalanches and snow bridges, but only one pass so far, the Zoji La. The scenery beyond Zoji is completely different, wild, rugged, and barren, with hardly any trees. The people here survive by scraping a living from the rocky mountain slopes. So far, I've met a mix of Kashmiris, Baltis, Dokbas, and Bods. I felt at home when I saw the first Bod. He was dressed like a Mongol and wore a queue.
Nearing Lama Yuru, July 10th, 1928.
We crossed another pass today, the Namika La at 13,000 feet, and are now camped at about 11,000 feet. We went beyond our planned stage because we want to make a long journey again tomorrow and spend the night at Kalatse, where a Swiss-Moravian missionary and his wife live. We expect to cross another pass tomorrow morning.
Leh, Ladakh, July 18th, 1928.
I've just finished packing my bags and washed a shirt, 2 collars, and some socks. They're hanging on the line and we're waiting for our ponies to arrive. It's 9 a.m. and the ponies were promised for 10 a.m., so for once, I'm ahead of time. By the time the ponymen come, my washing should be dry. Yesterday we were told that Captain Man's cook needed a photograph for his passport. There's no photographer in Leh. So as the official photographer of the expedition, I was asked to handle it. I took a photo at 1:30 p.m. and had it developed and printed by 5 p.m. Not bad, considering I'm still learning to use my first camera.
Head of Nubra Valley, foot of Coral Pass.
Yesterday we met a large caravan heading to Leh, and I was sorry I didn't have a letter ready to send, especially since there was a Russian refugee with them. He had escaped from Russia into Turkestan, and the Chinese officials allowed him to leave through India. He is well educated and speaks excellent English. I sent you a letter a few days ago by a Ladakhi. At that time we were stuck at the river. We managed to swim all our horses across safely, but some horses belonging to Turkey pilgrims on their way to Mecca were swept downstream. Others were stranded on a bank in the middle of the river, and 3 men and 3 horses drowned. Some of the men had been waiting 12 days to cross and were still there when we left. They couldn't manage because no one worked together. Each man only cared for his own horse. I rescued 2 horses trapped in a whirlpool among big rocks. The Turkeys didn't help because they weren't their horses. We were delayed too, but only for a day and a half.
Kargalik, Turkestan, August 17th, 1928.
Em and I arrived safely yesterday. This is the first Chinese town after crossing the border, and it was a relief to find Mr. Hunter here waiting for us. He was very glad to see us, as he had heard a report that the rivers were so high we had turned back to Leh. In fact, he wrote to you yesterday with that news. I have never taken such a dangerous journey in my life. The rivers were unusually high and the road was extremely dangerous. The pony I was riding fell over a precipice, but my life was mercifully spared. Our poor horses suffered terribly, several died, and the rest were too weak and thin to continue. Our ponyman hired camels, donkeys, and 2 fresh horses to finish the journey. We hope to spend a few days in Yarkand, and then a few more in Kashgar. After that, it should take another 2 months to reach Urumqi. It was incredibly kind of Mr. Hunter to come all this way to meet us. He's been waiting here for 8 days, so he timed it well, considering he travelled over 70 stages.
Yarkand, August 23rd, 1928.
We are here, safe and sound, enjoying the hospitality of our Swedish friends. They are kind and welcoming, and gave us a warm reception. Although we only arrived on Tuesday evening, it already feels like we've known them for years. The customs officers were waiting for us, locked up our boxes for the night, and inspected them the next morning. Mr. A is in charge of the mission station here. He doesn't speak Chinese, but knows Turkey well. We brought 30 boxes of medicine for him, and yesterday he asked me to accompany him to see the Chinese official to request a reduced customs fee for the boxes. Since it was difficult to negotiate through an interpreter, he wanted me to go along. The official was very gracious, and after a long discussion, agreed to let the boxes through at a greatly reduced rate. Mr. A was very pleased, as this will now set the standard customs rate for future shipments. At Kashgar, the 2 men stayed as guests at the British consulate, and Mather expressed his gratitude for the kindness shown by both the government officials and the missionaries. The members of the Swedish mission here have been very kind and welcomed us warmly. They are quite a large group and are doing excellent work. Without delay, they prepared for the journey to Urumqi, hoping that by doubling their stages, they could arrive before the winter blizzards began.
Aksu, September 22nd, 1928.
We arrived at dusk yesterday. It took 5 hours to get the horses and cart across the river. The ferry was crowded, 2 carts, several horses, a cow, 20 donkeys, and as many people as could fit. I made Mr. Hunter get out and wait for the next boat while I stayed to watch over our goods. The ferry is small but wide, and when loaded, it rides just a few inches above the water. I was very thankful to cross safely. The postmaster heard we had arrived and brought me 3 letters. I've read them over and over since I hadn't received a letter from home in 3 months.
Kucha, September 27th, 1928.
We arrived here after several very hard days, travelling 12 to 14 hours a day, without stopping except to water the horses and adjust the harness. Now the horses need rest, and we could use a long weekend too. We're staying at the White Inn, though there's nothing white about it. The grapes, peaches, and pears here are amazing, both in quality and price. For just a few coins, we can buy more than we can eat. Mr. Hunter is handling the journey well. It's remarkable how he endures such long days and short nights. We leave at 2 every morning. He drives the ammunition cart, and I ride. By the time we reach Urumqi, I will have ridden over 2,000 miles, but my horse is strong and comfortable.
Urumqi, October 1928.
We hoped to arrive before the first winter blizzard, but we didn't make it and came in during a snowstorm. Even the customs officer didn't see us pass, so there was no inspection of our boxes, just what I wanted. Nimgir had ridden ahead to warn Mr. Ridley, so Mashtuk knew we were near. He was on the roof barking wildly and jumping for joy. At first, he didn't recognize me in my large transport coat, so while he was fussing over Mr. Hunter, I slipped away to my room, sat down in my deck chair, and gave the old familiar whistle. What happened next is impossible to describe. He bounded into my room, leapt onto my shoulder, and began licking my face and neck, whining and barking just as I had imagined. I had been looking forward to that moment for days. Thanks to the blizzard, I was able to return to Urumqi quietly, but word soon spread that I was back. The wooden-tongued doorbell rang constantly, with visitors welcoming me home with genuine affection. Many needed my help. Some had even saved up their illnesses for months to receive treatment. I was quickly as busy as ever, and when news spread that I now had a full set of ophthalmic instruments, groups of Mongols came into town seeking my care, and I had to see 80 patients after taking Sunday service. So many people come to us for medicine. A Mongol visited today with trachoma and eye ulcers. He brought a generous gift, 3 pounds of lump sugar, a 2-pound box of biscuits. It says English biscuits, but I think they're made in Russia. 70 large tomatoes, 10 pounds of potatoes, 6 huge watermelons, 20 cayenne peppers, and 4 large cabbages.
During the first year after leaving home, the tone of his letters changed noticeably. He became deeply eager for personal news and intensely interested in every detail of home life. Fleetwood, not Central Asia, filled his thoughts, and through all his letters ran the constant refrain.
Take care of yourselves. I hope we'll be spared to meet again.
On Christmas Day, he wrote,
How I would have loved to be with you all today. I would gladly have crossed the Karakoram again just to see you.
When the winter frosts finally broke and the streets of Urumqi turned into a sea of mud, the two men began planning their summer journey. This year, they intended to visit Kulja, a large town in the fertile region of Hai. As usual, they spoke little of their plans, waiting for the roads to become passable, and one day they quietly set off before anyone noticed. By late June, they were traveling among the nomads.
We had quite a good time with the Mongols and Kazakhs, though the weather was often bitter with snow and hail.
During this journey, Nimgir fell seriously ill with enteric fever. High in the mountains, far from help or any chance of buying food, he lay between life and death, cared for by Mr. Hunter, as Mather himself was also running a fever. Before Nimgir was well enough to be moved, they faced a real shortage of food. The following letter tells the story. July 1929.
We walk by faith, not by sight. We are camped by the river Mujuk, on a high plateau between 2 ranges of snow-covered mountains. I've just checked our supplies and found them very low. We have about 5 pounds of rice, 5 pounds of flour, 1 pound of lentils, a few ounces of tea, 2 ounces of cocoa, a little salt, and half a pound of Mongol butter. There's no firewood or coal at all, and from what we can see, things look bleak. 3 weeks ago, Mr. Hunter, Nimgir, a turkey boy, and I left Urumqi, planning to reach Kulja by the mountain route and preach to the Mongols and Kazakhs along the way. When we reached one of the highest points of the journey, Nimgir became ill with enteric fever. By the time we reached the river Mujuk, he could go no further. We've been stuck here for several days, far from any house, town, or village. We passed many Mongol tents earlier, but this high, cold area is deserted now. We heard there's an encampment about 20 miles down the valley, but Nimgir is too weak to move. His condition is very serious. We've used many medicines and prayed often, but his temperature remains high. There has been a lot of rain in the mountains this year. Today, as I write, the clouds hang low and a heavy hailstorm is sweeping up the valley, rattling against our tent. Here we are with a sick man in great need of milk and our supplies nearly gone. From what we can see, there's nothing to encourage us, but we do have the word of God. This morning, the verse, "We walk by faith, not by sight," spoke deeply to me. We also have a cheering words calendar hanging in the tent, and today's verse is, "Consider the ravens, for they neither sow nor reap, they have neither storehouse nor barn, and God feeds them. How much more valuable are you than the birds?" These are indeed encouraging words, though since arriving here, we haven't seen a single raven to consider. I mentioned that we have no firewood or coal. You can travel for days on this southern side of the mountains without seeing a single tree or bush. In the lower mountains, there are plenty, but up here, there's nothing but grass. And apart from grass, nothing to burn. So, we use horse dung for fuel. When dry, it burns well, but with all the rain, sleet, and snow we've had, it's wet and gives off more smoke than heat. It takes a lot of time and patience to get any warmth from it. Yesterday, a strong wind blew the clouds away, and the sun appeared for a short while. We quickly emptied the tents, aired our belongings, and tried to make Nimgir more comfortable. It was good to feel dry again, but today, the clouds, mist, hail, and sleet have returned, making everything damp once more. Still, a small bunch of blue forget-me-nots hangs bravely by our tent door, lifting our spirits a little. Nearby, the ground is covered with flowers. You can gather more than 20 different kinds in just 5 minutes. So, if we have no ravens to consider, we have plenty of beautiful flowers. Yet we cannot help but feel anxious for poor Nimgir. Everything seems to be against him. Yesterday, 2 Kazakhs rode up to our tent, completely exhausted. They were guides for an English traveller whose horses had been stolen, and they were on their way to report it to the prince. Nimgir's elder brother is a lama at the prince's camp, so we wrote a letter in Mongolian to inform him of Nimgir's illness, and we shared some tea and bread from our limited supplies with the Kazakhs. 2 days later, we actually saw 4 ravens flying around our camp. The next day, when our boy said, "We have only 2 basins of rice and 1 of lentils left," I repeated his words, but added, "and God." That seemed to lift his spirits a little. While I was gathering fuel, a verse came strongly to mind. Can God prepare a table in the wilderness? I had to stop and laugh. Not in doubt, but in faith. It felt like a direct challenge. Here we were, stranded in this wilderness, with just 2 basins of rice and 1 of lentils. Could God prepare a table here? At 10 a.m., while still gathering fuel, I was surprised and overjoyed to see an English officer with 2 Indian servants approaching our tent. It was the traveller, Colonel S., formerly of the Indian Army, who had seen our tents from a distance and left the road to visit. We had met before in Urumqi, so no introduction was needed. He told us, "I plan to continue on, but I'd like to stay and enjoy some English company, if you'll have me." Soon after, his caravan arrived with Turkey and Indian servants, and several tents were pitched near ours, making us feel like a small village. Then the colonel said, "Please come over in half an hour for a cup of tea." When we arrived, we found tea, bread and butter, cheese, jam, and a table. The verse came to mind again, "Can God prepare a table in the wilderness?" You can imagine how powerful that moment was for me. During our conversation, the colonel asked, "Now, what can I give you in the way of supplies?" We made a modest request, but he quickly showed us he could give far more than we dared ask. Tinned milk, Allenbury's malted food, medicines for Nimgir, cocoa, rice, flour, sugar, butter, cheese, damson jam, baking powder, arrowroot, and a tin of Lyle's golden syrup. I was especially pleased with the syrup. It's my favourite jam. In the evening, the colonel invited us to dinner. A strong wind was blowing, and the cook had a hard time keeping the fire going, but he managed to prepare a splendid meal. We thoroughly enjoyed it, having gone over 2 weeks without meat or vegetables. The next day, Colonel S. invited us for a farewell breakfast. He then measured the height of our camp with a hypsometer and found it to be 9,500 feet. After that, we said goodbye to our kind friend and watched him disappear into the distance. By then, the Mongols in the valley had heard about us and began coming for medicine, bringing gifts of milk, butter, and cheese. Some Turkey merchants sold us rice. A Turkey man traveling to Urumqi with a flock of sheep sold us one that had gone lame and even slaughtered and dressed it for us. Nimgir's brother visited us too, bringing flour, rice, and half a sheep. Soon, we had plenty of food. Not only for ourselves, but also enough to share with the Mongol and Kazakh guests who occasionally stayed the night with us. On August 17th, we arrived safely in Kulja, with Nimgir fully recovered in health and strength. He owes much to Mr. Hunter's careful nursing, who cared for him day and night. The long delay brought us into close contact with Mongols and Kazakhs, giving us the chance to preach the gospel to many who had never heard it before, and may never hear it again.
One of their main reasons for visiting Kulja was to reach the colonies of Manchu settlers, descendants of Qianlong's soldiers, who had been given land in this fertile region as a reward for their service. Isolated from the rest of China, they still spoke the old Manchu language, long replaced by Chinese in Manchuria itself. The British and Foreign Bible Society provided scriptures in this ancient tongue, but the two pioneers were the only ones who could distribute them to those who could read them. Kulja, September 20th, 1929.
Yesterday we received a large parcel of scriptures from Urumqi. We hired a cart to carry the books from the post office, but the horse either bolted or refused to move. Each time it stopped, I had to jump down and lead it a few steps until it bolted again, forcing me to leap back on quickly. When we complained to the driver, he told us the horse had never pulled a cart before. He had just bought it and was breaking it in. After nearly running down several people, Mr. Hunter decided to walk, but I stayed on and managed to reach the inn safely, only bumping into one cart along the way. After unloading, I noticed a pin missing from the back wheel, meaning it could have come off at any moment. When I pointed it out, the driver cursed the thief who had stolen it, picked up a stalk of Indian corn, stuck it in place, and drove off. The next morning, we hired another cart and drove 5 miles to the Manchu city. It was in excellent condition, being only about 50 years old, and had one of the most beautiful towers I've ever seen. We had a busy day and sold nearly all the books we brought. At the post office, the postmaster kindly offered us a lunch of cocoa, cakes, raspberry jam, grapes, apples, pears, and peaches. Afterwards, we returned to the Chinese city and sold books until dark. On Tuesday, we brought another load of books to the Manchu city and quickly sold out again. On the way back to town, there were 10 of us crammed onto a cart no bigger than a tabletop, huddled with our knees up to our chins and our heads bent to avoid hitting the rough sticks that formed the cart's cover. The driver was reckless, and as we neared Kulja, he challenged another driver and overtook him. Despite our protests, he tried to pass yet another cart, leading to a wild race over a terrible road. Each cart had 3 horses, and just as we were about to overtake, the other driver swerved his horses across ours, forcing us onto rough ground. Our cart sped along on 2 wheels before crashing over with a terrible smash. You can imagine the chaos. I was the first to scramble out and immediately grabbed the horses, which were panicking and trying to bolt with the cart body, which had separated from the wheels. After cutting the harness and sorting everyone out, we found that only the driver was seriously hurt. He had broken 2 ribs. Not long ago, several people had been killed in a similar accident here. A Nokai carter agreed to take us and our goods back to the inn. He seemed very cautious, and with good reason, as we soon discovered he was nearly blind and needed to be warned whenever another cart approached.
Urumqi, October 10th, 1929.
Safely back. I hadn't seen any home mail since June. I was worried the letters might get lost if forwarded, so I let them pile up here. And what a stack was waiting for me. I read your first and last letters, thinking I'd leave the rest until I had more time. It was already late when I went to bed since I'd been up since 3 that morning. Still, I thought I'd glance at just one more letter before sleeping. It was so good that I read another and then another until I had finished the whole bundle. It was nearly dawn by the time I stopped, with a light heart and a heavy head.
In November 1929, the 3 women missionaries previously mentioned returned to Urumqi during a long journey. Because of the winter cold, they stayed with their friends until early spring. This time, they were joined by Elder and Mrs. Liu from Suchao, Kansu, who were sharing in the missionary work. Mr. Ridley was away traveling towards Kashgar, so his house was available for them. Meanwhile, Mr. Hunter and Mather, recently back from Kulja, were settling into their winter routine, which always included language study and translation work. Mather was eager to return to his studies. The Mongol dictionary he had worked so hard on was now with a publisher, and his focus had shifted to preparing a Manchu dictionary and grammar. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the help he needed in Urumqi, as his Russian friend who could assist had moved to Chuguchak, a 3-week journey away on the Siberian border. A plan was forming in his mind, to go live in Chuguchak long enough to complete this work. His letters home began to mention this idea, but it would not be put into action until the autumn of 1930. Meanwhile, he wrote to his mother,
"The ladies are here enjoying the comfort of a clean house. We all dine together and the conversation is always interesting. They are busy every day visiting and have organized a class to teach the phonetic script to several women and girls. Topsy, their little deaf and dumb child, is fascinating. A fine little girl. They had a difficult time at the frontier, being detained for 6 days in a poor place with nothing but a camp of soldiers and miserable conditions. Recently, a German traveller visited us who had walked all the way from central China. He was detained in the same place for 6 weeks and treated like a prisoner."
Percy Mather's 46th birthday was on December 9th, and 3 days later, one of the ladies also had a birthday. They decided to celebrate both occasions with a proper English party, something worthy of Fleetwood. There were presents for both, and a full Lancashire tea with pasties, jellies, jam, iced cake, and other treats, followed by a social time with singing, accompanied by harmonium, fiddle, mouth organ, and various instruments. Russian Christmas came next, and afterwards he wrote,
"Topsy saw her first Christmas tree yesterday at the home of a Russian lady. She was enchanted, almost speechless, and nearly found her voice again when the lady gave her a doll. As soon as she got home, she began making bedding and a pillow for it. She misses nothing and is sharp as a needle. The ladies are busy every day working among the women and encouraging them to attend Sunday services. The church isn't big enough for the congregation. We were packed out. Today there were about 300 people present, even though the temperature was below zero."
Urumqi, March 23, 1930.
Several more opium cases this past week. I had a very hard struggle with one of them, the hardest I've faced so far, and I hope never to face another like it. Last Monday evening, the wild Mongol horse fell ill. It took quite an effort to throw it and cut its nose, which made us late for tea. We had just finished when a carriage arrived from one of the highest military officials. His younger wife, a 16-year-old girl, had grown tired of life and taken opium. Too much time had passed before they called me, so before she could vomit much, she became unconscious. I knew then it would be a hard case. Had she been unconscious before I arrived, I wouldn't have attempted it. But I began artificial respiration and kept at it for 19 hours through the night and all the next day. I also stayed up the following night in case she relapsed. My arms and chest are still very sore. Her husband sent soldiers to help, but they could do little, so I had to continue almost alone without even time for a proper meal. By midnight, the situation looked hopeless, and the mother-in-law called for a priest to drive out the opium devil. The husband told me, "You just keep doing your work and leave them to theirs." The old priest arrived, read prayers over her, repeated incantations, and occasionally blew over my hands, spraying them with his breath. He burned sacred paper, waving the flames over the woman while chanting. A basin of water was placed on the floor with chopsticks laid across it, where they believed the devil would take refuge when it left her body. The priest also had a large kitchen chopper, which he swung around for about 10 minutes, just 6 inches from my throat, chanting the whole time. Then he began burning more paper, but the official told him he had done enough and could leave. The priest walked away carrying the basin of water, saying it was very heavy, that he had captured the devil and the woman would soon recover. But it was another 16 hours before she could breathe on her own again. When she was finally out of danger, her husband prepared a feast for me and opened tins of plums, peaches, and pineapple. I couldn't eat much, but I was very thankful for the fruit. He also gave me a gift of 100 taels, which is a good amount here, though only about £2. If it were just about money, I wouldn't go through that again for 10 times the amount.
Urumqi, June 15th, 1930.
Here we are, well into June and still in Urumqi, but Mr. Hunter has nearly finished his translation work, so I expect we'll be on the move soon. The other night, I was getting ready for bed, having been up since 2 a.m., when there was an urgent knock at the door. I knew at once it would be another opium case. A young Muslim boy, about 20, begged me to come quickly and save a life. An 18-year-old had taken opium. While I was treating him, 2 men began to quarrel. One, a big, strong young Mohammedan, grabbed the other by the neck and tried to drag him outside to fight. The smaller man didn't want to fight, and their friends couldn't separate them. I thought about staying out of it, but they were making such a noise I could hardly hear myself shout. It annoyed me to see several people unable to break the big man's grip, especially knowing I could do it easily with a bit of jiu-jitsu. Finally, I stepped in, slipped my hand under his jaw, and used a jiu-jitsu move that made him release the man immediately. I don't know who was more surprised, him or everyone watching. I gave him a good scolding and said, "You called me here to save a life, and here you are trying to take one." He didn't say another word. I think I larned him.
Urumqi, July the 2nd, 1930.
This is the last letter before we leave for Chugachak. Little Mashtuk looks completely miserable these days. He sees us packing and knows what it means. Mr. Hunter, Nimgir, and I start tomorrow, so you can imagine how busy I am with preparations. It's nearly midnight now, and I still have things to do, so I won't get much sleep. I won't be posting any letters between here and Chugachak, so don't be surprised if you don't hear from me for a while.
The Camel Inn, Chugachak, July 24th, 1930.
Your letter of July 7th arrived today. It makes me feel so close to home and stirs up a deep longing. Oh, for the wings of a dove. Just 5 days from here, and I could be on steam all the way to England. 5 days by cart to Lake Zizan, then 8 days by steamer to Omsk, 8 more days by rail to London, plus a few days for connections. A month could see me home. Here we are, enduring the comforts of inn life in Chugachak. The journey here was hard, terrible heat, mosquitoes, and flies. You wouldn't think much of this inn. Last night, the room was so stuffy I had to sleep outside in the yard on 2 planks. A horse and donkey were feeding right beside me, so close I could touch them without getting up. Cows, camels, horses, and dogs were scattered all around the yard. 6 feet away was a large heap of cow manure, though it was clean, having been kneaded by hand into cakes and dried for winter fuel. The donkey let out a sorrowful bray now and then, but the worst disturbance was a Chinese flour mill that clattered all night. If it stayed in one gear, it wouldn't be so bad, but it kept changing. There are also several other mills nearby, so I didn't get much rest. I've just been up on the roof and made 2 big holes to ventilate my room. Hopefully, I'll sleep better tonight.
Chugachak, August 10th, 1930.
Not long before we left, Nimgir was badly hurt. He was riding the white horse, driving the others to water when, just a few yards from our door, the horse reared, plunged, and suddenly threw its head back, striking Nimgir on the nose. I believe his nose was broken. It's still swollen. Someone ran in to tell me Nimgir was hurt, so I rushed out in my shirt sleeves. Blood was streaming down his face, and soon he had 2 fine black eyes. Seeing that no limbs were broken, I left him in Mr. Hunter's care, mounted the white horse, and set off to chase the other horses, which were now out of sight. The horse reared again and tried the same trick with me, but I was ready and gave it a taste of the whip. We galloped through the streets at full speed, me still in my shirt sleeves, until I caught up with the others and brought them under control.
The time spent in Chugachak was always remembered by Percy Mather as one of the happiest years of his missionary life. He lived and served in an unconventional way, enjoying a freedom impossible for those working along traditional missionary lines. Such freedom could have been dangerous for someone without deep experience of the people, their languages, customs, and complex ways of thinking. But Mather had that experience, and it allowed him to feel completely at home among the mixed population of this frontier town. In the East, reputation spreads quickly, whether good or bad. Word soon spread that he was a man of integrity and a friend to those in need. Because of this, he was invited to live in the home of a wealthy Siberian family, where he was treated as one of their own.
"These people really treat me as a beloved brother,"
he wrote. He lived among people to whom God had been misrepresented, hidden behind layers of superstition, while also being exposed to blasphemous propaganda. His mission was to live in such a way that they would see his good works and glorify his Father in heaven. Among people like these, whether on the Siberian border or throughout Asia, religious figures such as priests, missionaries, lamas, or monks often stood at a disadvantage. They were suspected of avoiding their share of practical contribution to society, seen merely as professional preachers. This role, especially when taken up by the young and strong, often led to contempt from the very people they sought to serve. Mather's daily work was focused on translation, and for that reason alone he was known as a very busy man. Yet in his spare time, everyone around him saw that he made use of every opportunity to witness for his master. He stood for something clear and unwavering, his constant zeal in living out and demonstrating the gospel. In his quiet and humble way, Mather proved himself a pioneer in rethinking missionary work. He never wrote about it, never attended conferences, nor did he speak much on the subject. He simply lived it. He felt no need to rent a preaching hall or establish a formal Sunday service. There was no trace of the typical approach summed up in the phrase, "I am opening a mission station." He was simply a man, living among men, so openly and naturally that he never built a barrier to separate his life from those around him. He knew it was his responsibility to bring them the message of salvation, the good news of the glorious gospel of the blessed God. But once he had shared it, he understood that it was between them and God, whether they accepted or refused. He didn't carry the weight of their decisions, avoiding the heavy, morbid sense of responsibility that burdens many missionaries. His friends often admired this strong, balanced attitude.
"They have the same Lord, the same Spirit, and access to the same book as we have,"
he would say.
"I had to find my way, and they must find theirs. The Lord will lead them as he led me."
The community saw him come and go. He ate with them, showed interest in their work, sometimes joined in their games, and attended baptisms, weddings, and funerals at the Russian church. He shared their sorrows, cared for them in sickness, and lived alongside them in the daily routines of life. Yet whenever he had a spare hour, he was out in the bazaar preaching, visiting shopkeepers with his bundle of gospels, or praying with the sick and dying. To see the impact of such simple, unprofessional missionary service, one only had to mention the name Percy Mather in the Russian, Tatar, Chinese, or Mongol quarters of Chugachak. It was clear that people recognized his true worth. He was a light, always witnessing to the light wherever he went. He was salt, standing firmly against evil. And he was wise, leading men to the Savior. Chugachak, August 3rd, 1930.
I've already begun work on the Manchu grammar and am making good progress, about 50 pages this past week. There are around 320 pages in total, so at this pace the grammar should be nearly finished in about 2 months. But the dictionary is a far bigger task. I don't know how long that will take. At least 6 months, I would say. 8 months of work will only produce a rough draft, and after that, I'll need to carefully revise, polish, and rewrite it, just as I did with the Mongol grammar. It's a big undertaking, but I trust it will be of great help to someone working among the Manchus. My collaborator, Mr. L, is currently in poor circumstances, living hand-to-mouth in a small 3-room mud house with dirt floors. He has been teaching English and Russian, but during the summer months he has no students. He has 4 children, and his eldest son is a remarkable young man, almost completely deaf, yet an indefatigable student. Besides Russian, he reads French, English, and German. His favorite pastime is solving mathematical problems. His father managed to get him a few volumes of an encyclopedia, and he spends hours reading them. His intelligent face full of life, though isolated from conversation by his deafness. Mrs. L stays busy with housework. She comes from a once wealthy family that has now lost everything. She is well educated and speaks German fluently. Mr. L is a university man, deeply interested in languages. It would be hard to find a better helper for translating this grammar.
Chuguchak, September 20th, 1930.
I have now begun work on the dictionary, a far bigger task than I had imagined, and progress is slow. I finished the vowels recently and have now started on the consonants. It's costing me a lot, but it's wonderful how provisions keep coming in. The exchange rate has never been so favorable in all my years in China. The dollar now stands at 18 to the pound. It used to average 8, and during the war, it dropped to 5. However, this high rate makes it difficult to get supplies from home, and many business people must be suffering greatly because of it.
Chuguchak, October 7th, 1930.
I've been very busy these past few days with many patients, some of them quite distinguished. The wife of the chief Ahong of the mosque, 2 wives of a senior military official, and a young Mongol princess. She and her mother have just arrived from Peking via Siberia on their way home, which is halfway between Chuguchak and Urumqi. The princess is only 17, speaks perfect English as well as French, Chinese, and Mongolian. She is delicate and has caught a severe chill. Last night I had little hope she would survive until morning. Her mother, who cannot speak English, is dressed in the latest European fashion. It is deeply moving to watch how tenderly she cares for her daughter, anticipating her every need, kissing her forehead and speaking to her with cheerful affection. When the princess was very weak and her heart nearly stopped, she whispered,
"Oh, Mother, I'm afraid."
Her mother would gently reply,
"No, dear, why should you fear? I am with you, and the doctor is with you. There is nothing to fear."
She is a remarkably brave woman. Though she knows how serious the situation is, she remains cheerful and encouraging in her daughter's presence.
Chuguchak, October 1930.
The doctor has been attending the Mongol princess for a week now, but she has only grown worse. For the past 48 hours, she has been delirious day and night. It is deeply moving to see how her mother cares for her. She hasn't slept in 2 nights, sitting by her side, constantly soothing her and speaking words of comfort. She has barely eaten, and I fear she will soon fall ill herself if she continues like this. They have sent for the elder sister, but she lives 10 days away, on the other side of the mountains. It is truly a tragedy. I've been visiting several times a day and sometimes at night, but now that the doctor has taken full charge, I cannot interfere, though I believe homeopathic treatment would have been better. The other day, I noticed a serious change, and before nightfall, she became delirious.
Chuguchak, October 20th, 1930.
The princess passed away early Friday morning. Her mother, though heartbroken, held back her grief like the queen she is and calmly gave instructions for what needed to be done. They were staying in the house of a wealthy Mohammedan, and she was very considerate of their customs. Since the Muslims object to coffins, she ordered a side room in a nearby temple to be prepared. The Chinese often use these rooms to store the dead before burial. She had it thoroughly cleaned while the Mongol servants prepared the body, dressing her in a white silk gown and wrapping a long blue silk scarf around her head. A coffin was sent ahead to the temple. When the servants brought a stretcher to carry away the princess, the mother stopped them at the door, saying,
"Alas, alas, my daughter,
She kissed her twice on the forehead. Overcome with silent sobs, she nearly collapsed. I helped her to a couch, and Mr. Hunter and I did what we could to comfort her. I made her a cup of tea, which she drank gratefully. After a while, she said,
"When I passed through here on my way to Peking, I buried a child. In Peking, I buried my husband. Now, on my return, I have buried another child. This is an empty world."
I replied, "Yes, it is empty without the Lord Jesus. But if you have him, he can more than make up for all." It seems such a pity. A girl of 17, fluent in English, French, Chinese, Japanese, and Mongolian, taken away when she could have served her people so well.
Chuguchak, October 22nd, 1930.
Today is known as Snow Day because every year the first blizzard comes over the mountains on October 22nd. We always saw it in Urumqi, and here too, the snow appeared this morning. Last night, the sky was overcast with a bitterly cold wind, and I feared a heavy snowfall. But this morning, the sun came out, and the snow quickly vanished. Mr. Hunter is busy preparing to return to Urumqi before the real cold sets in.
When Mr. Hunter left Chuguchak, he took Nimgir with him, leaving Percy Mather alone. However, Mather had become acquainted with Mr. K, a wealthy Siberian who lived in a large house with a courtyard surrounded by single rooms, usually used for business. Mr. K was known for his hospitality, and the more he got to know Mather, the more he valued his company. He soon invited Mather to stay in one of his rooms. Mather accepted, and a warm friendship quickly developed, making Mather feel like part of the family. Chuguchak, November 6th, 1930.
Here I am in my new quarters. I have a splendid room with 3 windows, and best of all, shutters. There's a Russian stove, a boarded floor painted brown, a light blue painted ceiling, and a spring bed, the first I've ever slept on in China. I even have a beautiful carpet, not on the floor, but hanging on the wall around the head and side of my bed. I've put up 2 pictures, Mother's calendar with the boats, and the Christmas card from Edith with the sailing ship. You can't imagine what a difference it makes to my work, having such a nice room after that dirty old inn.
Christmas 1930.
I suppose you'll be wondering what kind of Christmas I had. On Christmas Eve, I worked until 1 a.m., then washed the floor and tidied up a bit for Christmas, had a bath and went to bed. I woke around 7 a.m., tried to sing Christians Awake and other carols, then spent about half an hour thinking of you all, wondering how you were getting on and if Mother was in good spirits for Christmas. I went to breakfast and received Christmas greetings from everyone, then gave my host an hour's English lesson. After that, I went back to my room, cleaned out and restoked the stove, slung a bag of books and tracts over my shoulder, and hurried off to the post, selling a Kazakh gospel and handing out tracts along the way. At the post office, I received a wonderful mail delivery, then stopped to visit a sick Mohammedan before hurrying home to enjoy my letters and cards. Later, I went to Mr. L's and completed 4 pages of translation, with lunch in between. Both Mrs. L and my host wanted to prepare something special for me today, but I told them I'd wait for their Christmas, which is 2 weeks later than ours. I've had a good feast of letters today, and I prefer that to any other kind of feast.
Chuguchak, January 9th, 1931.
Last Wednesday was Russian Christmas, 13 days after ours. First comes our Christmas, then our New Year, followed by Russian Christmas and their New Year. A month later is Chinese New Year, followed by the Muslim New Year. So we have plenty of chances to offer congratulations. A few days ago, I sent greetings to friends of many nationalities in Urumqi, including Chinese, Tungan, Turkey, Tatar, Kazakh, Mongol, Manchu, Russian, German, Polish, Norwegian, Swedish, Danish, Scottish, and English. Russian Christmas began on Christmas Eve with a 3-hour service, and the bell rang again at 5:30 on Christmas morning for another service lasting 2.5 hours. Since there are no seats in Russian churches, I was glad when it ended. For the first time, I truly understood the saying, "the weakest go to the wall," as the elderly and infirm naturally made their way to the wall for support. There was no quiet Christmas dinner. Visitors came and went all day, some worse for drink, though my host ordered the doorkeeper not to admit anyone in that state. Little boys and girls came to my room singing and reciting, happily running off with a few coins. The priest and some choir members also visited and sang a carol in my room. So many people came by that I had no chance to get any dinner. The next day, some friends were invited for a social evening. At supper, port wine was placed on the table and everyone was expected to take a glass. But of course, I refused. There were 2 young girls, about 17, and the others tried hard to pressure them into drinking. It was real persecution. But they stood firm. I didn't say anything, thinking it best to let them fight their own battle, but I supported them with my eyes and prayers, and they won through.
Chugachak, January 18th, 1931.
Today we had a baptism in the drawing room. Mr. K's sister travelled 40 miles, bringing her 4-month-old baby to be christened. A large bucket was placed on a chair with candles arranged around it. The priest read prayers and chanted, making the sign of the cross on the child's forehead, hands, chest, and the soles of its feet, then plunged the baby completely under the water 3 times. After that, the godparents walked around the bucket 3 times, holding candles, while more prayers were chanted. Finally, they kissed the priest's cross, and the ceremony was complete. Later, Mr. K came to my room looking very serious and said, "As a result of your teaching, I've decided that from now on I will no longer drink wine." I replied, "I'm afraid you will fail." He looked surprised and said, "I really mean it." I answered, "So did Peter and many others who trusted in their own strength. But if you have Jesus Christ with you, you will succeed." He seemed sincere, and he has already made it through the New Year celebrations without touching a drop. It's very hard for Russians to avoid alcohol, as nearly everyone drinks wine. Mr. K never got drunk, but he admitted it's not good for the body. I showed him Proverbs 23, and he was deeply struck by the words, "At last it biteth like a serpent."
Chugachak, February 1st, 1931.
The other day, I thought I was coming down with a bad cold, the first in 5 years. I piled on winter clothes, a thick woolen singlet, a woolen shirt, and 2 waistcoats. Then went to bed like that, and the cold passed without developing further. Out here, when you get a temperature, your mind goes back over the patients you visited. Smallpox, typhoid, typhus, diphtheria, scarlet fever. You wonder, which one will it be? Or perhaps it's only malaria, or just a common cold. It truly is a miracle to be in such close contact with so many sick people and still remain healthy. I have only this one room. It serves as bedroom, study, and hospital, and sometimes it's crowded with people of every kind. Truly, God protects us.
Chugachak, March 14th, 1931.
The weather is warming up now. The ice and snow are melting quickly, and the kites are circling overhead, searching for winter carrion. Yesterday, while watering my horse at the river, I saw a seagull. It's amazing to see them so far inland. It reminded me of home. I promised to tell you about a wedding I attended recently, the first wedding I've ever been to. The bride was one of the 2 girls who refused to drink wine at the social gathering. She's 18, but here in Turkestan, they marry young. She only arrived 6 months ago, so you see, they marry them off quickly. The bridegroom was my host's brother, a pleasant young man of about 20 with a ruddy face like one of our overwire farm boys. The wedding was set for Friday, February the 13th. So clearly we aren't superstitious here. It was scheduled for 5 p.m, and I was busy with translation work until 5 minutes before, when I hurried off with my books, washed my face, and arrived just in time to see the bride signing the register. I thought I'd miss the ceremony, but in the Russian church, they wisely have the couple sign first and marry them afterward. The bride wore a white silk dress with a thin gauze veil over her head, and her hair hung in long curls over her shoulders. 2 gold rings were handed to the priest, who passed them back and forth between the bridegroom's and bride's palms. I wondered how he managed to keep the right ring for each. Then a basin of wine was brought, and they each took a sip, symbolizing that they would share both the bitter and sweet things in life. A whole line of sledges waited outside the church, and the wedding party sped happily over the frozen snow to the house, where 2 long rows of guests stood in the large dining room. The bride and groom walked between them and knelt before Mr. K and his mother. Then they stood and received kisses and congratulations from their friends. It would have been perfectly acceptable for me to join in, but I chose instead to kiss the bride's hand. I didn't want to give up my last kiss. You'll ask, and when was that? On May 11th, 1928, at Liverpool Street Station, with you and Mother. A little later, Mr. K called me over and handed me a bottle, saying, "You look after this, and don't let anyone take it from you." About 100 guests arrived, and we enjoyed a fine feast. Then a very amusing Russian tradition began. A guest would stand, raise a glass of wine, and call out, "Gorka!" It means, "It is bitter." The bride and groom would pretend not to hear, but as more guests joined the cry of "Gorka!" they would have to rise and kiss each other. Mr. K was responsible for leading the toasts, and I knew this would be a real test for him. The night before, I had spoken with him and given him a small card on which I had written in Russian, "Apart from me, ye can do nothing." I also pointed him to the verse, "I can do all things through Christ, which strengtheneth me." After we prayed together, he left determined to stand firm, but I still wondered how he would manage it. That brings me to the mystery of the bottle. It was filled with jam and water. Whenever he had to make or respond to a toast, he drank from that bottle. The people here are wonderfully kind and welcoming. Mr. and Mrs. K have truly made me part of their family. They are deeply religious and very hospitable.
April 27th, 1931.
Last Sunday, I attended my first Russian funeral. The Russian officer who had suffered severe frostbite last winter passed away early that morning and was buried in the afternoon. He was carried to the church in an open coffin, with the congregation standing around holding lighted candles. The singing was beautiful, sorrowful but not mournful, with a sense of resignation and hope. At the end of the service, another Russian custom was observed. An icon was placed on the chest of the deceased, and the priest said, "Now give your last kiss to the dead." The people filed past, kissing the icon and then the forehead of the corpse. I found it quite revolting, not only unhygienic, but unsettling. I refrained from participating, with a clear conscience, as I had visited the man twice daily before he died. Once the lid was fastened, the candles were extinguished, and the procession set off for the cemetery, about half a mile away on a hill. A man led the way carrying a large wooden Greek cross for the grave, while the people chanted a plaintive melody. A simple service was held at the graveside, and the coffin was lowered without further ceremony. It was a beautiful day, the sky clear and blue, and the nearby Russian mountains gleaming white from a fresh snowfall. The service itself was both beautiful and simple. When I mentioned my thoughts about the kissing tradition to Mr. L, he smiled and said, "You English are ruled by the mind, and we Russians by the emotions." When I returned home, I found a Kazakh waiting for me. He said he had brought me some medicine because a friend told him I needed it. I asked what it was, and he unloaded a sack from his horse, revealing a live badger, muzzled and tied securely by all 4 legs, still full of spirit. How he managed to tie it so tightly, I don't know, as it was difficult enough for him to hold it as it was. I felt sorry for such a brave little creature and thought about buying it just to set it free. However, Mr. K purchased it for its skin and fat, which is believed to help with rheumatism.
Chuguchak, May 31st, 1931.
The dictionary is progressing steadily, and I expect the rough draft will be finished by September. When it will be polished, I don't know, but anyone could handle that part if I'm unable to complete it myself. I'm working very hard these days, often getting only 4 hours of sleep, or less. Patients frequently arrive as early as 5 in the morning. Last week, we had a picnic. It was a wonderful change. I arranged to get ahead with my translation work early, as we aim for 5 pages a day. But when the others were ready to leave, I still had 2 pages left. I decided to leave them for another time, jumped into the carriage, and off we went through a thunder shower. There were 15 of us, and we enjoyed games, fishing, and races. Would you believe I beat everyone at running? Even at my age, I ran 4 races in a row against their best runners, without a break, and won them all. Some of the girls were incredible horsewomen. You would have loved to see them racing at full gallop. As we made our way home, the nightingales sang along the road. We arrived before dark, and then I worked until after midnight, getting up again at 4 the next morning.
It became necessary at this time for Mr. Hunter to travel to Shanghai, and since he went via Siberia, he passed through Chuguchak on his way to Peking. At the frontier, he was delayed because his passport was missing a number due to an oversight, and he was held up until the mistake was corrected. Percy Mather continued working hard, with his translation work nearly complete. He helped Mr. Hunter prepare for his journey, saw him off, and had news of his safe arrival before setting out himself for Urumqi. He didn't travel until the 2nd week of November, by which time the harsh Siberian winter had already set in. This meant facing the risk of deadly blizzards across the Dzungarian plain, where many had perished. Chuguchak, November 1932.
A letter has arrived from Mr. Hunter saying he arrived safely. He seems to have had many unusual experiences and writes, "I am quite behind the times as a railway traveller." I expect he is. He hasn't been to the coast since 1908. I'm finishing a Kalmuk dictionary for him and copying out a Tatar dictionary, so I'm keeping busy. Did I mention I've also started a small Tatar glossary, about 6,000 words? A change of work is as good as rest, and the Tatars are certainly worth the effort. Besides, I'm allowing myself more sleep now, 6 hours at least, often 7, and I'm already starting to put on some weight. We've made good progress with the Kalmuk dictionary and expect to finish by Friday. The Kalmuks, as you'll remember, are a branch of the Mongol family, Western Mongols. They live in Turkestan, Kokonur, and along the Volga. Nimgir is a Kalmuk.
Chuguchak, November 7th, 1931.
My dearest mother, this may be my last Sunday in Chuguchak, so I am writing my final Sunday letter to you. I finished my translation work last Friday afternoon. I wish I could have completed it in August and had a proper rest afterward, but I took on the Tatar and Kalmuk dictionaries, which delayed me. Still, I believe the work has been worthwhile, and I trust it will serve for the glory of God, the salvation of souls, and the furtherance of the gospel. I rejoice knowing that you, my dear ones at home, have shared in this work, both through financial support and in other ways. If new workers ever come this way, they won't have to struggle without a dictionary or grammar, as I did. The result of my time here is 1 Manchu grammar, 1 Manchu dictionary, 1 small book of Manchu and Mongol proverbs, 1 Tatar dictionary, 1 Kalmuk dictionary. The work was hard, but it was done under happy conditions. The people here have been exceptionally kind, treating me like a beloved brother. Several came today to tell me that many are weeping because I'm about to leave. This morning I went to church as usual. Among the newcomers is a choir master and his wife. He led the singing today, and it was truly heavenly, the finest I've heard since arriving here. I leave for Urumqi tomorrow. I can't call it home anymore. Before furlough, I always did, but not now. I can't even call Chuguchak home, only dear old Fleetwood. And that not because of the town itself, or even Balmoral Terrace, but because you are there. I could call any place home as long as you, Edith, and George were there.
Chapter 8. Through. Percy Mather returned in November to find Urumqi in a tense and fearful state. The town had never known true freedom, but now suspicion filled the air. No one dared to speak openly. Whispers were everywhere. The city swarmed with spies, and every man suspected his neighbor of serving the secret police. No one felt safe, least of all the authorities, for a people constantly watched becomes a danger to its rulers. There was unrest in Kansu, where a young Muslim military leader was looting city after city, steadily advancing toward Turkestan. Rumors spread that he aimed to overthrow the provincial government. The governor, gripped by panic, acted with folly, cruelty, and revenge, alienating those who might have supported him if treated wisely. It had always been a firm principle for the two missionaries never to engage in political discussions or share their opinions on public affairs. Yet, it was a deep personal sorrow for Mather to see his trusted Mongol friends, chiefs respected by their simple people, lured to the city under the guise of peaceful talks, only to be betrayed, imprisoned, and executed. A land like Turkestan, inhabited by many races, languages, and religions, is always difficult to govern. But now, injustices were being committed that stirred resentment among the Turkey people and enraged the tribesmen. Even Mather, known as a friend to all and usually trusted by everyone, found himself under suspicion. For the first time in his life, he became aware of hostile forces working against him. He understood that his firm stance on moral issues had earned him enemies, and this time of crisis gave them the chance to settle old scores. He deeply missed Mr. Hunter's companionship and advice during these dark days. But Mr. Hunter had only just arrived in Shanghai when hostilities broke out there, delaying his return indefinitely. Letter censorship, always strict, became so severe that nothing important could be mentioned. From this point on, Percy Mather's letters home were reduced to dry accounts of daily events. At a time when his heart and mind were full of things he longed to share, every outlet for expression was closed. He couldn't write to Mr. Hunter, nor could Mr. Hunter tell him what he was enduring in Shanghai. Disturbing rumors also reached him about his friends, the 3 women missionaries in Kansu. They were in territory controlled by brigand troops, and for months he received no news as the postal routes were shut down. When reports finally came, they were even more alarming, causing him great anxiety. Yet he was powerless to help them. His nature was not one to be diverted from work and service, but beneath the routine of daily life, he carried a constant awareness that disaster was near. Everyone knew that violent mutiny could break out at any moment. Eventually, the 3 women missionaries managed to escape and made their way through dangerous territory to Urumqi. A few miles outside the city, they were reunited with Percy Mather and faithful Nimgir. Both men had changed greatly. Nimgir was tense with anger. His tribal headman had been among those recently lured into the city and executed. Mather, though his spirit remained sharp, was a shadow of his former self, his body worn and weary.
I have never lived through such a time,
he said.
This has been the hardest winter of my life. We are used to bad news and rebellions here, but I have never seen the storm clouds so dark and threatening.
In the weeks that followed, it became clear that his strength was fading. Once, he fainted at the table. Though he dismissed it and accepted only immediate aid, both he and his friends knew he was unwell. Short nights and long, exhausting days drained what energy he had left. Patients continued to come and go, and he served them as best he could. But he moved through it all like a man set apart, distant and worn down. It was a relief for him to talk, but his words always turned to the coming collapse, which he saw as inevitable.
We won't be here much longer,
he would say.
There's a crash coming, and I want to get my manuscripts to Kashgar. After all the work I've put into them, I don't want it to be wasted.
For those who listened closely, there was another quieter change in him, one that spoke volumes, though it might have gone unnoticed. His favorite hymns had always been stand up for Jesus," and "Jerusalem the Golden." He would say,
"These 2 hymns represent the 2 sides of Christian life, its warfare and its reward."
But now, something had shifted. When the sound of his fiddle drifted across the compound, it played only one hymn. "Abide with me, fast falls the eventide." He sang it softly, set to a plaintive Russian melody he had learned from his friends in Chuguchak. In July, Mr. Ridley was preparing to leave for England, and Mather accompanied him as far as Chuguchak and the Russian border. Mr. Ridley had remained since 1926, when he had kindly come to Urumqi to be Mr. Hunter's companion. It was a comfort to Percy Mather's weary mind to find himself once again among his simple, kind friends in Chuguchak.
"You'll see from the address,"
he wrote home,
"that I am back in my old quarters. This evening, as I sat down for my first meal and took my old seat at the table, near the cook, of course, she smiled while pouring tea from the samovar and said, 'My, it feels just like old times.' And it really did feel like old times."
He was part of the family again. When Mr. K's cousin fell seriously ill, Mather was asked to visit him in the countryside, because, as Mr. K put it, "If you visit him, we'll know everything possible has been done. Even the sick man will die in peace." August 1932.
We left at 4 a.m. in a light cart and covered 30 miles in 4 hours and 20 minutes. I expected to find a lonely farmhouse, but instead discovered a Russian colony with about 40 children. Some houses were well built, while others were simple dugouts. Natasha and her parents lived in one of these dugouts, a hole in the ground, about 4 feet deep and 10 feet square. The walls had niches for shelves, cupboards, and even hens' nests. The exposed rafters served for hanging clothes. They gave me a fine breakfast of homemade cakes, bread, and excellent butter and cream. The sick man was indeed very ill. I prayed with him and gave him medicine, which brought him much relief and allowed him his first restful sleep in days. Later, I had tea with other old friends who showed me their family album, pointing out several relatives who had died violent deaths. Luba is still hoping for her husband's return, though she has heard nothing from him in 2 years. They made me a comfortable bed in the cart, which I was thankful for, having only slept 3 hours the night before. In the morning, I said goodbye, and Natasha and her father drove me back to town. She has a lovely contralto voice, her father a deep, rich bass, and I sang tenor, so we enjoyed a pleasant musical journey home.
The weeks passed until the day Percy Mather met his 3 friends again outside the town. He and Nimk rode out 5 miles, carrying watermelons, and laid a rug on the ground where they all sat to enjoy a simple meal and friendly conversation. The next day was Sunday, and together they attended the Orthodox Church. Later, they spent the rest of the day with the Baptist congregation of Russian refugees.
"It was a wonderful experience,"
he wrote,
"to sing some of our English hymns translated into Russian. There is a better world, they say. When the roll is called up yonder, we are out on the ocean sailing."
In the days that followed, there was plenty of news, but none of it was good. Reports of more executions came, and they were so serious that Mather's friends in Chugachak fell into deep despair. At the same time, strict messages arrived from Urumqi, demanding that Mather return to the capital immediately. The governor's personal permission for the 3 women to leave Turkestan, without which no one could travel, had been promised weeks earlier, but the official papers still hadn't come. Meanwhile, travel permits for others were being cancelled, and the whole situation grew tense. Mather made his protest by firmly refusing to return to Urumqi until he had seen the women safely to the border. Finally, the day came when they were free to leave. Percy Mather travelled with them to the Russian border. There they stood together and sang their travel hymn, "Guide me, O thou great Jehovah," then prayed and entrusted one another to God before saying goodbye. The last time the writers saw him, he was standing by the military guard house, waving goodbye and calling out his final message.
"Tell Mother I shall be home soon."
The next day he wrote to his sister,
"The ladies left yesterday morning. Topsy was with them and was very happy to go. I wish I could have gone too."
5 days later, under renewed pressure from the governor, he returned to Urumqi, where he faced a very difficult situation. It ended with an accusation that he was using religious literature as a cover for revolutionary propaganda. During the long talks the group had in Chugachak, Percy Mather gave his friends one clear responsibility.
"As soon as you reach a free country,"
he said,
"write to the mission in Shanghai and tell the Executive Council the real situation here. Warn them that this province is on the edge of a terrible revolution, and urge them to stop Mr. Hunter from coming if they can. Tell them everything because I can write nothing. In the meantime, I'll stay ready to leave for Kashgar at short notice and get my translations to a safe place.
The letter he was so eager to have sent was eventually posted from Berlin, but it was too late. Mr. Hunter, along with 6 new recruits, had already set out for Turkestan. It is easy to imagine Percy Mather returning to his lonely quarters in Urumqi, where he lived without comfort. Mr. Hunter's house was locked, and Martha likely had little desire to open it. He was alone and homesick, facing hardship and danger, and forced to answer false accusations. He longed for Mr. Hunter's help, yet hoped he would not arrive. He would have gladly welcomed new workers, but he knew that if they came now, their lives might be at risk. At this critical moment, a letter arrived from London saying that Mr. Hunter and his party had been denied permission to travel via the Siberian Railway. Instead, they planned to cross Mongolia by motorcar and reach Hami from the east. On hearing this, Mather threw himself into preparations for their arrival. A few days later, a telegram announced they had safely reached Hami. On November 12th, he wrote,
Mr. Hunter and party have arrived here safely, and I've been on the run ever since. They were already in Hami before I even heard they had started. The 6 young men seem to be fine fellows. I wouldn't trade one of them. You can imagine how busy I am with all these extra mouths to feed, and hungry ones at that. The ladies made a large supply of jam before they left, but it's disappearing fast. I've given up my house to 4 of the men, and am now living with Mr. Hunter. There are 13 of us altogether, including servants, which means 14 fires to keep going, despite the growing difficulty of finding fuel.
The 2 veterans understood the danger of the situation better than anyone. Knowing that a food shortage would quickly follow once the peasants took fright, Mather, along with Nimgir, ventured into the countryside, risking his life, to buy supplies.
It was pretty cold,
he wrote,
20 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, but the 2 horses I bought last summer pulled splendidly.
Mr. Hunter also wrote,
Mather is sharing my house, and I'm very glad of it, as we can speak freely and discuss matters together. We pray each night before resting, but I'm sorry to say that afterward, he often returns to his studies and stays up late working on languages.
In January, the storm finally broke. Urumqi was attacked by Muslim forces. The slaughter was terrible, and public buildings were turned into hospitals for the wounded. All the young missionaries were conscripted for Red Cross duties, with one of them, being a doctor, overwhelmed by the number of patients. Mather, wise enough not to record the full details of these events, occasionally slipped a cryptic sentence into family letters, enough to hint to those who understood what was truly happening. The fighting raged for days. With around 10,000 rebels attacking the city, Urumqi was sealed off for 6 weeks. Thousands were reported dead, and the battlefield outside the town became a scene no one who saw it could ever forget. Percy Mather was a man destined to carry more than his share of every burden, and in the final months of his life, he bore that weight to the fullest. The food supply for the entire party depended on him. He arranged fodder for the animals, secured coal for the fires, and handled all matters concerning the newly arrived workers. It was also Mather who interpreted for the young doctor, enabling him to carry out medical duties while quietly guarding him from mistakes that could prove disastrous in such a critical time. His sharp mind was always looking ahead, reading the signs of the times, knowing what needed to be done, and that foresight became one of his heaviest burdens. One day, after returning from the hospital, he felt unwell, so unwell that he was forced to take to his bed. His fever rose dangerously high. Mr. Hunter was deeply anxious, but consoled himself by remembering how often Mather had been seriously ill before, both here and in the mountains, only to recover quickly.
Naturally, I expected the same thing to happen this time,
he wrote, but this time was different. 2 weeks later, on May 24th, 1933, Percy Mather died. As he lay dying, The young doctor, Emil Fischbacher, already exhausted from relentless overwork, also collapsed. 3 days later, he too passed away. The missionary in China is often dependent on the kindness of others for a place to bury his dead. In Urumqi, the officials assisted Mr. Hunter by granting a small piece of land outside the East Gate, near the wireless station, where the earthly remains of the 2 men were laid to rest. A few weeks later, Mr. Hunter wrote,
I have been very busy building a wall around the little plot. Workmen are hard to find these days, and wages are high. So I've done much of the foundation work myself. Nimgir and I got the door properly balanced, ready for the builders to finish the job. It's nearly impossible to get bricks now, but an old building was torn down in the drill ground, and the officials allowed us to take some of the bricks for the foundation. The work should be finished in a day or 2, though we'll have to use sun-dried mud bricks for the upper part of the wall.
And so the final images of the white-haired veteran and the faithful Mongolian, side by side, raising a mud brick wall to enclose the ground that had become sacred to them both. When the tragic news reached Fleetwood, all the light that had come from the hope of a joyful reunion was extinguished. Yet the brave mother, along with her remaining son and daughter, were left to cherish the memory of one who had never failed in his duty, one who, from childhood, had sought to love the Lord his God with all his heart, mind, and soul, and to love his neighbor as himself. Chapter 9. Epilogue. Percy Mather was a dreamer of dreams, and as is the way with all dreamers, the vision he carried was far too vast to be fulfilled within the brief span of a single life. But that does not matter, for what he saw in glimpses on earth is part of what he will one day fully inherit. He dreamed of a life among the Mongols, of bringing the knowledge of Christ to the Manchus, of rescuing the thoughtful Tatar from the dangers of atheism, of reaching the wild Kazakhs of the steppes, dreams enough to fill not just 50 years, but 6 lifetimes. He dreamed, too, of mastering the languages of Central Asia, of becoming a skilled surgeon, so that he might go to these people not only with the gospel, but with healing in his hands. He dreamed yet one more dream, to have finished it all, and at last return home to the quiet fireside in Fleetwood. To sit by the window overlooking the sea, watching the ships come and go, with his loved ones gathered around him. Was it the dreamer in him that gave rise to the pioneer, or was it the pioneer who gave life to the dreamer? The dreamer saw the farthest, but it was the pioneer who pursued what the dreamer beheld. The dreamer's vision pierced through the clouds that veiled the tribes of Central Asia, while the pioneer pressed forward, cutting a path to make that vision possible, until, without knowing it, the final step was taken, and he passed through, satisfied with Jesus, the pioneer and perfecter of faith. What has Percy Mather left behind? Only a trail, evidence that someone has walked that way before. But that trail calls out encouragement to those who will follow. Yet the wild growth returns quickly, and the forest of life soon closes over the pioneer's path with its thick undergrowth. Therefore, forward, vanguard. They climbed the steep ascent of heaven through peril, toil, and pain. O God, to us may grace be given to follow in their train. You've finished listening to Percy Mather's biography. Be sure to listen to the biography of his co-laborer, George Hunter, available on Scroll Reader. You can listen to all our audiobooks for free on YouTube, our website, or Spotify.